Here, Mr. Tucker's graced us with his appearance. I was just talking about the pattern repeating itself. If I didn't know better, I'd swear you were doing it intentionally, sir.
Your Honor, if I didn't know better, I swear the universe hates me. No, I was going to be on time today, and I get into my Lyft ride. The lady doesn't speak English. I tell her to go over to the courthouse, drop me off in the front. She couldn't quite get it and dropped me off back here. So it took me a little bit longer than normal. And yesterday, like I said,
We're not going to go back into yesterday's situation. So here you are,
Yes.
avoiding any issuance of a capias or any of those measures. So let me see, do we have jurors in the jury room?
Yes, sir.
All 14 of them?
Excuse me, Your Honor, is there any way we could address a few housekeeping issues before?
Well, it depends on what they are, sir. What is it that you'd like me to address?
When we did the hearing on the motion in limine, there were a couple things that I addressed in my motion and we addressed at the hearing. And I'm thinking they're becoming a problem at this point. I noticed that the prosecution has gone from calling me Mr. Tucker to the defendant constantly at this point, which again can be prejudicial. And
There's nothing wrong with them calling you the defendant, sir.
I understand.
You are the defendant.
I am.
Either one of those are interchangeable. They're not obliged to use either term. So
Well, I mean, except for it does kind of put an image into the jury's head, I would imagine.
well, the accurate image. You are charged with these crimes. You are the defendant, and there is absolutely nothing untoward about them referring to you in that position. So as much as you may not like it, that's not a problem.
Okay. Well, again, I guess that's something I'll have to debate later. The thing is, Your Honor, not only is that an issue, I know when I did the motion in limine, we had the hearing, the court also assured me that, my ignorance as far as, representing myself and being an attorney, not being an attorney actually, was not going to become a constant thing for the jury, that it wasn't going to be used as prejudicial.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it has become a constant thing, I think,
Well, only because you've demonstrated it. I have taken extreme measures, which has not been difficult, not to point any errors out in front of the jury. Yes, when the jury's not here, I have, when I felt it a factor, to mention that fact. But in terms of the jury present, you cannot give me, or I would like you to give me one instance where there's been one reference to your lack of a legal license as having been brought up.
About the subtleties of the lawyers. The lawyers are much more subtle and, because of their experience.
Well, sir, when you see something objectionable, please object, and I will make a ruling. But I honestly, at this point, cannot
Your Honor, I wasn't actually
unearth something in my mind that I can recall where the prosecutors have disparaged you because you're not a lawyer.
well, Your Honor, and I wasn't bringing this up as a, I wasn't looking for an order or anything like that. I was just trying to make the court aware of, how I'm feeling and what I've seen, and if Your Honor, just to make you aware, that's all it was. If I wanted to, make it an issue, I would have filed something or, something like that. I'm not trying to make anything an issue. I'm just trying to make the court aware. That's all.
Okay, well, you have, and I have been, and like I said, if there's something that you believe is contrary to one of these points, then you certainly can make an objection and approach the bench and be heard as to the merits.
Okay, thank you. I just, like I said, just wanted to make you aware of how I was thinking. What I was
Okay, so we have your next witness standing by.
Yes, sir, we do.
Who would that be?
Travis Johnson.
All right, bring the jury in, please. Thank you. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Good morning. Welcome back to Courtroom B in the Freeman Justice Center. It's good to see you all here. Thank you for being on time. This is the case of the state of Florida versus Franklin Tucker, 17 CF 841. And where we left off when we were last in session was the presentation of the state's case in chief. And we're going to pick up where we left off. So, State, do you have your next witness to call?
Yes, sir, we do. The state calls Travis Johnson.
Travis Johnson. Okay, sir, if you'd please come through the gate. Step right up in front of the witness stand there. That's good, right there. Turn, face the clerk, raise your right hand. No, the
Over there,
clerk.
Travis.
Right.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, have a seat on the witness stand. Please speak up loudly and clearly so everyone is able to hear you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can
Thank
proceed.
you, Judge. Thank you. Good morning, Travis.
Good morning.
Could you state your full name for the record, please?
John Travis Johnson.
And Travis, how old are you?
I'm 46 years old.
And do you live here in Key West?
I do.
What kind of work do you do?
I'm a painter, but I'm a disabled veteran at the moment.
All right, you were a veteran?
Yes, sir.
When did you do your military service?
From 2004 to 2007.
Where were you stationed?
Multiple places, mostly in Fort Benning.
Did you go overseas?
I did twice.
Where'd you go?
Kosovo and Afghanistan.
I'm sorry, sir?
Kosovo and Afghanistan.
Okay. And Travis, as we go through the morning, I just would ask you, try to speak slowly and into the mic so we have a good record of what you're saying, okay?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Are you nervous this morning?
Little, yes.
Okay, if you need some water or anything, just let us know, all right?
Yes, sir.
Now, Travis, I want to take the jury back. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Mesquite, Texas, which is a little suburb outside of Dallas, Texas. I spent most of my life there. I was born in Chilliwack, British Columbia, though. I was born in Canada. Don't have much recollection of that.
Okay.
But I left home around 17. I've traveled multiple places and joined the military around 26.
All right. And you did your stint in the military from what years again?
From 2004 to 2007.
2004 to 7. So in 2007, when you got out of the military, where did you locate yourself?
I ended up in South Carolina for a little while, back into Dallas. I think roughly around 2010, I ended up in treatment for PTSD and some alcoholism and some other things.
Okay. Do you have addiction issues?
I do.
And is it just alcohol?
No, it's not.
What other kind of addiction do you have?
For the longest time, I had a methamphetamine addiction, and also I smoked cigarettes and I smoke marijuana and
Okay.
I drink alcohol, of course.
All right, fair enough. Now, at some point during your travels, did you make your way to the Florida Keys?
I did.
Okay, and when was that?
It was roughly 2016. In 2015, I did end up in a national PTSD program in the Miami VA. That's what gave me the attraction really for Florida. So after I was finished with that, 2016, I got lucky and got hooked up with a woman that wanted to start a snuba franchise down here, which is like a snorkel scuba.
It's called Snuba?
Snuba, yeah, that's what it's called.
All right.
And that was my plan, was to come down here in 2016 and start a business with her because I had been awarded 100%. I'm now basically semi-retired. So this was my place of
And did you in fact make your way down here then?
I did.
And were you along with her?
I was.
What was her name?
Her name was Crystal Barrett.
Okay. And this was 2016, you said, right?
Yes, roughly August of 2016.
And Where did, when you guys got to the Keys, where did you set up?
I landed in Big Coppet. I think it's about 10 miles outside of town. It didn't last very long. Due to unforeseen circumstances, our relationship dissolved, and I ended up on the streets. I ended up having to find another place of residence and a different venture, and that's what I did. So I ended up on Smathers Beach for about a month,
Living on the beach?
living on the beach. And this is where I made friends with an individual by the name of David Gross.
Okay.
And this was he became a pretty close friend, helped me stay safe, stay off out of jail. And
Now let me ask you, Travis, this is somebody you met while you were living on the beach?
this is somebody I met living on the beach.
So you were essentially homeless at that point?
Yes, it was.
Living on the beach,
Yes, sir.
all right? And you befriended this man named David Gross?
Yes,
And did David Gross also live on the beach?
you did.
All right, and at some point, did David Gross find another place to live?
He did. I met a female, a romantic interest in roughly September of 2016, right after I'd got off of the beach when I was no longer homeless. And we had our life together for almost a year. I left Key West in June of 2017 with her to go stay in her house and get it ready to be sold. And then we were going to snowbird back down here and start over again at the end of the summer.
So let me just make sure I understand correctly, sir. So you met this new woman
Yes,
and you guys relocated, you left the Keys,
we did.
and where'd you go?
We went to Detroit.
And why did you go to Detroit?
This is where her home was.
And did you live with her in Detroit?
Yes,
And how long were you in Detroit with her?
just the summer, 3 months.
And this is
Roughly 4. Yeah,
And this is the summer of what? What year are we in now?
2017.
Okay. So the summer of 2017, you're in Michigan with her.
Yes.
And at some point during that summer, what happens?
Well, at the end of the summer, when season is supposed to start back up again, Hurricane Irma hit. It was rather devastating. And some friends of ours' home was destroyed. It kind of changed our plans of coming back down here together. And I made the decision to come back down here alone and to help some friends rebuild their home. And I roughly came back here. It was October 28th or 29th. It was the end of Fantasy Fest of 2017.
End of Fantasy Fest of 2017, right?
Yes, yes,
You came back down to the Keys.
yes.
How'd you get here?
I drove.
And what did you drive?
I drove my 2016 Dodge 1500 pickup truck.
What color's your truck?
It's a dark blue. It almost looks black, but it's a pearlescent blue.
Okay. And you drove that down here to the Keys?
I did.
And this is after the hurricane.
Yes, it was.
Were you, you just told the jury you came down here to help a friend rebuild their home.
Yes.
When you got to the Keys, did you make contact with that friend?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Phones were displayed. The phone services weren't that great down here. It was a destruction zone. It was like a war zone down here. So it was not real easy to locate him. I didn't immediately locate him, but I did locate my friend David Gross.
And this is the friend who you had met the summer before.
Yeah, this is the individual that I met on the beach.
Okay. So you hooked up again with David Gross.
Yes.
All right. And take us from there. What did you and David Gross do at that point?
Well, I coincidentally ran back into him at the beach, but he wasn't living on the beach. He had acquired a residence over in Stock Island, known as the Warehouse. It was not really zoned for residential, but it was home for him. And it was also a place for me to, I guess you could say, reconnoiter, get my stuff together to figure out what I was going to do from that point.
Did he invite you to come there and stay?
He did.
Now, you said the residence was known as the Warehouse,
Yes.
and that's in Stock Island?
Yes, sir.
By the way, Travis, everything you're testifying to today, did that happen here in Monroe County?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Now, you said David invited you to come and stay at the Warehouse. Is that right?
Yes.
And describe for the jury, if you can, this place that you're referring to as the Warehouse. Is it an apartment?
No, it wasn't really an apartment. It was more of a business establishment with, I guess you could say, a residence built into it. It was a storage facility, a garage. And once you went inside, there was a set of steps that went upstairs and kind of laid out to a little dining room with 3 offset rooms to the side. And then below that was another garage. And at the very back of it was another apartment complex.
Did it have running water?
Yes.
Did it have bathroom facilities?
No.
Did it have electricity?
No.
And so this is not a designated apartment building. Is that fair to say?
No. And it had suffered extensive damage from the hurricane as well.
So it's just I guess,
A flop house.
flop house, lack of a better word.
Yes, sir.
Now, when David invited you to come and stay there, was it just you and he staying there?
No.
How many other people were staying there?
Quite a few. There was 2 other couples and a bunch of random people that just kept coming and going.
All right. And did you decide to take him up on his offer to go and stay there?
I did.
And this would have been when, just so we're keeping track of on the calendar, where, about what time? Was this still at the end of October?
No, it's around November 3rd or 4th now. I believe a few days had transpired. Yeah, it was Fantasy Fest was over, and it was into November now.
Okay. And now you're staying at this warehouse. What's your plan at that point, Travis?
I didn't really have much of a plan at this point. It was I was in limbo. I was in party mode now. I couldn't find the people I was looking for. I found a buddy of mine that I hadn't seen in a while, and
So
I had a lot of
initial-
money in my pocket.
You had a lot of money in your pocket?
I did.
Where was the money from?
It was from number one, I'm a disabled veteran, so I received a rather healthy sum of money each month. And I had saved money from working in town, and Shayla was rather well off herself. So
Now you said,
I was not hurting.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. I didn't mean
I
to.
was not hurting financially at that point, no.
Okay, so you had money.
Yes.
And I guess your original intention in coming to Key West wasn't panning out. Is that fair to say?
No, it was not.
So you had just said to the jury that you were kind of going into party mode.
Yes.
What does party mode mean for you?
Drinking and smoking
Smoking what?
pot and smoking anything I could get my hands on at this point. I was in full, I guess you could say, relapse. I was back in my addiction.
Had you been clean and sober prior to coming back to Key West?
Yes, I had.
So now you're back in full party mode. Are you partying with David Gross?
I am.
Are you partying with anybody else in that warehouse?
Yeah, every now and again, Rory Wilson would come upstairs, and I guess to get away from his girlfriend, and he would hang out with us for a little while. I didn't really get too personal with him at this point. Wasn't real concerned with making friends at this point. I was just trying to have fun.
So you said this man that you became acquainted with was named Rory Wilson.
Yes.
And was he also staying at the warehouse?
He was not staying in the apartment that I was in. He was in the downstairs apartment that was at the back of the warehouse facility.
Okay. But still in that same building?
Yes, in the same building, yes.
Showing the judge may approach the witness?
Yes, you may approach the witness.
Thank you, Judge. Having already shown it to defense counsel, Travis, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as M as in Mike for identification. Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
And who is that in the photo?
That is Rory Wilson.
Is that how he appeared to you when you knew him?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I seek to move in what's been previously marked as M.
Is there any objection?
No, yeah.
Admit the state's next in order being
11.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, so this man that you became known to as Roy Wilson, is that right?
Yes.
Living downstairs?
Yes.
Okay. And you said he'd come upstairs every once in a while to hang out with you, is that right?
Well, not specifically with me because I didn't know him. He did with David, though, because they were neighbors.
Did Roy have a street name or a nickname?
Detroit.
Okay. Did Dave have a nickname?
He did.
What was his nickname?
Detroit.
So you had 2 Detroits there?
Yes.
All right. So you come upstairs and through his communications with David, did you become acquainted with Roy Wilson?
Yes.
Did you guys ever party together?
Yes.
Smoke dope together?
Yes.
Drink together?
Yes.
Did you guys ever, what other things did you do for entertainment? Did you guys play cards or anything?
Dominoes.
Domino's?
Yes,
Roy Wilson used to play?
yes,
Now, you're there with David, right, living upstairs? And you become acquainted with this Roy Wilson, correct?
yes.
Did you ever become acquainted with someone who became known to you as Tyrone Tucker?
Not at this moment, no.
All right. So how long are you staying at the warehouse now? You're just kind of hanging out there?
I think I'd been there for roughly 5 days now. I believe the date was November 8th because it sticks in my mind because the police officers, Monroe County Sheriff's Department, at this date came into the residence.
They came to the warehouse?
They came to the warehouse.
Were you there when they came?
I was.
And was David Gross there?
He was.
And what about Roy Wilson? Was he there?
He was not.
So when the police officers came, was it daytime or nighttime?
It was daytime. It was early in the morning.
And what did they do when they came to the house that day?
Well, I was sitting at the dining room table watching a movie on my phone. It was, like I said, it was rather early. It was around 9 o'clock. And the stairwell where I was sitting, the stairwell that goes down to the front entrance, I look over and there's 2 police officers walking up. I didn't know what was going on. I looked at them and I said, "Excuse me, can I help you?" And they basically just told me to be quiet. They were looking for somebody. They came into the residence and I had been smoking pot that morning. I had a glass pipe sitting in front of me. And as they said what they were looking for somebody, I reached down and grabbed it, put it in my pocket. They didn't like that too much. They stopped me immediately, told me to put my hands back on the table, and arrested me for paraphernalia at that point, and proceeded to arrest everybody else that was in the house as well because everybody was on probation that was in there.
All right. Did they take you into the station?
They did.
All right. And did you go to jail that night
I
or
did.
that day?
I did.
And how long were you in jail then on that situation?
For 6 days.
And then at some point you were released?
I was.
Okay. And did you, once you got released, where'd you go?
I went back to my truck. I went back to the warehouse,
Where was your truck while you were in jail?
parked out in front of the warehouse.
All right. And when you got out of jail, you said you went back to the warehouse?
Yes,
And was your truck still there?
it was.
Was there anything done or damaged to your truck when you got back?
Yes, there was.
Let's tell the jury about that. What did you discover?
When I got back, like I said, this is a brand new truck. I was very proud of it. It was pristine. And the whole passenger side of my truck had been knifed or keyed or scraped. It looked like somebody just raked it from bumper to bumper as far as the paint was at the top of the vehicle down to the bottom of the vehicle, back of it. Thousands of dollars worth of damage. Almost every single piece of hardware that I brought home.
Where those two have been?
Some of there's in the apartment, some of that
What about your personal things, like your clothes, things like that?
they were upstairs as well. I had a foot locker, a big trunk, probably about 2.5 by 18, maybe 20. This was where my personal stuff was. And this was inside of the residence.
And the phone was inside the residence, not your truck?
No.
Is it something you packed into the residence when you decided to stay there? Did you take it upstairs to where
Yes,
you got back from jail 6 days later? Was it still there?
it was, but nothing that was in it. It was any value was
Back in jail, was Roy Wilson there,
yes,
right? And he was there, right?
yes,
What about David Gross? Was he when you got out?
no.
What happened to him?
He was in jail for probation
All right. Did you turn up to continue living there?
to continue to figure out what I'm going to do.
You remember the date you got out of jail?
Yes, November 14th.
The 14th, and it was of 27. All right, so now November 14th of 20.
I'm gonna assume it's in there. I'm gonna assume it's in there.
Judge, this time I approach.
Yes. just leave it in there.
Okay, yeah, that's it.
Just take a look at it while it's in the background. So you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
You recognize it?
I do
What do you
recognize it.
recognize it as?
The demon mask.
Demon mask.
Yep.
Is that the mask that Wilson was wearing when he came out of the warehouse?
Yes, it is.
Any question about it?
No,
Does that mask appear now as it did to you when you saw it on top of his head that day?
it does.
So at this time, I see who was in with the previously marked as Lima.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Admit states L for identification into evidence and states 13.
Yes.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Yes.
All right, so you described his demon mask, right?
Yes,
Is that it?
that is it.
And that's the mask that Wilson, you said Wilson had on, right?
Yes, correct.
On top of his head.
Yes,
And he had this on his head when he came out of the warehouse.
yes,
And Wilson's the one, the picture we saw a little bit earlier, the African American man. Is that
yes,
right?
correct.
Did he have a weapon when he came out of the warehouse?
He did.
What kind of a weapon did he have?
He had a pipe
And how do you know he had a pipe?
because it was in his right hand.
All right. So he comes out of the warehouse wearing this on top of his head and a pipe in his hand. Is that right?
Yes,
And when he walked over to your truck, did he get in your truck?
yes, he did. He got into the front passenger side.
He gets in the front. Now, let's talk about this defendant, Tucker, Tyrone Tucker. Did he come out of the warehouse as well?
He did.
Describe his clothing, if you would, please.
He's wearing long black pants, boots, and a long sleeve black shirt. And a
And,
mask.
I'm sorry?
And a mask.
And describe for the jury, if you can, the mask that he was wearing.
It's considered like a neck gaiter or a neck buff. It's just like a tube of fabric that you pull down over your head and it stretches up around a mask. I don't know if you guys are familiar with them, but they use them a lot down here in fishing to, I guess, block the sun. And it said Jägermeister all over it.
Said a neck gaiter that said Jägermeister.
Yes.
Now, did he have it pulled up over his face?
No, he just had it around his neck. It was crumpled up around his neck at this point.
All right, and you saw that on him?
Yes,
And did you see if he had any weapons?
he did.
What kind of a weapon did he have?
He had a knife in his hand.
And how do you know he had a knife?
I could see it in his hand.
Was he carrying it when he came out of the warehouse?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just had to make sure I don't lose my way here. All right, so you said he was carrying a knife.
Yes.
You saw the knife?
Yes.
Can you describe it for the jury?
It was roughly this long. I guess you could say about 10 to 12 inches long. Black and red handle with a metal pommel, double-edged, serrated on one side, sharp on the other. Smooth on the other.
Judge going to show defense counsel what's been previously marked as a kilo.
It was broken before. But it's open now. Okay, now just open it up. It's not sealed. No, yeah, actually, just for a second, just because I want to clarify here.
The defense is asking for a sidebar.
Okay. You can approach.
Oh, wait, so here we go. Okay, that night you're talking about, it is a picture of him holding a knife that they got off of his Facebook. Remember, Grandma? However, if I recall right, I'm not 100%, Paula said it had edges. This one don't. Let's see how good the judge is going to be today. Interesting. Hold on. I gotta find. I thought I had the picture. I did have it.
Okay, having shown what's been previously marked as Kilo to the defense counsel, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Travis, I'm going to ask you to open this box, please. Don't take anything out of it. Just take a look inside of it and see if you recognize it. Okay.
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
To be the knife.
Which knife is that?
The knife that Tucker had in his possession when he came outside.
And how do you know that? Did you see the knife at that time?
Yes.
The knife that you're looking at now, which has been previously marked as Kilo, is that the knife?
Yes, sir, it is.
Does it appear to be altered or changed in any way from when you saw Tucker's hand that night?
No, sir.
At this time, I see moving Kilo.
Right, is there any objection?
No, sir.
All right, then, admit states K for identification, that would be number 14
Yes.
for the state.
Commissioner Pavlos?
Yes.
Okay, Travis, let's take a look at this. Is this the knife that you saw?
Yes, sir.
Is this the knife you saw on the day of the crime?
Yes, sir.
And who was in possession of this knife?
This was Tucker.
And you remember this being in Tucker's hand
Yes.
when he came out of the warehouse?
Yes.
All right. Now, let me ask you, Travis, tell us more about the plan. What was your understanding of what the plan was when you got over to the warehouse?
They were just going to go inside and take the money from this woman and the crack and come back. And we would go back to the hotel. I mean, back to the warehouse, the house.
And again, your job was to wait for them in the truck.
Yes.
Do you remember if they were wearing gloves when they came out of the house that day, out of the warehouse?
Do not remember.
Don't remember if they had gloves or not?
No.
Now, they come out, right?
Yes.
You've already described what they're wearing and what they're armed with. Do they both get into your truck?
Yes.
Where does Tucker get in your truck?
Behind me in the back seat of my truck.
And Wilson gets where?
In the front seat, front passenger seat of my truck.
Is that where he was on the previous drive around?
Yes.
And is that where the defendant was sitting on the previous drive around?
Yes.
Now, once they got back in your truck, what did you do?
I proceeded to drive back over to the treehouse.
And just so the jury has an idea of how long this would take, how long would that drive actually take from the warehouse to the treehouse?
About a minute,
Close.
maybe less. It was very close.
And you drove back over there, is that right?
Yes.
Daytime or nighttime?
Nighttime.
Describe the lighting if you could. What's the lighting in that area by the treehouse?
Very poor.
Illuminated well?
No, not at all.
Can you see the structure at all?
No.
When you pull over there, do you see anybody else there when you pull over there?
There was a black vehicle out front. Yes.
All right. And when you guys saw the black vehicle, what did you decide to do?
To drive around the block.
And why is that?
Hopefully they wouldn't be there when we came back.
So did you drive around the block?
I did.
And about how long did that drive around the block take, if you recall?
Maybe 2 minutes, maybe 3.
Okay. And did you come back to the treehouse
I
then?
did.
And when you did, were they still in the truck with you?
Yes.
And when you came back to the treehouse, was that car still out in front?
No, sir.
Was there any car out in front?
No, sir.
Were there any people around?
No, sir.
All right. And what, if anything, did you do when you came back to the treehouse after the drive around the block?
I stopped in front of the gate. They being Wilson and Tucker exited my vehicle. I pulled forward about another 50 meters from the gate and stopped at a stop sign. Off to the
And,
side of the road at the stop sign, not in the road at the stop sign, but on the side of the road
okay. And when you stopped there, what was your intention at that point?
to wait for them to come back out.
Now, when they got out of the truck, were they both still wearing those masks?
Yes,
And did they both still have those weapons in their hands?
yes.
Again, what weapon was Wilson carrying?
A pipe.
What about this defendant?
He was carrying a knife.
Okay. Do you see them go into the gate?
I watched them go through the gate. Yes,
And at some point, did you lose sight of them?
I did.
All right. So then, at this point, you're sitting in the truck. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
How much time goes by until something happens next?
I don't know exactly how long. It didn't seem like very long. Maybe 5 minutes, maybe less. And somebody comes running out of the gate with a flashlight, screaming, "Help! Help! Help! Call police!" And
Were you
then
able to see that person?
I could see them. I saw them in my rearview mirror. I didn't particularly get a good look at them. At this point, I'm thinking, I'm out of here. I'm not dealing with this. And before I could pull away, I look in my rearview mirror again, and I see Tucker exiting the gate and running after my truck. As he is, he's fumbling around on the ground, dropping stuff, trying to stuff it back into a black bag that I could see he's got in his hand. And I round the corner and I take off back to the apartment or the warehouse.
Now, you said the first man came out waving a flashlight and screaming for help.
Yes.
Could you make out facial features on that person?
Negative. No.
Did you ever find out who that was?
I believe it was a Todd O'Quinn.
All right. And how long after Todd O'Quinn came running out of that gate did you see Tucker come out of that gate?
Seconds, maybe 10, 15 seconds, not long.
Now, when you saw Tucker come out of the gate, you said you saw it in your rear view mirror?
I saw Tucker in my rearview mirror, then turned around and observed him. But I was also in the process of removing myself from the scene.
So you actually turned around and also made visual contact.
Yes,
And when you turned around, did you see him?
I did.
And how do you know it was him?
From what he was wearing and the direction he was running, which was towards my truck.
And is that the person that you knew was Tucker?
Yes,
Is that the guy who had just gotten out of your truck?
yes.
And he said at this point he was fumbling with something. Explain that. What was he fumbling with?
Oh, he had a bag in his hand and stuff kept falling out of it onto the ground, and he kept reaching down, trying to stuff it back into the bag as he was running after me
And at that point, what was your intention?
to leave.
Did you wait for him?
No,
What'd you do?
I drove back to the apartment,
To the warehouse?
to the warehouse.
Again, how long would that drive take?
Not long. It was about 200 meters.
And at that point, what kind of a reaction did you have to what you had just seen coming out of the warehouse? I mean, coming out of the treehouse?
Fear, I guess you could say, uneasiness. I really, for lack of any knowledge, I was just nervous. I didn't know what had happened. So
And you said you went back to the warehouse.
I did.
When you got to the warehouse, did you go inside?
I did.
Parked your truck there and went inside?
Yes.
And did you go upstairs or stay downstairs?
I went upstairs.
And how long, at some point, did Tucker show up at the warehouse?
He did.
How long after you got back to the warehouse did Tucker show up there?
Not long, minutes.
And he arrived there. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And when he got there, where did he go?
He came upstairs as well.
All right. Do you remember him coming up the steps that day to the second floor?
Yes.
And did you guys talk at that point?
We had some words, yes.
And what if anything, do you remember the defendant? Was he still wearing the dark clothing?
Yes,
And did he have that bag that you saw him fumbling with? Did you see that in his hand?
yes,
What about the weapon? Do you remember seeing the weapon?
no,
Do you remember seeing if he had gloves or not?
No.
And you didn't see the weapon at that point,
no,
but you saw this bag,
yes,
all right? Did he come upstairs with that bag in his hands?
yes.
And what did he say to you when he got up the stairs that day?
What the fuck, man? What's wrong with you? Why did you leave us? Why did you fucking take off?
Was he mad that you had left?
Yes,
And did he direct that anger at you?
yes.
All right, and what was your response to him?
I don't want no part of this. I'm going to walk for a walk. I'm going to get a pack of cigarettes. I'll be back.
Did you ask him what happened inside there?
No,
Didn't ask him?
no,
Were you curious as to what happened in there?
yes.
Did you have a feeling about what happened in there?
Not one of super negativity. No, not one of murder for sure. No.
But he was angry, is that fair to say?
Yes,
Mad at you?
yes.
Was he screaming at you or shouting at you?
No, it wasn't screaming or shouting, but it was definitely directed disappointment. There was intention.
What was he mad about?
Me abandoning them.
All right. Did you ever see Wilson come out of that structure that day?
No,
Or I'm sorry, that night after when you saw Todd O'Quinn, then you saw this defendant. Any other, did you remember seeing Wilson come out of there?
No.
Now you're back at the warehouse now. Defendant's upset with you, right?
yes,
You said you decided to leave.
yes.
Where did you decide to go?
I decided to walk down to the street, down to the Tom Thumb, which is literally, I guess, the halfway point between the treehouse and the warehouse, to get a pack of cigarettes, kind of take a breath. And
All right. How'd you get there? Did you drive or walk?
I walked.
And was anybody with you when you went there?
No, not when I went there.
At some point on the walk to the Tom Thumb, did you run into Wilson?
I encountered Wilson. Yes, I did.
Where did you encounter him?
Walking across the street in the parking lot of the Tom Thumb.
And is that the first time you'd seen him since he'd gotten out of your truck to go into the treehouse?
Yes, sir, it was.
When you saw him at the Tom Thumb, did you guys talk to each other?
We did.
And did you ask him what had happened inside that treehouse?
I did.
And what did he tell you?
Not to worry about it.
He give you any details about what happened?
Negative. None.
Do you remember how many times you asked him what happened?
Once.
And he said, don't worry about it.
Yes, sir.
And that was it. You accepted that.
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you push him for more, Travis?
Lack of desire to know what really went on in there.
Did you get your cigarettes?
I did.
And was Wilson there when you got your cigarettes?
He was.
And after you got your cigarettes, what did you do?
Walked back to the warehouse.
And did Wilson walk with you?
He did.
What did you guys talk about on your way back to the warehouse?
It was a pretty quiet walk. There wasn't much exchanged at all.
At some point, you guys arrived back to the warehouse?
Yes.
And take us through that. You get to the warehouse, where do you go? Bottom floor, upstairs?
Went back upstairs.
When you get upstairs, is this defendant still upstairs?
He is.
And so now the three of you are back together again.
Yes.
Is there any conversation between Tucker and Wilson about what happened inside that warehouse?
No, sir.
When you ran into Wilson on your way to that Tom Thumb, when you ran into Wilson, did he have that mask anymore?
No, sir.
Mask was gone?
Yes.
What about that pipe that he had in his hand? Where was that?
Gone.
No pipe and no mask?
Nope.
When you saw Tucker back at the warehouse, did he have the knife yet?
No.
Do you remember seeing the mask or the neck gaiter that he had that said Jägermeister?
No.
Neck gaiter was gone and weapon was gone.
Yes.
Now, you guys are all back together again on the second floor of the warehouse, right?
Yes.
And you said there was not really a conversation going on about what happened?
No, sir.
And at some point, do they start talking about what they got out of that warehouse? I'm sorry, out of that tree house?
Not so much talking about it, but pulling the stuff. Wilson had like a tin. It almost looked like a snuff can that was in his pocket. It was full of crack cocaine. And then there was also,
Whose pocket was that in?
it was in Wilson's.
And he produced that tin?
Yes.
And what did he do with it?
Set it on the table.
Is that a table that was upstairs in the warehouse?
The dining room table, yes.
All right. And what else? Did he unload his pockets at that point?
He had some money in his pockets as well, yes.
Do you recall how much or approximately how much?
Well, not when he immediately pulled it out, but when he was sitting there counting through it, it didn't look like any more than about $200 or $300.
$200 or $300.
Mhm.
And that's money you saw him pull out of his pocket.
Yes.
To your knowledge, did he have any money in his pockets before you went to the treehouse?
No,
I mean, what was the purpose of going over there?
to get money in to get drugs.
So now he's got this money in his pocket.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
And you see him produce that money
Yes.
and this tin.
Yes.
What's inside the tin?
Crack cocaine.
How do you know it?
Because I know what crack cocaine looks like.
And did you look inside the tin?
Yes.
Now, this defendant, was he there as well?
Yes.
Tucker was there.
Yes.
Did he produce any spoils of the robbery to you at that point?
No.
At
Just the
some-
bag that he had, he emptied it on the table. It had nothing in it but personal effects.
All right, let's talk about that bag. Is that consistent with the bag that you'd seen him fumbling with when he came out of the treehouse?
Yes.
And is that the bag that he had back at the warehouse?
Yes.
And you said he was emptying the
Contents.
contents, I'm sorry, emptying the contents onto this table as well.
Yes.
What kind of stuff was in that bag that he was emptying out?
Pens and notepads and feminine effects, more trinkets than anything, nothing of any substantial value.
It appeared to be the stuff that, the stuff that would belong typically to a female or typically to a male,
Typically to a female, yes.
all right? And at some point, did you receive anything from from the take, I guess, for lack of a better phrase?
I did.
What'd you get?
I got a $50 bill for gas.
Who gave you that?
That was received from Tucker.
Tucker gave you that?
Yes.
And where'd that 50 come from?
From the water money that Wilson had.
That he pulled out of his pockets?
You guys say yes or no.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you got a $50 bill out of the take,
Yes.
and this defendant's the one that handed it to you.
Yes.
And do you remember anything distinctive about that money that was handed to you?
It smelled like perfume.
Perfume.
Yes, sir.
Is that a yes? Okay.
Yes, sir. I apologize.
It's all right. Anything else in that bag that you recall? You said there was makeup or something? Is that what you said? Just pads and paper and things like that?
Yes.
No other drugs or anything in that bag?
No, sir.
All right, so now you got I guess you got your gas money, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you said there was crack cocaine in that tin.
Yes.
So did you guys at some point start smoking that crack cocaine?
We did. Another individual had showed up during all of the end of this after, we had divvied up the money and the crack was there. A gentleman by the name of Scott Perryman, big guy. And I was
Scott
kinda
Perryman.
Yes. I was kind of relieved to see him. He was a friend from the beach. And at this point, me and him exited the warehouse and went downstairs outside to where my truck was and to have a beer. And I started to make some phone calls to Shayla. This was my fiance at the time. And this is when I encountered Penny Phelps and the SWAT team as they were moving through the neighborhood.
Hi, Travis. So how long were you and Tucker and Wilson upstairs until this other guy showed up?
Maybe 15 minutes.
And you said his name was Scott?
Yes.
Was he also staying at the warehouse?
Randomly, yes. Occasionally, yes.
All right, so he stops by, it's somebody you recognize from the beach. You guys step outside.
Yes.
When you step outside, where is this defendant and Wilson at that point?
They're upstairs.
You leave them upstairs.
Yes.
So you said you went outside and you started making some phone calls.
Yes.
Called your girlfriend.
Yes.
What's going through your head at this point?
I just want to go home. At this point, I'm just really not enjoying my present company, not enjoying my situation, just not real sure about my safety. I just wanted to go home.
Are you concerned about what happened inside that treehouse or what may have happened?
Somewhat, but no, it wasn't pressing.
And you said at some point the police come upon you and your buddy while you're outside in front of the warehouse.
Yes,
And do they make contact with you?
they did.
All right. And did they talk to you about anything?
Yes, they asked me if I'd seen anybody running by in dark clothing, black male. I, of course, hadn't seen anything of that nature, so I didn't affirm her, request. But I did ask what had happened, And she just told me there was a fight up at CVS.
Okay.
That's where I left it.
Did you start connecting the dots that she's asking for information? This could have something to do with what just happened, or?
Yes.
And at some point, did she start talking to you about the charge or the report you filed on your truck?
No, not at this point. No.
Okay. So you don't really confirm anything for the police at that point in time?
No.
But they move on then, is that fair?
Yes.
And they move on, how long are you and Scott outside having this break?
When they move on, we went back in within probably 2 or 3 minutes after parting ways with the law enforcement.
You go back upstairs?
Yes.
And who's upstairs when you get up there?
Wilson, Tucker, me, and Scott Perryman
And what do you guys decide to do when you get back in there?
start smoking crack.
All right. All four of you are smoking crack at that point?
Yes, sir.
And I guess the party continued, huh?
Yes, sir, it did.
All right. Now we're talking about November 17th, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And how late in the night did you guys smoke the crack or smoke crack that night?
Till about the sun came up.
And when the sun came up, what, if anything, did you do?
Well, I of course went to sleep for a little while. I woke up. The warehouse was empty except for me and Scott. And I decided at this point that I was going to find a way to remove myself from this scenario.
And so what'd you do?
I went to the beach.
Smathers Beach?
Yes, sir.
Is that the beach you typically hung out at?
Yes.
And when you left the warehouse that day to go to the beach, do you remember if Tucker was still there?
No.
You don't remember, or he wasn't there?
There was nobody there but me and Scott.
The next morning we're talking?
Yes.
And was Wilson gone as well?
Yes.
So you go to the beach that day, right?
Yes.
At some point, do you come back to the warehouse after your day at the beach?
Yes. Later that evening.
All right, and now we're talking about the 18th, is that right?
Yes.
Now you come back to the warehouse, is Tucker there?
This day, I don't remember the 18th very clearly, or the 19th. I know that I was in shambles trying to get my stuff together.
Why, Travis? Why do you say you were in shambles trying to get your stuff together?
I didn't feel safe anymore. I didn't want to be around these people. Shayla was really upset with, the scenario and the way it was planning out, wanted me to come home.
And Shayla's your girlfriend up in
Yes,
Michigan?
Yes.
And so what's your plan at that point?
Well, she suggests to me that I make contact with a contractor that she knew from her working at Mangrove Mamas, an individual by the name Martin Ochoa. And she had made contact with him and arranged for me to have a meeting with him to get some work, to make some extra money, and to possibly have a place safe to go from where I was.
So this is something that Shayla arranged for you?
Yes.
And were you able to make contact with this Ochoa guy?
Yes, I was.
Was this on the 18th, the day after the event?
No, I believe this was the 19th.
All right. And you said you don't remember much about the 18th. Do you remember running into Tucker and Wilson at all during
No.
that time?
No, I do not.
You said you made contact with this Ochoa person, correct?
Yes.
Where did you guys make contact?
At Mangrove Mamas.
All right. And how did you get up there?
My truck.
And you made contact with him?
I did.
Did he have work for you?
He did.
And where was that work going to be?
In Big Pine.
And what kind of work was he going to be offering you?
There was paint work, there was roofing work, construction, basically refurbishing and rebuilding a house that had been damaged in the hurricane.
And did you tell him you'd do the work?
I did.
And did he also offer you a place to stay?
He did.
And did you decide to accept that offer?
Absolutely.
And what was the offer? Where were you going to be staying?
I was going to be staying in the house that I was going to be working on in Big Pine.
Did you return after this conversation with Ochoa? Did you ever go back to the warehouse?
I did.
And what day are we talking about now?
This, I believe, is the 19th as well.
Now, you said you went back to the warehouse. Do you remember if it was daytime or nighttime?
It was the daytime.
When you got back there, was Tucker there?
He was.
And what about Wilson? Was Wilson there?
No, he was not.
All right. And did you have did you have any interaction with Tucker when you got back to the warehouse that day?
Slightly, yes. Not prolonged. It was more in passing because I was packing my stuff, trying to get out of there.
All right. And do you remember the nature of that conversation? Do you remember what he was saying?
No. I
Did you
really
guys
don't.
talk about anything happening at the treehouse?
No.
Now, at some point you became aware of somebody having been stabbed there. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir, it is.
Tell the jury how you became aware that something like that had happened at the treehouse.
I was out at the beach, and I guess you could call it the Coconut Telegraph. There's lots of homeless people that hang out at Smathers Beach, and of course the news had gotten around, and they were telling me about what had happened, and I realized that this was the scenario that I was involved with.
And this was when the Coconut Telegraph, is this when you went to the beach the very next day on the 18th?
No, I didn't hear about it until the 19th.
Until the 19th?
Yes,
All right, and then you heard about it, you said through the Coconut Telegraph.
yes.
Did you hear about it before you went to meet Ochoa, or did you hear about it when you got back from Ochoa?
When I got back,
And did you put it, did you put it together that that was the situation, or that was the event from a couple nights before?
yes, I did.
Did you become aware that somebody had been killed during that event?
Yes, I did.
And did you become aware of the name of the person?
No, I still hadn't become aware of the name of the individual.
Do you know Matthew Bonnet?
No, I did not.
Never met him?
Never met him.
So when you find this information out, do you ever confront this defendant about the information that you had obtained?
No, sir, I did not.
Why not, Travis?
Fear. Simple fear. I didn't want to put any attention on me for anything at this point.
All right. So then did you made contact with Ochoa, decided to take the job, right?
Yes,
So when you come back to the warehouse on the 19th, do you begin packing your things?
I did,
Why do you do that?
because I'm leaving.
To go do this job,
Yes, to move out of this apartment to get away from this whole scenario completely.
okay? And do you ever see Wilson before you leave?
No.
And you said Tucker was there that day when you packed up.
Yes,
Did you pack up all of the things that you had unloaded inside of that warehouse?
everything that I could possibly identify as mine. Yes,
What about that Foot Locker that you had unloaded? Did you pack that back up?
yes, I did.
And where'd you put it?
It got put into the back of my truck, the bed of my truck.
Now, while you were packing up, did you have like exclusive control over that Foot Locker?
No, sir, I didn't.
Were you keeping an eye on your truck the entire time?
No, sir, I wasn't.
Was anybody helping you pack your things?
I did get help from Tucker initially when I was able to move my Foot Locker out of the apartment. It was quite heavy, so he did help me get it into my truck.
Who helped you?
Mr. Tucker.
Defendant sitting here?
Yes.
Did you tell him where you were going and what your plan was?
No.
Did you tell him you were leaving?
Yes.
Did he ask why you were leaving?
No.
Did you share any of the information you'd obtained about what had happened at the treehouse 2 nights
No.
before?
No, sir, I did not.
At some point, do you get your truck loaded up?
I do.
And do you ever see Wilson again before you leave for the new job?
No.
And do you ever become aware that if they had been taken in or not on this situation?
I did become aware that that Wilson had been arrested. Yes.
All right. So then you go in, or I'm sorry, you get in your truck, you have all your stuff at this point, right?
Yes.
And where do you go?
I went to Big Pine, to the house on Enterprise Road.
And that's for the job for Ochoa?
Yes.
And do you remember the date when you did this?
I believe it was the 20th or the 20. I don't remember exactly what day it is, but I knew it was the day of the raid. Whatever the day of the raid was, when they were arrested, it was that afternoon that I left.
All right, so let's talk about the day of the raid. What are you talking about when you say the day of the raid?
There was a search warrant executed on the warehouse.
Were you there when it was executed?
No, sir, I was not.
Had you left already?
Yes,
And did you become aware of this raid?
I did become aware of it. Yes.
How did you become aware of it?
When I went back, okay, I think my timeline's a little messed up. When I went back to collect my stuff, the raid had already occurred. And that's where I encountered, what was her name? His girlfriend, the pregnant woman,
April?
April. And she was asking me where Rory was, what happened to Rory? And I said, he's in jail. And Tucker's not. I mean, I didn't know what else to tell her. I didn't know what had
And
happened.
April was Rory's girlfriend?
Yes, the pregnant girlfriend, yes.
And this is when you're getting your stuff to go to Big Pine.
Yes,
The raid had already happened.
yes,
Wilson's not there.
no,
Is Tucker there?
yes.
And you ask Tucker how he's there and Wilson isn't.
I wasn't concerned with that, no.
All right. And when you heard about the raid, what was your reaction to that?
I got to get out of here. It was one of, yeah, of dire need to leave, to flee.
To get out of that location?
Yes,
Were you worried about them tracking down to you?
yes,
So you take off for Big Pine, is that right?
yes,
And you get to Big Pine, you use your truck to get there?
yes, sir.
And what do you do when you get to Big Pine?
I unloaded my truck into the house so that I could do personal inventory of all my belongings that hopefully I had retrieved from the apartment.
And you're back at the house, you said you unloaded everything. Were you by yourself or was somebody with you?
I was by myself.
Were you feeling relieved?
Yes,
Why?
I had escaped. I was in a safe place as far as I knew that they didn't know about, that nobody knew that nobody knew anything about. It was just me.
Okay.
So I felt like I had removed myself from the situation.
Did you unpack your truck
I did.
into that house?
I did.
And did you start unpacking your things?
I did.
Okay. Did you discover something inside your footlocker?
I did.
All right, let's tell the jury about that. While you were unpacking your things, did you attempt to unpack your footlocker?
I did. I opened my footlocker, and right there in the top of it was the black backpack, the bag that Tucker had emptied onto the table in the dining room the night of the incident.
The bag that you saw him coming out of the treehouse with?
Yes,
The one he was fumbling with?
yes.
And how did you know it was that bag?
It was that bag.
Okay.
That's, for lack of better words, it was right there. I didn't put it there. I knew it was what it was.
Was it there when you packed your stuff into your trunk?
No,
Do you know how or when it got put in there?
I have no idea.
When you saw it, what was your reaction?
What the fuck? Why is this in my bag? Why is this in my box?
Okay. What'd you do with it?
I panicked and I grabbed it and I looked for the closest thing near me, which was a closet, an air conditioner closet, opened the door and I threw it in, shut the door behind it.
Was it just like a regular clothes closet or
No, it was an air conditioner closet. It was a mechanical closet.
like where the air conditioning unit is housed
Yes,
and you threw it in there?
yes,
Out of sight, out of mind?
yes,
Were you concerned that that was in your footlocker?
yes.
And did you continue unpacking everything else?
I did.
Now, how long were you up there? At some point while you were up at Big Pine, did you receive a phone call from the police?
I did. I received a phone call from Miss Penny Phelps informing me that they had some information and possibly some stolen property of mine from my police report on my truck. And also that there were detectives that wanted to take some video and some pictures of my truck and issue me the formal report for my insurance.
And did they indicate to you that they had some things from your truck?
Yes,
Were you excited to receive that call?
yes, I was.
Why?
I wanted, number one, I wanted the police report for my insurance purposes. And number two, I was hoping they found some of my tools. I don't buy cheap tools.
And you had just taken on a new job, right?
Yes,
Were you going to need those tools?
it would have been nice to have them. Yes.
Did you make arrangements or did the police make arrangements with you about how you should all meet up to talk about what they had?
Yes, they wanted to come to me. They wanted to come to where I was. And number one, I didn't really want to be driving around blatantly with them knowing that my driver's license was suspended. So, I mean, yes, I was driving, but I don't want to be in front of a cop. Yeah, I got a suspended driver's license. Let me just drive where you guys are. So no, they came to where I was and did their investigation on my truck.
Travis, how long were you in Big Pine before the police came out there to pick you or to talk to you about your truck?
Not even 2 hours.
So the same day you arrived,
Yes.
hadn't even spent a night there yet.
No.
Had you unpacked that footlocker already?
Yes.
Had you hidden that bag in that
Yes.
air conditioning closet?
Yes.
Did the police come out?
Yes.
They photographed your truck?
They did.
At some point, did they ask you to come down to the station with them?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that?
To identify stolen property.
And did you agree to go?
I did.
And how'd you get to the station?
They drove me.
Okay. All right, so they drove you down to the police station, is that right?
Yes,
And do they, at that point, is your truck completely unloaded?
yes.
You don't have anything else in the back end of it?
I don't have anything in it.
Okay, so you unloaded all your stuff.
Yes,
All right, and you get down to the police station, they bring you in?
yes,
Did they ever show you the items that they had wanted you to look at that they thought might be from your truck?
yes, they did.
And what was it?
It was nothing of mine.
Nothing of yours.
No, it was not. Nothing belonged to me at all.
Did you tell them there was none of your stuff?
Yes, it did.
Okay, were you annoyed?
I was very annoyed
Why?
because I had made a specific list of items that I was missing, and none of these items were even remotely what I had described. So yes, I was frustrated. I felt like my time was being wasted.
Fair enough. Did they, after you said that wasn't your stuff, did they drive you back to Big Pine?
No, they did not.
What happened next?
I was brought into a room for questioning
About what?
about the September 17th, or the November 17th incident at the treehouse.
And they started questioning you about it?
Yes, sir, they did.
All right.
Yes, Mr. Mansfield,
Yes, sir.
I think this would be a good time to take a
I'm sorry,
morning
Judge.
break. No problem.
Riddle.
Just, it seems to me it's a logical break.
Okay.
About time to give the jurors and everyone a break. So we're going to take our morning break. This is one of those where you don't have to stay in the jury room. Just follow the usual procedures and instructions. Let's be back at 10:45 and we'll pick up with the continued examination of the witness. Stand by.
Yes,
All right, the jurors are gone. We're going to take a 15-minute break. You can take a break also. We have the rule of sequestration of witnesses that's been invoked, so you're not to discuss your testimony with anyone. Any other instructions?
No, Mr. Johnson, if you want to just wait out there, we'll call you back in when we're ready, okay?
All right. Okay, so unless there's something else, we'll be back at 10:45.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. I'm going to find that picture for you guys. Okay. Here is him with the picture of the knife that they found on his Facebook. Right there. That to me doesn't look like the same knife. I'm not saying they said that, but that's all I'm saying here. So yeah, here's the money they found laying around. Here is the treehouse. So yeah, I just thought I would show that. And I want to show this. Oh. Jeez. Okay, I can't. This is so blurry. He wrote this to the judge, but it's so blurry, I can't tell what it says. Okay, I'm going to save this. Well, okay. Now, yesterday they were complaining. This here is Paula. She's the survivor of the gash to her neck. And this is Ty. Yesterday they were making a big deal because he went and seen her. They complain about every little thing he does. They're stalking his social media. So yeah, he posted that, I think 2 days ago. And yesterday they complained about it. So there's that. See what else I can find. So I cannot find another copy of that letter. How is everybody today? I am okay. Got a horrible headache. Like normal.
Okay, so attorney, defendant, are all back. We have the jurors in the jury room. Yes. Mr. Johnson, you can come on up back to the witness stand. So we can bring the jurors in.
Thank you, sir.
I'll have some water while you're at it, please. Good idea. Okay, so you all can have a seat. Apparently, you don't have to stay standing. We'll just wait for the remaining juror to return. seated, everyone. All right, so welcome back to court. Pleasant. The witness is back on the witness stand, still under oath, subject to continuing direct examination. So you can proceed, Mr. Mansfield.
Thank you, Judge. All right, Travis, so now you're at the police station, correct?
Yes,
Excuse me, and you went down there to look for some items from your truck, right?
yes,
But now they flipped the script on you.
yes.
They're talking to you about what?
About the robbery and the murder.
All right, and do they continue questioning you about what happened there?
Yes,
And do they start presenting you with different pieces of evidence that they've got
yes,
about what happened there?
yes, sir, they did.
All right, and what is your reaction to all of this as it's happening? Are you in shock?
Yes,
Why?
because I'm being implicated.
All right, and did it surprise you when you got down there and you realized it wasn't really about the stuff from your truck, but it was something else?
Yes, it was rather surprising.
And they questioned you for a while, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir, they did.
Remember how long?
No,
Hours, minutes?
hours.
And ultimately, you end up giving them a statement. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
You give them a statement about everything that happened.
Yes, sir.
And you also, in that statement, tell them about your involvement in
Yes,
what
sir.
happened.
Yes, sir.
All right. And are you arrested?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what are you charged with?
I was charged with murder and with robbery.
At any point during this process, did anybody explain to you what the principal theory meant?
No, not at this point in time.
When did you realize what that principal theory meant and how it affected you?
After the first meeting with my public defender.
All right. And you became aware of that premise under the law?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, I'm going to switch gears here for a minute and have you take a look at some videos that we have in evidence. Okay, Judge, just so the record is clear, I have obtained from the clerk what's been marked into evidence as number.
Number 7.
7? Okay, it's exhibit 7. I'm going to hand it to my. Yes. All right, so now that we have somebody who's much better on computers than me, Chris, let's bring up the first one, which is going to be, the electric.
Okay, so the jurors can see the screen all right. They're nodding affirmatively. And Mr. Tucker, presumably you're in a position to see it as
Yes,
well?
sir.
All right.
Chris, if you just pause for a second, please. All right, Travis, we're looking at what's in evidence as States Exhibit 7. Now, going back to 2017, when you're at the station, do you remember how long, do you remember approximately what day this was that you were down at the station?
November 22nd, I believe.
Okay, so it's a couple days after the stabbing.
Yes,
Now, at some point, do they ask you to look at videos as well?
yes.
All right, I'm gonna have you take a look at here. It is what Exhibit 7. And Chris, if you just let it play through the first one.
Well, can he see it all right?
I
there?
cannot see it very well.
I'm sorry, Travis. You're right, Judge. I apologize. Travis, if you need to step down, I can have you just stand next to it.
That's okay right there. Yes, I can see.
No, it's been okay, but the trouble is, he can see it, but I don't know if the defendant can see it, so.
Why don't you come down, Travis? Step down.
Let's put it back where it was.
There we go.
Mr. Johnson, you can step down, just speak loudly, because you don't have the mic now, and if you need to position yourself so you can,
If I turn this direction, I can see fine. Yes, sir.
all right.
All right. Do you recognize that neighborhood, Travis?
Yes, sir, I do.
Where is that?
That is the neighborhood right directly outside of the warehouse. To the left is the warehouse where that intersection is. It's maybe 100 yards.
Chris, pause.
That is me.
Who's that we see walking there?
That is me.
That's you?
Yes, sir.
All right, where are you heading at that point?
To the Tom Thumb.
Now, is this you as you were walking with Tom Thumb after the event had happened?
Yes.
Is this when you left the warehouse?
Yes.
And again, why did you leave the warehouse?
This was after the discussion me and Tucker had, and I went to the Tom Thumb to go get cigarettes.
Okay, and that's you?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead, Chris, if we play, just let him walk through. Pause again. Now, if we look at the timestamp on this, it's military time is 2016, so we're looking at what, about 8:16 in the evening
Yes. 8:16.
and 42 seconds. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And would this be before or after you had taken Tucker and Wilson over to the treehouse?
This is after.
How long after?
Maybe 20, 30 minutes.
Okay. All right, Chris, go ahead. And again, where were you heading as we see you walking in this video?
To the Tom Thumb grocery store on the corner.
Chris, let's take it to the next, what's the next timestamp? Okay, let's go to 2019. A minute later, 2 minutes later.
It's 2022.
There we go, let's play from there. Now it's 8 minutes, and pause for a minute, Chris. Thank you. Now it's military time, it says 2019, is that fair?
Yes.
So now we're looking at what, 8:19 in the evening?
Yes, sir.
A few minutes from after the other video, right?
Yes, sir.
And go ahead, Chris, play. Go ahead and pause. All right, so we see 2 men walking there. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And who are those 2 men? Can you identify them?
Yes, it is me and Mr. Wilson.
All right. Now, you can't really see facial features, right?
No, sir.
How do you know that's you and Mr. Wilson?
I remember the walk.
And that's the man you knew as Corey Wilson, or Rory Wilson, rather?
Rory Wilson, yes, correct.
All right. And where are you guys walking from? I mean, where are you coming from as we see it here?
The Tom Thumb grocery store.
And where are you heading to?
Back to the warehouse.
All right, Chris, go ahead and play. Okay, that's going to be it for this video. If we can go to the other one on the drive. Now, what if anything are we, the vantage point where we're seeing right now, what are we seeing, Mr. Johnson?
This looks like the marina that was next to the warehouse.
Okay, and again, proximity to the warehouse would be? Like, where would the warehouse be as we look at this vantage point?
Back the other direction. The lights of the building in front is the CVS, and that would make the warehouse directly opposite in the opposite direction of roughly 200, maybe 300 meters.
Okay. And Chris, if you can take us to the first timestamp that I wrote down there, please. Okay, let's play it from there. Stop. Oh, sorry. Gotta rewind just a few seconds for now. Travis, now we see a truck, or we see a vehicle pulling in there, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
That is my truck
How do you know it's your truck?
from the situation and the time. Yes. This is my truck.
Now, let's pause again. If you watch the lights over in here, if you just rewind. Now watch the right to the right of the boat there. You see, is that your truck going through?
Yes, sir.
It doesn't appear to stop, does it?
No, it does stop. I do stop just out of frame.
Is that consistent with the first drive-by that you did that night?
Yes.
We can't see if the truck is stopped here or not, can we?
No, sir.
Okay. That was your truck we saw pull through there, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Your Honor, can I move up just a little closer? Still having trouble seeing. Can I just stand on the edge of the table here? or something
Yes.
like that?
Yeah, you can position yourself so you're able to
Thank
see.
So now we're just watching the video. The truck is pulled by already, correct,
Yes.
Travis?
You can also put your chair up there if you want to.
There's my truck again. Two individuals just
I'm
walked.
sorry, but you have to wait till you're asked a question.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Chris, what's the next time? again? Okay, let's go to 1951. All right. We got this missed one. Oh, we missed the 1951. All right, let's go back to that one. Okay, Travis, we just see something again, don't we?
Yes, sir.
What do we see?
My truck again
Now, if you look to the right of the code, what did your truck do this time?
stopped right there.
Let's back up just 2 seconds. Is that your truck?
Yes, sir.
Look to the right of the code, what do we see?
Stop.
Is that consistent with having to drive around first and pulling up the second time?
Yes, sir.
I know, I have both. What do we see there?
Two individuals walking.
Can you see their facial features?
No, sir.
Is it consistent with Wilson and Tucker getting out of your truck and walking toward the treehouse?
Yes, sir.
Now, 51, it's about 5, 6 minutes later. Let's go to 1951. So we're going to go 5 minutes ahead of the video. Travis, what do we see through the side of the boat there? 51.
Looks like headlights.
Okay, is that consistent with your truck?
Yes.
All right.
I understand, and that's why it was referenced consistent with, but it's understood.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chris, go ahead. Or,
What are they doing? Sorry for the silence. Silence of the lamb. That guy's taking the whole screen. What are they doing? So we played these videos yesterday. My live yesterday with Grandma.
now what time, Travis? We're talking about, what, 7 minutes after we saw the 2 minutes? 6 minutes?
Yes.
What do we see there, boss? In the background here, if you go back just 1 second for me, please, Chris. You see a person going up the hill?
Yes, sir, it did.
Does it appear that they have a flashlight in their hand?
Yes, sir, it did.
Is that consistent with the person you saw running out of the treehouse with a flashlight screaming for help.
Yes, sir, it is.
And you can't see facial features on that, right?
No, sir, I cannot.
But is it consistent with what you remember seeing?
Yes, sir, it is.
And you said that was somebody named Kyle Quinn, right?
I believe that was his name, yes.
What do we see right there?
See another individual running.
Focus in here. Right. Okay. Right there. What do you see?
See an individual running.
I can't make out a facial feature, can you?
No, sir.
Is that consistent with Tucker running out of that gate?
Yes, sir.
Is that consistent with what you remember seeing when you turned around and looked and saw him fumbling with the bag as he ran out of the gate?
Yes, sir.
Appeared to be dressed in black.
Yes, sir.
What direction does he appear to be running towards?
My vehicle, sir.
Your vehicle. Would that be consistent with where your vehicle had been parked?
Yes, sir.
Now, that's an evidence. The night back in 2017, well, Travis, before I ask you that, let me ask you another question. At this point in time, you guys had run out of drugs, you said, right?
Yes.
And that was part of the reason why you were doing this, you said, right?
Yes.
How long had you been out of drugs?
Roughly 36 hours.
All right, so prior to all of this happening, had you guys been smoking dope?
Yes.
And how close in time were you smoking to when this was happening?
Probably 24 hours.
Okay, so
Maybe,
right,
maybe a little more.
I'm sorry?
Maybe a little more.
Okay, so is it fair to say that directly prior to this happening, you were not under the influence of any drugs?
No, sir.
It had been 24 hours since you guys smoked something.
Yes, sir.
How about alcohol? Had you been drinking prior to this happening?
Yes.
Okay, how close in time were you drinking to when this event occurred?
I probably had a beer in the truck with me.
Okay. Anything, I mean, were you so intoxicated that it affected your perception of what was happening?
No, sir.
Were you so intoxicated that you couldn't tell or you couldn't really see what you said you saw coming out of the treehouse?
No, sir.
So your level of intoxication didn't affect your ability to perceive,
No, sir.
and you hadn't done any drugs?
No, sir.
Not, at least not prior to this, directly prior.
Correct.
Now, taking you back to 2017, when you were down at the station, you gave them a statement, correct?
Yes.
After the statement, did they ask you to watch videos?
Yeah, they did.
And did you in fact watch those videos?
Yes, sir, I did.
Are they the same videos you saw here today?
Yes, sir, they are.
Now, back then, they asked you about your ability to identify in those videos, right?
Yes.
Let's take the first video we saw where you identified as yourself walking towards Tom Thumb,
Yes.
and then you were coming back with Wilson, right?
Yes.
Back in 2017, when you watched the video, did you make a positive ID?
I did.
All right? Was it an unwavering ID or did you kind of vacillate back and forth?
I was vacillating. Yes.
And why were you vacillating?
Fear. I
Were you,
was
were you
scared.
scared?
Yes.
Why were you scared?
Because I was realizing that they had video evidence and I was being implicated that this was, I was caught. I was, yeah, I
Were
was
you,
scared.
were you surprised when you saw these videos?
Yes, sir, I was.
And when you saw the videos, had you already given your statement or was your statement yet to follow?
I gave my statement. They use these videos, I guess, to corroborate what I had already told them.
Okay. And so referring to the part where it showed you walking down the street, you said you ID'd yourself, but you vacillated. Is that fair to say?
I did. Yes.
And at the time when you were watching it, did you know it was you?
Yes, I did.
And you vacillated again, why?
Again, out of fear. I was, you couldn't clearly see facial expressions or facial features. So by me vacillating, I was hoping to, I don't know, somehow convince them that maybe it wasn't me or convince myself that it wasn't me. But I knew it was me.
And were you surprised when you saw these videos?
Yes.
Now let's talk about, we talked about the other one that showed you walking. Let's talk about this video here. When you saw this video, did they ask you to identify your truck?
Yes, they did.
And were you able to identify your truck?
I was, yes.
Again, was that an unwavering identification or did you vacillate?
Again, I vacillated.
And why did you vacillate?
Again, because I knew it was me. And I, for lack of wanting to outright admit it was me, I wavered and, oh, I can't really tell, those kind of attitudes.
Now, as far as the two men that we see coming from your truck, can't make out like facial features, right?
No, sir.
As you sit here today, can you say that's consistent with what happened that night?
Yes, sir, it is.
And again, these videos were shown to you back in 2017, after you gave a statement.
Yes.
After you watched these videos and you kind of gave your vacillating identification, what did they do next to you?
A few minutes went by and they charged me with murder.
Okay, you were charged.
Yes.
Judge, if I can just have 1 second to talk to my trial partner.
Yes.
All right, Travis, so you were arrested that night, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
And you were charged with murder,
Yes, sir, I was.
and you sat in jail for a long time
Yes, sir, I did.
while this case made its way through the criminal justice system.
Yes, I did.
About several years, actually, correct?
56 months.
56 months, you have it down.
Yes, sir.
Now, at some point, and I'm going to talk about April of 2022. In April of 22, at that point, you had a lawyer representing you, correct?
Yes, correct.
And at some point, were you approached about potentially cooperating with the state and becoming a state witness?
Yes, sir, I was.
And is that something your lawyer approached you with?
Yes.
And through that communication was a meeting set up between you and my office to talk about what you knew from this crime.
Yes.
And again, at that meeting, were you once again asked to give a sworn statement as to what happened?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you give that sworn statement?
Yes, sir, I did.
And where did that take place?
It took place in the first appearance room, which is an office off of the main lockdown facility in the jail.
And you were still in jail at that point, right?
Yes, correct.
Travis, from that night that you went down to the station from Big Pine, did you ever get out?
No.
So that night you went in and you were in the entire time,
Yes.
consistently until this April of 22.
Yes.
All right. And you sat down with your lawyer, correct?
Yes.
Somebody from my office
Yes.
and a member from the police department.
Yes, sir.
And did
Detective Weiner, I believe was his name.
I'm sorry, sir?
Detective Weiner, I believe was his name.
All right. And were you asked to give a sworn statement about what happened that night?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you in fact do that?
I did.
And after that was done, did your lawyer talk to you about potential cooperation in this case
Yes, sir.
and what the deal would be, correct?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, what deal did you get, sir, in order to cooperate and testify on behalf of the state?
I was given credit for time served, which was almost 5 years. Then I was also put on supervision, probation for an additional 5 years until the completion of this trial.
Okay? And is one of the terms of your probation that you cooperate with the state in their prosecution of this matter?
Absolutely, yes.
And did you accept the terms of that deal?
Yes, I did.
And what did you ultimately plead to in order to effectuate this cooperation?
The murder charge was dropped, but I did plead to aggravated robbery with a mask while armed and aggravated battery with a deadly weapon while masked,
Okay,
which are both very serious charges as well. But
of course. Now, did your lawyer ever explain to you, even though you weren't the person that went inside, you were guilty?
yes,
And that was under this principal theory.
yes,
And you accepted the deal and you went ahead and took the terms, and that's where we're at today. Is that fair to say?
this is correct. Yes.
Has everything you've testified to today been the truth as far as you know it?
As far as I know it.
Travis, at this time, I have no further questions for you. Thank you. Judge, I'll tender the witness.
All right. Cross-examination?
Your Honor, I was wondering if we could take like an early lunch so that when I do my cross, we can just go ahead and get in the cross and not break it up.
No, I think that we've got ample time to get well underway here. If you need 5 minutes or something like that, but
I expect it to be a long cross. It's not-
well, I understand, but we've got a good chunk of time to get started, so I'm disinclined to break for lunch now.
Okay, thank you. Actually. Okay, Mr. Johnson.
Judge, I'm sorry, before we start, I'm going to return the drive back to the clerk.
Okay, that's fine. I don't know if Mr. Tucker would care to move the podium a little bit. or-
And actually, if you want to leave that up there, that's just fine. I planned on pulling those exhibits anyway, unless you want.
Right, so
I mean, we can go back
if they're
here.
going to be used, then we might just as well keep them.
That's what I figured.
Where they're at.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me?
It's a copy, Judge. It's a copy just so. Sure.
Okay, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, let's go start off back at the beginning where Mr. Mansfield started, okay?
Okay.
Now, you gave us a little bit of your history prior to that. You said you were in the military,
Yes.
right? And again, where was that? Where did you serve?
I served in Kosovo and Afghanistan.
Okay, Kosovo and Afghanistan. Do you ever kill anybody?
I have done my job.
That's not what I asked.
I
Did
have
you ever
done
ki-
my job.
Have you ever
I
killed
was an
anybody?
infantry soldier. Yes,
Objection,
correct.
Judge, to badgering the witness.
I'm just,
I will overrule the objection. I believe you need to
Yes,
give
I
it
have.
to.
yes, you have. Okay, great. Now, you also testified that you had PTSD. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And when was that first diagnosed?
In 2009.
2009. Okay. And did you get any treatment for that?
I have.
Okay, and what was the treatment?
I have had multiple issues of treatment through one program in Bonham, Texas at the Sam Rayburn VA. It was a total inpatient program for roughly 10 months. Came out of that one, went back into another program in 2015, which was in Miami, which was also an intensive inpatient program out of the Miami VA.
So 2009, 2000 to what, almost 2010?
2009, 2010, yes, would be my first initial treatment. And then the second intensive inpatient PTSD treatment was in Miami at the Miami VA in 2015
And how long did that last?
for approximately 11 weeks.
11 weeks? So,
I'm sorry, was that weeks or months?
Weeks.
Okay.
Weeks.
and is that the only time you sought treatment for it?
No.
Okay, any other ones that were long-term?
Those were the longest term, but I have maintained a continuous outpatient treatment with the Dallas VA before I transferred to Miami.
Okay.
But the last treatment I received was in October of 2015.
Okay, back to the military. What was your MOS?
11 Bravo,
11 Bravo. Okay, so you're
infantry soldier.
infantry. Yep. Okay. And you said you had a methamphetamine problem at
I
one
did.
point. And how long ago was that?
Years. Probably from the time I was 15, off and on, most of my life.
Okay, so time you were 15, and I'm assuming, don't have a methamphetamine problem now,
No, sir.
but you did it back in 2017. Is that
No,
correct?
I didn't. I was clean actually in 2017
You're
from
clean,
methamphetamines,
okay.
yes.
And you said you first came down here with Crystal Barrett, is that correct?
Yes.
And that she got you a job, is that correct?
No, we were going to partner into a franchise, not so much get me a job as it was going to be a partnership through this Snuba franchise that was, yes, that was quite new at the time. Something of interest to both of us.
Okay. And what did it do? I'm not exactly sure what it is.
It was a combination of snorkeling and scuba at the same time, where tourists, people that were not certified, could come in and dive on a tank with a hose and a regulator, but wouldn't have to be certified because you didn't go any deeper than 20 feet. And anything after 20 feet, I guess you would have to be certified. So this franchise allowed people to come on vacation, experience snorkeling and scuba diving without having to go through all the certifications to do this. So it seemed pretty appealing at the time.
Did you put your money into it?
No, I was never able to get to that point.
Okay. And about how far did you get?
About a week and a half into my journey into Key West before it fell apart.
Okay, gotcha. And that's when you ended up on the streets?
Yes.
Okay, and at the beach?
Yes.
Okay, and that's where you met David Gross?
Yes.
Do you have any other jobs while you were down here?
Yes.
At that time?
No. At this time, no.
And how long was that, would you say, that you were jobless and homeless down here?
A month.
Month?
Yes. 30 days.
And is that when you went back up to Detroit?
No.
Okay, what'd you do after that?
While I was in the interim from coming here from Dallas, the Snuba, and living on the beach, I had placed an ad on Facebook for a handyman work, and I received a call from the Pier House. And this was probably a week after I had removed myself from the homeless situation, had acquired residential security in Marathon, and started working at the Pier House, which would put me at about end of September 2017, or 2016, excuse me.
Okay, the end of September 2016, and you're working at the Pier House.
Yes.
How long did that last?
Until I left in June of 2017.
Okay, June of 2017. So you left in June of 2017?
I went to Detroit with Shayla.
Okay. And you went back to Detroit, right? And that's where you're from. You were
No.
from before.
I'm not from Detroit.
Okay.
I'm from Dallas, Texas.
I mean, did you ever live in Detroit before?
No, never been there before.
Oh, so this was all new.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Never been there before. And you had met David Gross on the beach, right?
Yes.
Let's see. Okay, September 2016. Now, when again, the summer of 2017, June, you said is when you came down here, right? How'd you get here? Who'd you come with? Anything?
In 2017,
Mhm.
that was when me and my fiance had departed our residence, which was in Bay Point, mile marker 15. I was living at 19A Circle Drive, which is right behind Baby's Coffee. We had terminated our lease and moved to Detroit to settle her home. She had owned her own home since she was about 22, and she wanted to put it on the market, sell it, and we were going to get married and permanently stay in Key West.
And again, I think I may have confused you a little bit. I was talking about when you came from Michigan to come down here. How'd that come about?
But like I said, when I left here and went to Michigan with her,
Mhm.
our intentions were to stay there for the summer, fix her house, put it on the market, return to Key West for season.
Okay.
Which basically was the end of summer on until the next summer. Unfortunately, the hurricane hit in 2017 before we were able to financially organize and return to Key West.
Okay, so I'm clear here. Did she come with you?
No, she did not come back with me whenever
So
I
she
came
didn't
back.
come back with you. Did anybody come with you?
No, I came by myself.
Do you remember a guy named Matthew Gideon?
Who?
Matthew.
Gideon?
Yeah, I think that's how you pronounce his name. I'm not exactly sure.
No, I don't remember this individual.
Would you be surprised that they found his medications in your truck?
No, I wouldn't, because now that I think about it, Matthew Gideon was an individual that was at the apartment complex. And I think the medication they found was Zoloft.
Did Matthew Gideon stay at the warehouse at any given point in time?
I believe he was there for a day or two in the very beginning before I had met you.
Now, let's get to that. You did say that you didn't meet me until a few days before this happened, correct?
Right after I got out of jail.
Would you be surprised to learn that there's phone calls between the two of us in October?
In October? Yes, probably surprised, because I don't remember meeting you until after I got out of jail.
So you would say that probably didn't happen.
No, I couldn't be 100% because, like I said, I don't remember meeting you until after I got out of jail.
And now, when you went to jail, you said, but please explain that, how that happened again.
How I went to jail?
Yeah.
The police department, like the Monroe County Sheriff's Department,
Mhm.
particularly, decided they wanted to come into the apartment. They were looking for somebody, a woman named Valerie, specifically. And I just happened to be right there in front of them with a marijuana pipe in front of me and went to jail for possession of paraphernalia.
Now, I'm shaking my head because I've heard this story before somewhere. But okay, was I living in the warehouse at that point, or
No.
staying at the warehouse at that point?
No.
Do you remember CJ and Michelle, some other residents at the warehouse?
Who?
CJ and Michelle? David
Never
Gross.
met them, but I do remember the names. Yes, there was a protection order in place between David Gross and said CJ, but I never met the CJ and Michelle.
Okay, so you never met CJ and Michelle, but you knew there was a protective order
Yes,
between
there had been a
David
fight.
Gross
Yes, there had been a fight there
and,
previously.
and CJ.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Now, again, maybe your timeline's off, I don't know, but,
Judge, I'm going to object to the commentary.
okay,
I'll sustain the
Okay.
objection.
no problem. I'll tell you what. Did I come to stay at the warehouse because of that?
I don't remember.
Okay, I don't remember. Okay, so, now, but you wouldn't remember any calls between the two of us prior.
I don't remember them, no.
All right, so now we're going to, let's see, we're in October and November, and let's see, damage from Irma. Now, were you here for Hurricane Irma?
No, I was not here for Hurricane Irma. No,
You weren't here for Hurricane Irma.
nope.
And so what did you, I'm trying to remember back then. Okay. When did you come down at that point after Irma?
I came down, like I said, in October, end of October, which would have been right the last days of Fantasy Fest, 28th, 29th, somewhere around there.
And you didn't have a job or anything like that, right?
No, not at this point, no.
And let's see, we got, oh, here's one. You said that you had quite a bit of money,
Yes,
okay? And that it came from your military
from
background.
my disability check and from money that I had been saving from work I had been doing in Detroit.
And do you just give us approximate about how much we're talking about here?
I had about $2,800 in my pocket.
$2,800. And let's see. We get, yeah, okay. Okay, now, did you find it ironic that you came from Detroit and that Rory Wilson was nicknamed Detroit, and then your friend David Gross is nicknamed Detroit?
Yeah, it was a bit ironic, yes.
And, again, Michigan. But, okay, so, okay. Now, you said you had money And then you said you did this for $50 worth of gas money. Was that prearranged or was that
No,
afterwards?
it was afterwards.
Okay, so while you're getting ready for this, right? Supposedly Rory Wilson and I talk you into this robbery, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Now, again, supposedly you saw us put on dark clothes, brandishing weapons. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay. Now, again, there's no amount of money that you're expecting out of this.
No.
Okay, so my question would be, why would you do it?
I wanted to get high.
You wanted to get high. So you're willing to drive for armed robbery. You know this is going to be an armed robbery, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you're willing to do it to get high.
yes.
Okay.
The rationality of the thought process isn't very clear when you're in full addiction.
I would imagine not. How long were you in addiction?
At this point,
Entire life? Have you ever sought out treatment?
yes, we just discussed that.
No, I talked about your PTSD treatment. I'm talking about drug
It's a
treatment.
combined
It's com-
diagnosis.
It's a combined diagnosis?
Yes, I actually have 3 diagnoses.
Okay.
And the treatment that I received is continuous for all 3. PTSD, bipolar disorder, and drug addiction.
Okay, I'm not a medical or psychologist, but is there different treatments for those things, or you say they're combined?
With the VA, it's an encompassed area. They pay attention to the diagnosis of PTSD, of also drug addiction, of also any other side. I guess you could call them side effects of these diagnoses. And it's like a school, the way that the VA sets it up. It's not just a drug addiction counseling. It's drug addiction. It's cognitive behavioral therapy. It is dialectic behavioral therapy. It is, I guess you could call it occupational behavioral therapy. There's all kinds of different areas of treatment that they address. So it's compounds
Okay.
quite extensively.
Did they ever give you any drugs for treatment?
They did.
Okay, and what would those be?
I was put on lithium for a while, Zoloft as well, Lamictal. I've been put on Trazodone for sleep, Ambien, Flexeril for TMJ. The list goes on and on.
So quite a laundry list of prescription medications.
Yes.
And were you on those in 2017?
No.
Okay, no prescription medications at all?
No.
Okay. And you weren't in treatment in 2017?
No.
All right. And let's see. Okay, so. Okay, now, you said that the time you met me, right? I wasn't working, right?
Correct.
It would have surprised you to learn if I had an employment at that point.
Yes, it would surprise me.
Okay, and let's see. Okay, you said that Rory Wilson came back, I guess, from Burger King. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay, and he tells you about the money, right?
He was telling you about the money.
He was telling me about the
Yeah,
money.
you two are the friends. I did not know you two.
But you're there.
I am.
Correct? Okay.
Yes.
And so you're listening to this entire conversation.
Yes,
Okay, how did he approach me about that?
sir.
How did he approach me? How did he tell me about the money?
It wasn't a secret. He just came out about it. We were all in the room together. He came out about it. He wasn't secretive about it. He wasn't cloak and dagger about the information. He was quite excited that he had the information.
Okay. Well, then, I would imagine you would have heard what he said at that point if he's not being secretive. So what did he say to me about the money?
He said that he found out that over at the treehouse, there was a large amount of dope and some money, and he wanted to go get it.
Okay. And did he say where he got that information from?
Burger King.
Got it from Burger King, no names or anything like that?
No. No, there were no names.
And what was my response when I heard this money?
You were pretty much down to do it.
Okay. Did I say anything specific?
Not that I can remember. No, not 100%.
Did I ask him how much money it was? What
No.
was going to be entailed?
I don't remember.
Okay, nothing. Did you remember?
No.
Okay. But at the same time, we're not being secretive.
No.
Okay, so, and you said you never saw the treehouse prior to that. Is that correct?
This is correct.
And now when you went around and did your circle here, right, with the truck that he just asked you about, right? When you went around, did you stop any place?
The first round?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, how about the second round besides the treehouse?
No.
Okay, so how about the rest of that day? Did you go anyplace else?
On September 17th?
November 17th.
November 17th, earlier that day?
Hmm?
Yes.
Okay, where'd you go?
It's probably at the beach. It's the number one place that I went to, my sanctuary.
Okay, beach? Anyplace else?
No.
That's what you know. Okay. And would it surprise you to learn that the MCSO has in evidence a picture of you going into CVS just prior to the crime?
No.
Wouldn't surprise you, or
I
you would
no,
be
I don't.
surprised?
I would be surprised because I do not remember that.
Now, could you explain, if that picture does exist, could you explain why?
Objection, Judge, to the question.
Well, I'll let him finish the question, and I'll rule on the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. If such a picture did exist, could you explain why it would be?
No.
Sustain that.
Okay.
Sustain that objection.
Now, when you went around the block there, or what, you said you guys were checking it out. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Or that we were checking it out?
Yes.
Right, okay. And I guess, did we see anything along the way? Did we have any discussion along the way?
Not that I remember, not that I recall, no.
And now, when did we go back to the warehouse? You said we went back and got in dark clothes and brandished the weapons, right?
Yes.
Okay, when did that happen? In that, right after that circle or before that?
It was the first circle.
First circle,
Mhm.
okay.
That was the drive-by when we went to, initially, to show me the location of where we were going.
I was just showing you the location, or Rory
Yes.
was just showing you the location, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so that first drive-by, how much time would you say was between that first go-around and when the truck comes back?
I don't know, from the timestamps, it looked like roughly 10 minutes.
From the video?
Yes. Because the first one was in the 1900s. That would be 7 o'clock.
Okay, so
Judge, I'm going to object. There's confusion here. They're referring to two different things.
I may well confused here too, so.
Okay, if the witness is confused, then you need to say so. Other than that,
I'm not sure what two different things we're talking about here. Let me back up, just so that we can be clear. Okay, you did this drive-by around, right?
Yes.
And then we went back to the not the treehouse, we went back to the warehouse,
Yes.
according to you, right? Okay, and about how much time did you think passed between that first go-around and going back to the warehouse?
My ideal would be around 5 to 10 minutes, maybe even 15. I'm not real sure on times.
Okay.
As far as that goes, as far as my memory serves.
Okay, just trying to get a little timeline here.
Yes.
Okay, and on that video, do you know how many minutes it is between the first go around and when this truck comes back around and you
haven't
park?
I didn't do the math, no.
Now, you said about 10, 15 minutes before you return,
Judge,
right?
again, I'm going to object to the mischaracterization of the video.
well,
Can we come sidebar?
yes, we can go some.
So here we go with the state objecting now. In case you guys are wondering, these numbers in the chat, I'm keeping track of every objection that they do. Look at him. He thinks he's the boss. He runs his courtroom. Check him out. Blah, 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 blah. Hope everybody's having a good day. I did a live about this judge and a captain that was in Monroe County. Her name is Penny. Lots of corruption, a lot of patterns. Because believe me, people, I don't go looking for it. Once you start looking into a case, it's amazing what you find out. So there's that. Sis, hi, how you doing, sweetheart? Hello. Good day, my friend. What are you doing today? Besides blessing me with your presence. Oh, come on. You watch. You're going to come back, okay? Let me tell you what's going to happen. You're going to come back, and the judge is going to say, we're going to take our lunch break early. How much you want to bet? Come on, bet me. Bet me, people. Okay, you know what? Hold on.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, and, you know, we need to clarify just something here. Now, when you did that first drive-by, you know, in the video, that we see in the video, that was not your first drive-by on the treehouse, is that correct?
I do not believe so.
Okay, you don't believe so. And, okay, would you, it's hard to ask if you don't believe so. If, you know, if you did do another drive-by, about approximately, how long would it have been?
About 10 to 15 minutes.
10, 15 minutes prior to that
Yes.
first drive-by?
Yes.
Okay. Now, went back. Okay, so it would have been 10, 15 minutes from the one we can't see, the one we can't see that's on here. 10, 15 minutes from that first one back to the warehouse, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, about how long do you think it took for me and Rory Wilson to put on dark clothes and come down with the weapons and all that?
Not very long, about 5 minutes.
5 minutes to do that. Okay. And about how long is the trip to the treehouse?
30 seconds, a minute. It's not far. It's literally 200 meters away.
200 meters away.
Yeah.
And let's see. Okay, now let's go back to this video for a second. Just for a second. Do you mind, John? Can I grab the microphone while I'm up there?
Yes.
Okay, this is a video from Combs. We've all seen it. I believe it's marked exhibit number 6, if I'm correct.
I'm not sure which exhibit is loaded in the.
But it's- I was thinking, wasn't number 7 the Florida Keys Electric video? I might be wrong. I just want to check. Oh, I'm sorry, you can't even see this. So, okay. We'll worry about exhibits later. Let's just go to this. Okay, Mr. Mansfield suggested that you could see a headlight in here, correct? If you need to get closer, please. And that you could see it in this boat, right? Now, let's back up a little bit. Actually, oh, you need that. Go ahead. Now, you would agree it's dark, correct?
Yes.
And does this video kind of represent at least, the visual as far as being able to see dark outside?
Yes.
A little bit more light just because we're seeing the marina here, correct?
Yes.
I got you. All right. Let's see. Oh. that's fine. I'm just going to try and skip forward to when your truck gets here, okay? Now, you said when you went around that first time, right, that there was a black car that's sitting there,
Yes.
right? And where was it sitting?
Looking this direction, it would have been sitting right by the gate.
Right by the gate. Okay, so the gate, if you could show me on this video, it's over this way, correct? Okay, that would explain why we can't see it, right? Okay. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Now, when you testified a little bit earlier, did you say that you dropped Rory Wilson and I off at the gate?
No, you got out of my vehicle a little ways
The way it's
forward
down?
of the gate, yes.
Okay, and about how far is the stop sign here? I don't know.
The stop sign from one of my memory serves is almost right here, maybe another 25 meters.
25 meters, okay, so not very far. Okay. And I still haven't seen your truck come up. Let's see what we can do here. Let's see. Now, when we supposedly get out of here, supposedly we get out of here, right? You said you watched us go into the gate, correct? And about, let's see, that's 25 meters, truck here. And about how far is that gate away from where your truck is?
50 meters.
About 50 meters. Let's see, I still haven't seen a truck come out. I'm just inching it forward because I don't know where the exact timestamp is here. Let's see, we got this truck. I think it's 1933 or something. 1943, see? A little bit, just a little bit forward. Let's talk. So this thing doesn't go very fast. It's going a little bit slower than that. I'm going to take your word for this near the 43. Anyway, you should be coming up here in a second, right? If it's 1943, right? Now, while we're waiting, while you were in jail and you're going through this, did your lawyer go over all these materials with you?
No.
Okay. Did he go over any of the evidence in the case with you?
Some of it, yes.
Should have. Now, you testified that when you were up in Big Pine, when I shouldn't say the cops, when the officers came to, see you up in Big Pine with your truck, right? Now, you had emptied your truck out into the house already?
Yes.
And that they came under the guise of,
My stolen property and the vehicle damage report for the phone.
to detect picture, I would imagine, because if I remember correctly from my knowledge, I did see that. Thank you. Anyway, let me back it up a little bit.
20 seconds.
About 20 seconds. think it's that much. Hold on, let's go back a little bit. There we go. I think that's about it. Got it? Should be right there. There we go. Boom. Got the motorcycle and then the truck, right? I'm assuming that's a motorcycle. Well, apparently 1943 is not a number. There we go. There we go. Okay, so that is your truck, right?
Correct.
Okay. And again, we can't see anybody. We've all been through that. Nobody in the truck, right? We can't see anybody.
Correct.
Okay. Now, this is more towards the point. Let's go here. Okay. And this is when you park, right?
Correct.
Okay. So we're assuming that you parked right here, right?
Right up.
Okay.
Out of you.
And let's see. Now, are your headlights still on? Okay.
You wouldn't
Just-
see them anyways because the direction they're pointing.
Okay, so when Mr. Mansfield had you point out headlights on the boat, where were you pointing at?
I was pointing at the glare on the front of the boat.
This one right here?
Yes.
Okay, this right here.
Yes.
Let's take a look at this. Okay, let's go forward. Does anybody have a timestamp for the next one? Let's go ahead and we'll maybe move it forward a little bit here. That glare's still there, right? This glare right here, right? That's the headlights, right?
It's what it looks like a glare, a light glare.
Okay.
I don't know if I could specifically say they're headlights, but it does look like a light glare.
Well, Mr. Mansfield believed they were headlights.
Correct.
Okay. Let's see, let's get closer here. Now, you said when you went back around, though, you came around the first time, and then the second time, though, the black sedan or black car was gone.
Correct.
Okay. Getting close. It's towards the end. But the glare is still there, correct?
Yes.
Just check. See what we can- There we go. Okay, hold on. I just stopped it and paused it. I know it's got to be hard for the jury to see, but again, Todd O'Quinn with the flashlight. You guys can look at it later, but is that,
Sustain that.
is that
That's
the same?
testimonial. Please disregard that. Let's, jurors, if we have a question, we can certainly go with that.
Travis, is that what you identified as Todd O'Quinn running with the flashlight?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So that's Todd O'Quinn running up the hill. Now, this is when you said, correct me if I'm wrong, that you got spooked and took off, right?
Yes, in process of taking off.
In the process of taking off. And in the process of taking off, you said you looked back, saw me with the backpack, and
Yes.
I'm stumbling, grabbing things, right?
Right, correct.
Okay. So you're taking off while you're doing that.
Yes.
Now, okay, so let's keep playing here. So he runs up the hill. Now, it's a pretty long time right there, right? He just ran up the hill. He's over here by CVS. If that's what we're still saying is Todd O'Quinn, correct? Okay. Now, the glare that Mr. Mansfield said was headlights, is that still there on the boat?
It is.
Okay. Now, there's not much left to this video. Blair's still there?
Yes.
and I think this is the end of the video, or at least for this video. Okay. Now, it went all the way to the end of the video. Did that glare ever move?
No. No.
So if that was indeed your headlights, that means the truck never moved.
I'm confused. What do you?
Well,
Getting
if Mr. Mansfield is correct, and that is headlights that's in the glare there, right? And the glare doesn't move, we would have to assume that the truck doesn't move.
The glare was facing the wrong direction for it to be my truck anyways. My headlights were facing the other direction. The glare is coming in from it looked like a reflection off of something. I don't know. I know that my truck was headed the other direction.
Truck was headed the other direction.
Yes.
So wait a second.
That way.
Okay, wait a
With
second.
the reference to the frame,
Hold on.
the way the
Let
vehicle
me
comes
back it up.
through.
So let me back it up for just a second so that I can get a clear picture here too, because I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about. Let's go back a little bit. And we don't need to see, all we need, I just want directions here. Okay? Okay.
Okay.
Now, okay, we all agreed that this is a truck going this way, right? The truck going this way. Where were you facing that was different than that way?
I wasn't.
Okay, so I'm
My
confused
truck has
here.
never changed orientations. My truck came through the frame from the left to the right, never changed orientations, and continued out of the frame to the right. Because the street where the stop sign is 2nd Avenue, and it turns right and goes right directly to the warehouse.
Okay, and so your truck is facing this direction, right?
Correct?
Okay, and Mr. Mansfield said he thinks this glare here is your headlights, and you agreed with him. Is that correct?
It could have possibly been. I agreed because the possibility at the time looked like it could have been my reflection of my headlights. Correct.
Okay, but you would agree if that is your headlights that the truck did not move.
Your question doesn't make any sense, bro. This is a situation where my truck goes through, the headlights look like they're reflected off the boat. The boat obviously has a reflection from another light source, not my truck. So we can eliminate the fact that those lights on that boat are not my headlights. Okay? He did ask the question, do you think those are your headlights? It's possible they could have been a reflection, but are they? No, they're not. My
Okay,
truck is heading the other
So
direction.
you're disagreeing with Mr. Mansfield now.
What's objection now? Asked and answered. We spent 5 minutes on what Mr. Mansfield says.
Okay, we'll just overrule the objection, have the final question on this area, and that'll take care of it. So
Okay.
if you want to repeat it, go ahead and repeat.
Thank you. Again, Mr. Johnson. You agreed with Mr. Mansfield initially that this reflection could be your headlights.
Correct.
Okay, now we are saying you disagree, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So, Mr. Tucker, is that basically your inquiries on
That
this?
was my inquiry for now, Your Honor. Yeah,
Well,
that's all
on
I
this-
need for that video.
I'm just saying, I think it's a good time to break for lunch.
I would agree, Your Honor. I would agree.
Okay, so thank you for your patience and attention during our morning session. Members of the jury, it's time for lunch. The usual instructions apply. Let's say 1:25, we'll return and resume at this point. Enjoy your lunch and we'll see you then. Okay, so we'll be back at 1:25 and go from there. And again, Mr. John,
I need that video.
okay, the clerk would like to get the video from the machine. You don't discuss your testimony. Anybody want any other instructions other than to tell him during lunch not to be talking about his testimony with anyone?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, that's fine. And just, Mr. Johnson, if you could just be out here by 1:15 so we can pick up on time, that'd be great. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. 25, we'll return.
So John Johnson there, he got a little attitude. He even walked out with an attitude. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to watch, because, okay, we already watched part 1 of his interview at the police department. Well, this is number 2. So we're going to watch that one. Because they're not coming back till 1:15 Eastern time. And remember now, what he just said, he only knew him 2 days. He's lying. Just saying.
Problem with him at all. At all.
My feeling was there was some really bad blood between you and Roy.
No.
Some very bad blood.
None, dude. None. Not at all.
When I was trying to figure out what could you have done? I mean,
No, I've
listening to, you know,
I haven't done anything to anybody, man. Like you can find anybody that knows me whatsoever. I'm not violent. I'm not aggressive.
Mhm.
I don't start fights. You know what I mean? I don't. I don't. I've seen enough violence to last a lifetime, man.
all right.
You know? And for him to say that he's mad at me,
Man, no, my feeling, listening to him of the details of his side of the story, the reason we're here,
right.
my feeling was, damn, this guy must have really crossed us to be coming in here talking like this with us.
That doesn't make me feel well because I don't have any enemies. I mean, I don't.
Don't sound like it, man. I mean,
No.
listening to you don't sound like it.
No, dude, I've lived a good, decent life. You
You
know,
spend a lot of time trying to get.
I have my vices. I have, the things that I like to do, but I don't hurt nobody.
You know, the big difference of when he gives us a time or something, he's been able to verify it. You know?
I don't know. I mean, but I don't know how to remember times like that, man. I just don't.
Yeah.
I wish I did.
I'm gonna
Hey, Cat
go over
Folk.
to that chair.
I mean, I really do wish I could remember times better.
Yeah.
You know? I normally have to write everything down so I can remember this shit. You know?
Travis, I'm gonna take a deep breath, because I'm gonna try to keep my temper in check right now, because right now I'm really, really upset, and it's not at you, okay?
Listen,
And you and I have had some good conversations over the last couple of days, and I'm gonna tell you what has just happened and why I'm so upset. We are picking up April right now, and we're taking her to a safe house. And the reason we have to do this is because Ty threatened to kill her and the baby. Yeah. Yes. So 2 of the decent people in the story,
are no
April and
longer
her baby, who have nothing to do with any of this,
No.
have now been told, you better stop talking, you better start running, because if anything more is said to the police, I am gonna take care of you and your baby. And I've got a 27-year-old first-time mother who is scared to death
Yeah.
that she's gonna get killed merely for telling the truth.
Fuck, man. And I told her to call me this morning if she needed anything and gave her my phone number and as if I needed, because I came back to the house this afternoon. I called you guys, told you, and got my stuff and got out of there. And I told April,
She told us
if
that.
she needed anything at all to give me a call and I would come back and help her.
Travis, the really sad part of the story is that we've had the opportunity to talk to a lot of people that are involved, and most of the people in the story are good, decent people. And you're one of the good, decent people in this story, Travis. You really are. You're a guy who's bounced back from hard luck and has really taken your life and moved it forward and positive. You did everything you could with the bad situation after the hurricane, you get victimized. You lose your tools, you lose your cooking utensils, they scratch your truck, and you still stay positive. You're not the one out there saying, I'm gonna beat you, I'm gonna kill you. What you're doing is you're doing the right thing, talking to the police, trying to get this set straight. You're one of the good guys in this story. Rory's one of the good guys in this story. Detroit is doing right by April. He doesn't have a lot of money, but he was working. He got her at least a somewhat decent place to stay. The conversation you and I had last night, it's not the Taj Mahal that you were living in, but it was a roof, and
Yeah,
it was a place, and it was safe.
I'm trying to make it as safe as
I know.
possible, you know?
Yep, and Travis, you've been doing right by everybody. And Rory was doing right by April. He knows she's scared. He knows that it's her first baby. He's proud to be with her, and he's proud to be having a son. He's waiting for that baby to come into this world. So there's good people in the story. You're a good person in the story. April is a good person in the story. Rory, Detroit is a good person in the story. The asshole in the story, you and I both know who the asshole in the story is.
Is it Ty?
No, we both know. Don't ask the question. You and I both know who the bad guy in the story is. You know. And he's only making it worse, Travis. How in the hell do you go to a 27-year-old, 9-month pregnant woman and tell her to her face, I'm going to hurt you and your baby. I'm going to take care of you and your baby if you don't stop running your mouth. What's April trying to do? Find out what's going on with Detroit. She's home alone,
Yeah,
scared to death.
yeah,
Asks a simple question. You know what she said to you.
yeah.
How come Rory's stuff is on the internet and Ty isn't? And you were honest with her and said, Rory's in jail and Ty's not. And her statement to you was, how does that happen?
That's what I told her. I said, I don't know what the fuck to think about all of this.
Mm-hmm. Travis, I think what happened is, let's talk about the people living at the treehouse. Let's talk about the good people in the story and the not so good people in the story. Not so good people living at the treehouse. Addicted to crack, selling their body for crack, people coming and going worse than the place that you're living in because there's no one in that treehouse that's trying to take care of the property. Matt's too old.
Where's the treehouse?
The place across from CVS.
Okay, I've heard
Okay.
about the crack den.
Yep, the crack den.
Okay.
You know where it is.
Yeah.
And you know the kind of people that are hanging out at the crack den.
No, I don't. I've never been in there.
Yep, and I believe that.
Never been over there. Like, I don't.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I think here's what happened. They get a little bit of money. And a little bit of money on Stock Island is 100. A lot of money on Stock Island is 1,000. And there's a word on the street that $1,000 has changed hands. So Paul at the treehouse got $1,000. And I think there's discussion, there's a plan. Let's go and get the $1,000. They're crackheads. We'll go in, we'll make it quick, we'll come out, no one will know us, we'll make sure that we got masks, we'll make sure nobody knows it's us. They don't need the $1,000 to smoke up crack, we need the $1,000 to live. We'll do right with the money, we'll do right by all of us in the place on 2nd Street. And let's make this fast and easy. And I know you were part of the plan. Now I also know, hear me carefully, Travis, I also know that that plan never included hurting anyone at all. Because had there been discussion, any talks about hurting someone, you never would have participated. Because you're not that guy. You're not that guy that's going to sit down at a table with people and say, yeah, let's go beat somebody up. Let's go rape somebody. Let's go rob somebody. Let's go kill somebody. That's not you. You're a guy who's trying to survive. That's you, Travis. Now, could I hear you? Could I see you saying, let's go get some money to make life a little bit easier for us? Yep, because that's the kind of guy you are. You're struggling. I get it. You lost all your tools. You lost all your cooking supplies. The place that you're living is mold infested. Your mattress got wet. It's hard. And you're struggling. And there's this, let's go get a little bit of money to make life a little bit easier. And you didn't go into the treehouse. You didn't. But you drove them there. You drove them there, Travis. We got your truck on video. The camera right where you parked it. When you pulled off Laurel Avenue and parked your truck, and Detroit and Ty got out of that truck, all three of you are on a camera video. Now you did the right thing. because you dropped him off and then you got the hell out of there. You're gone. You don't know what they did in the treehouse. You don't know about it until after. The plan wasn't to go up in there and hurt anybody. The plan wasn't to go up there and kill anybody. The plan was go up there, get the money, get your ass back, and then we'll split the money. That's the plan. And then everything went bad. And it wasn't Detroit that broke bad. You and I both know who broke bad. Who went off script, Travis? Who? The same guy that's threatening a 27-year-old 9-month pregnant woman. And that's not you. He broke bad. And he did the one thing no one talked about. There was never any plan to hurt anybody or kill anybody. And now you've all been living with that for the last 5 days. Nobody slept. Everybody's had a difficult time going to work. You know the one guy who's walking around loving it? Bragging to everybody today. I set up Detroit. He's in jail. I'm a free man. He thinks this is funny, Travis. He's bragging. He's not filled with guilt. He's not filled with remorse. He's not having trouble sleeping. He's not mourning the life of another human being. An old man. You know what he told us last night? Man, I heard he got stabbed 7 times. He was bragging about it. There's 2 sides of the story, Travis. The side of all the good people that got jammed up in a bad thing. Those are good people who've made mistakes. The other side of the story is the bad person who did a bad thing and feels really, really good about doing the bad thing. That's not you. What I need you to talk to us about, Travis, is you got to give us your side of the story. You got to let us know, because I believe in my heart and soul, you're one of the good guys on the good side of the story. You're not over here. You've never, your whole life, been over there. You're not a violent guy. You've never demonstrated hurting anybody. You're a good person that got just all jammed up in a really bad thing. And the really sad thing is, Travis, you weren't even up in there. You drove them. We got you on camera. You drove past the house at 8:45, real slow, so everybody could see where it was and where they were going to go when they came up out of there. And a little bit after 8 o'clock, you come back and you park your truck right in front of that camera at the gate. And they get out, Ty gets out, Detroit gets out, and then you do the smartest thing in your life. You don't get out of the truck. You get out of there. You get out of there. And then everything goes to shit. And now here you sit, good guy, stuck up in this bad stuff, trying to live past what the heck happened, and trying to deal with it every day. I know you are. And we're here to make sure, I get it, and we're here to make sure that you are not going to get hurt. April's scared to death too. She's on her way to a house right now, Travis. So when I tell you that you are going to be safe, I'm telling you, you are going to be safe. But in order to make that happen, I got to know what happened. I got to make sure, Travis, you're a good guy.
You just said it.
You tell me it. That's what I think happened.
We need all of it, Travis. You can't.
Don't leave anything out, Travis, from the start.
Okay. I'm scared to death, guys.
I get it.
understand that.
Travis, if my captain tells you she's not gonna let you get hurt, she's not gonna let you get hurt.
So we were sitting there playing dominoes, and they're wanting to get high. They wanted some money, and somebody said something to I don't know, it was a Burger King guy. Said something about there's a lot of money over here at the treehouse and a bunch of stuff. And next thing they're saying, well, let's go get some. And I said, well, I don't, where do I come in this? They said, just park right there, look it out. You just do whatever. And I said, okay. And I did. And I pulled up, they got out. And I saw them running. And I got scared to death and I took off. And I went back to the house and they came back and divvied up the money between the two of them, gave me a $50 bill to put in my truck for gas, and we went on from there. And I've been going on from there, and like scared to death that, if I opened my mouth or if I said anything or did anything like sideways or whatnot, like if figured the best thing I could do was just try to keep doing what I was doing and to be the right guy and be the right thing.
Travis, I can't tell you how happy it made me today when I talked to you early to hear that he had a place to stay in Big Pine.
And
Because
work, and a guy that, that's been a good part of, my existence when I was here before I left in June.
Because I've been sick to my stomach, worried about you, worried about April, worried about Detroit. Because in this story, I saw you all as good people. Travis, you say, who were the they that were talking about going to the treehouse? Who's with you when you're having that talk?
Ty and, and Roy
Just so Ty and Roy, where were you having the talk at?
inside the house
Upstairs where you and
where
Ty,
we play dominoes.
where you play dominoes.
Thank you. My PTSD is kicking in. I'm about to have an anxiety attack, okay?
Take a
Trying
breath.
real hard not to.
Take a
Take
breath.
some water, take a deep breath.
Take a deep breath. You're good. You're good. We're not in a hurry. We're safe. Travis, everybody's safe. We got you, buddy. You're safe.
You're in the
You're
safest place you can be right now.
You're in a good, well,
I didn't come down here.
I know.
I didn't want this. I don't
Relax, man, just relax, all right? All right.
hurt anybody in my
We know that, we
Travis.
know that, Travis.
That's exactly why we're talking with you. We know you didn't do this. We know you never meant for it to happen.
No,
Never.
no.
Never, never,
I
never.
was just trying to get along with everybody in the house, so that I wouldn't get victimized even more. I don't know, I don't know. I don't know how to explain this. I don't know what to say, Kathy.
I know. Travis, the thing to say is the truth, and that's what you're doing, and that's the best thing you can do.
I'll do whatever you guys want me to do. 100%.
We want you to be safe. We just want you to tell the truth, Travis. That's all we want.
And we're gonna help you be safe, Travis. We're gonna help you.
I've never been in a month. I don't know. I didn't want it. I just want to go home.
We're gonna do what we can for you, Travis, okay?
Do I have to go to jail tonight?
We're gonna talk to the state attorney and we're gonna see what we can do, okay? I don't make that decision, Travis. That's, I know that.
I want to go to jail.
I know that. Travis, let's get some of the details so I can talk to the state attorney, okay? So it's you and it's Ty and it's Roy and you're upstairs. And what time of the day was this discussion? How early in the day? How late in the day?
I mean, it all transpired within like 30 minutes.
Okay,
There was Roy left for a little while. I think he went to Burger King. He came back, and he said to Tyrone about this is happening, and and they're doing, and let's go over here and get this money. And they said, would you drive us over there? And I was like, man, guys, I don't really want to be any part of this, but yeah, I'll drive you over there.
okay.
I said I would. I said I'd do it, and I said whatever's whatever. Like, I'm not looking for a cut or anything like that. I just want some gas in my truck.
Yeah. Just
That's
trying
all,
to take
because
care of
I'm
yourself.
trying to- That's all I'm trying to do.
Travis, you're trying to survive. We get it. We absolutely get it. So how much earlier in the day is this talk about going over there before 8 o'clock at night?
Maybe an hour.
Okay. So,
So yeah, maybe an hour.
so who knew there was money up in that house, in that tree house? Who was talking about knowing there was money up there? Tyrone. Was there $1 a month discussed? Did he know how much money was up in there? Did he say how he knew there was money up in the house?
Somebody at Burger King told him.
Okay. So we're gonna go get the money. They ask you to drive the truck. What do they do to get ready to go get the money? Talk to me about what you see them planning and what they're doing to get it going.
They put on a pair of black pants and a black shirt. And, I guess it's called a net gator. One of those
Okay.
hoodie things.
Who had the net gator on?
On
Tyrone. Okay.
because he's got a beard this long.
Did you see Detroit do anything with like a neck gaiter or anything?
I think he had, it just looked like what you call it, a beanie, a hoodie thingy,
Okay,
and a friggin' mask,
what the mask look like?
like a demon.
Okay, like when you say demon, I see Satan. Tell me what you
Well,
describe as
like-
demon.
It's sharp teeth, like almost like a dinosaurish type
Okay,
looking thing.
did Ty have a mask?
No,
Okay. So they get dressed in black shirts, black pants. Did both of them have gloves on?
I think so.
Okay. And,
I didn't see their gloves. I mean, maybe they were in their pocket, but they
Okay.
didn't have
okay.
anything.
And you see Ty put on a gaiter to kind of hide his goatee. And then Detroit puts on this mask that looks big teeth and looks kind of like a dinosaur. Do they have this stuff on when you first drive by the treehouse?
No.
Well, it's just three guys riding in a truck.
Yep.
So you're driving. Where's Detroit sitting? Front seat. And where's Ty sitting?
Behind me.
Behind you. That's everybody that's in the truck. Yep. All right. So you drive by. How do you get from the place you stay to go by the treehouse? Tell me the way you drive.
Out around. Okay, come out, take a right, take a left, take us around, then go right back up to the house.
Back to the house. Now, what are you talking about in that trip past the treehouse when you're going by real slow?
Hey, well, they told me that's it right there,
Okay.
and they said stop right there.
Okay. So the first time you go, you just buy it, and they point it out and tell you where it's at.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, do you go back to the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you sitting in the parking lot of the house talking again?
No.
Okay.
No.
So now, what happens during the second trip to the treehouse?
We went upstairs. They got their stuff. We went back. They got out, and they came, or not they, just Tyrone
Okay.
came back, and I took off.
Okay. The second time when you go,
And I didn't see. I don't know what happened to Roy.
Okay.
I don't know.
the second time you go, are you seated in the same spot you're driving? And then you got Rory in the front?
Yeah.
And Ty in the back again behind you?
Yeah.
Now, when they got their stuff, when you say they got their stuff, what did they bring to the truck to go do the robbery? What did they bring?
He got his mask and their clothes and the gloves,
Okay.
and I think Ty had a razor knife or not a razor knife, but a dive knife.
Like the kind you strap to your leg?
Yeah,
Okay. Was it in a sheath or just the knife by itself?
it was in a sheet,
In a sheath. Okay. What color was the sheath?
black.
Black. Okay. Did you see Rory with a knife?
No.
Just the only knife you saw was Ty's. Could Rory have had a knife and you just not seen it? Okay. So now, talk to me about how you leave the house and how you get back to the treehouse and what you do when you get back to the treehouse the second time. What happens?
Well, no, it was like there was just a one drive around, they looked, and then we came back, and then I went home.
Okay.
Like, but they did it, and then we went home.
Okay. So you never went back. So let me get this straight. So Travis, you leave the house, and when you leave the house the first time, everybody's ready to go.
No.
Okay.
Well,
Help me.
they wanted to take a look to see what was
Okay. So they take a look.
there. Right.
Now you go back home. They go get their stuff.
Yeah.
They come back to the truck. So now you're headed back to the treehouse. How do you drive down? Which street do you go?
Like took a right, took a left,
Yeah, let me help you out here a
came
little
back
bit.
down and sit
I'm gonna-
next to the.
Just to make it easier for us, if you don't mind, I'm gonna have you draw it out.
Guys, I don't want to go to prison. I don't want to stay safe. I want to go home. And I didn't want this to happen. I was afraid that I might get in big trouble with them if I didn't do what they wanted me to do.
Yeah, but we understand that.
exactly what you're saying, we do.
Okay,
So put your house here.
let me get sense of direction. All right, here's Second Street.
Yep.
All right, here's the cross street. All right, this is where it goes across. There's the CVS. This is the turn that goes down and around.
Okay.
And that's that right there. And right there at the where the stop sign is.
Okay. So each time you come and do this loop? Just come straight down Second Street.
No, always came that way.
Okay. So when you come this way the second time, where do you park? Where do you stop?
I stopped at the stop sign where
Okay.
the dumpster is.
Okay, and
I mean, we're talking at the end of the street.
okay, the end of,
I
way
don't-
behind the marina?
No, the one behind the CVS, not way behind, but
Okay,
yeah, the
Yep.
one right behind
okay.
the marina.
And they get out. Do you see him go to the treehouse?
No.
Okay,
No, I didn't
You see him-
see him enter.
but you saw him walk in the direction of the treehouse. What are they wearing when they're out of the truck? What do they got on? Talk to me about what Detroit.
I had a black shirt and black shorts.
Okay, does he have the mask on?
No, not yet.
Not yet. When do you see him put the mask on?
I never saw
You
him.
never saw him put it on. What about tie? What's he got on?
He did have the neck gaiter.
Okay.
And a hat.
Okay. What color hat?
It was kind of a sparkly black hat, almost like mine,
Okay.
but not quite. It wasn't fitted.
Was there any design on his neck gaiter, or was it just a dark color neck gaiter on ties?
It was kind of, I want to say it said Jägermeister on it.
Okay. Now you see him go toward the treehouse. When do you say, "Ooh, this isn't good"? Is it when you see Ty running?
Yeah, whenever I see I come across the street and he had a flashlight, and I was like, yes.
Okay.
I said, I don't know what's going on now. I don't want any part of this anymore.
Describe the guy that you saw running across the street.
I couldn't see that far back.
Okay.
I couldn't
So you
see.
see a flashlight and you think it was a guy.
Yeah.
White guy, black guy.
I don't
Can't
I
tell.
couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell.
Can you hear things going on? Can you hear people?
All I heard of him saying was, police.
Okay.
And I left. I was like, nope, fuck this.
Okay. Do you see Ty come running down the road? How's he coming at you? Coming.
Driving me. My passenger side window or passenger side mirror is broken, so I couldn't, and I just saw him.
Okay. So did you take off and go down 2nd Street to go home?
No, I went straight, like, okay, where it was, turned right.
You went right home.
Yep.
Just got home.
Yep.
Parked the truck.
Yep.
Does Ty come right home?
Yep.
Does Rory come right home?
Nope.
Nope. When does Rory finally come home?
About 10 minutes later,
Okay.
maybe 20.
When you and Ty get home, talk to me about the conversation you and Ty have. What do you see? What does he say?
He really didn't say anything. I was like, the fuck, man, just went down. And he's like, oh, don't worry about it.
Okay. Do you
It's
see?
no big deal. It's not,
Do you see any blood on him? Does he have a knife with him? So the dive knife is gone. It's missing someplace. Does he have his gaiter on still? Gaiter's gone. Still wearing black shirt, black pants? When Rory comes home, what's Rory got on?
black shorts.
Black shorts? Does he have a shirt on? Shirt's gone. So the shirt's gone. Do you see him with the mask? Mask is gone. And you never really saw him with a knife, so you don't know if he had a knife. Did he come home with a knife? Okay. What does Rory say when he gets back to the house?
Not much at all.
Okay.
Like, there was really not much discussion.
Did you guys go upstairs?
Yeah, well, he went in to talk to April for a little while. And he came upstairs.
Okay. When did you guys split up the money?
They split it up and sitting there at the table, and then handed me $50. And I was like, the fuck?
How much money did they split up?
I don't know.
Lot, a little bit?
At maybe $200,
Okay.
$250, I think. No, I didn't count.
How were the bills? 20s, 10s, 5s, what?
20s
20s
and 5s.
and 5s, okay.
And they smelled like perfume. I remember that.
The money smelled like perfume.
Yeah.
Wow. When you saw Ty running towards where you were parked, did you see anything in his hand? So he's just running. Is he saying anything to you when he's running? Just running. And you're gone. Gone, gone, gone. Do you see any blood on Rory when he gets home? And he's shirtless. He gets home and go upstairs. At any time did they tell you, that night or any other night, man, we stabbed somebody? When did you learn that the guy's dead?
The next day,
How'd you find out?
Coconut Telegraph and, people talking.
Did
It
you?
was a little black man named Paco.
Paco?
Yeah.
What did you think when you heard it?
Fucking panicked. I knew that I needed to get the fuck out of there as quick as I could and get myself in a safe place because this is not what I want to be involved with.
Did Ty ever tell you you better not talk? Did he say anything to you? Did Rory ever say anything to you? So they never, you were afraid because you thought something was gonna happen. Travis, do you know who killed the guy? Did they ever tell you who killed? If one person did the stabbing, who would you think would have done that?
It'd be hard to say because I don't know either one of their demeanors
Okay,
or I don't know either one of their demeanors well enough to know
okay.
that they even had the ability to do that.
Did you see Ty putting clothes in a bag, taking his clothes that night that he wore and putting them in a bag?
No, because he went into his room. I mean, I didn't see what he did.
Did you ever see Rory taking the clothes that he wore and putting them like in a bag, trying to get rid of anything? Did they ever say anything to you about, hey, take this stuff, get rid of it for us?
No.
Okay. And so it's $250. We kill a guy over $250. That's pretty messed up, Travis. Pretty messed up.
And I feel like this is my fault.
Not your fault. You didn't do it. We know you didn't do it, Travis. Not you. It's not in you to do this. There's never any discussion about going up there to kill somebody.
No.
The plan was to rob. Let's go get some money.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it didn't, and they did, yeah. I don't know. I was hungry. I didn't get some gas on my truck, and I didn't know what, I didn't think that at all was.
Travis, when you're having this discussion, you're talking about it, you say like about an hour before the robbery happened, what did you think was going to happen to you if you told them, no, I'm not doing it? What did you think was going to happen to you?
I was a little nervous. I was a little afraid that they, call me out, like, I don't know. The fact that they're talking about it and I'm not going to agree, then the simple fact that they can't trust me. They don't want me, you know what I mean? Now I've got to worry about really sleeping in that place. I was nervous. I felt like I needed to
Okay.
tell them, that I would help.
What did you think they would do to you if you didn't go along with it? What do you think was going to happen?
Probably all of my stuff would have been, stolen, whatnot, or, maybe beat up. I don't know. I was not
Okay.
comfortable.
Yep.
At all.
So what I'm hearing you saying is you're making a decision out of fear? You were afraid,
Pretty much.
nervous, didn't know what was going to happen.
I was nervous the whole time I was there. I just wanted to get out of there,
Okay.
And I figured like I just needed to go along
Okay.
until I could get an opportunity to get out of there safely.
You're in a safe place now.
I am, but I mean, how safe for me is working where my stuff is, doing and earning my living and going on about my life. Not in an office with, a bunch of sheriffs and detectives asking me about something that I had no idea was going to happen. None. I didn't want any part of it. It's like when you make a choice, sometimes it's too late to take it back, and sometimes you can make a choice to stop it there, and then I don't know. Then maybe then it's still too late. I mean, I don't know. I didn't want to be there. I didn't want to be a part of that.
What did I say to you when he got home and you didn't wait for him? He's got to run down the street. What did he say to you when you got home and he had to run?
He was not real happy.
What did he say to you?
He said, "What the fuck, motherfucker?" He said, "I should go ahead and fucking hit you in the head with something right now."
What did Rory say to you when he got home and
He didn't say anything. He didn't threaten me in any way, shape, or form. He didn't.
you saw Ty running? Which way did Detroit go? Was he coming to the truck?
I didn't see.
Okay.
I didn't see him at all.
Okay. You saw Ty coming and you just left.
The second I saw running,
Gonna get out of there.
fuck this.
Did he ever hit you in the head, or did he just threaten to hit you? Ty.
Yeah,
Was he mad?
he was mad. They were, yeah. Not they, he.
He. Okay.
Roy was so mad. He was not mad at all.
There you have Crybaby. This is like part 2 because we watched part 1. Have you been listening to this guy on the stand? Oh no. Did you hear him in the courtroom though? He kind of snapped. He got mad at Ty. It's pretty entertaining. Well, let me find it. It has to do with the hold on, I'm trying to find it. It has to do with the CCTV that we looked at yesterday. All right, I think it's coming up.
See if we can-
Oh.
There we go. There, okay, hold on. I just stopped it and paused it. I know it's got to be hard for the jury to see, but again, Todd O'Quinn with the flashlight. You guys can look at it later, but is that,
Sustain that.
is that
That's
the same?
testimonial. Please disregard that. Let's, jurors, if we have a question, we can certainly go with that.
Travis, is that what you identified as Todd O'Quinn running with the flashlight?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so that's Todd O'Quinn running up the hill. Now, this is when you said, correct me if I'm wrong, that you got spooked and took off, right?
Yes, in process of taking off.
In the process of taking off. And in the process of taking off, you said you looked back, saw me with the backpack, and
Yes.
I'm stumbling, grabbing things, right?
Nice, correct.
Okay. So you're taking off while you're doing that.
Yes.
Now, okay, so let's keep playing here. So he runs up the hill. Now, it's a pretty long time right there, right? He just ran up the hill. He's over here by CVS. If that is what we're still saying is Todd O'Quinn, correct? Okay. Now, the glare that Mr. Mansfield said was headlights, is that still there on the boat?
It is.
Okay. Now, there's not much left of this video. Glare's still there?
Yes.
Okay, it's coming up.
Okay, and I think this is the end of the video, or at least for this video. Okay. Now, it went all the way to the end of the video. Did that glare ever move?
No.
Okay.
No.
So if that was indeed your headlights, that means the truck never moved.
I'm confused. What do you,
Well,
getting
if Mr. Mansfield is correct, and that is headlights that's in the glare there, right? And the glare doesn't move, you would have to assume that the truck doesn't move.
the glare was facing the wrong direction for it to be my truck anyways. My headlights were facing the other direction. The glare is coming in from it looked like a reflection off of something. I don't know. I know that my truck was headed the other direction.
Truck was headed the other direction.
Yes.
So wait a second.
That way.
Okay, wait a second.
With the reference to the frame,
Hold on.
the way the
Let
vehicle
me
comes
back it up.
through.
So let me back it up for just a second so that I can get a clear picture here too, because I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about. Let's go back a little bit. And we don't need to see, all we need, I just want directions here. Okay? Okay.
It's getting
Now,
good.
Okay, we all agreed that this is a truck going this way, right? A truck going this way. Where were you facing that was different than that way?
I wasn't.
Okay, so I'm
My
confused
truck has
here.
never changed orientations. My truck came through the frame from the left to the right, never changed orientations, and continued out of the frame to the right. Because the street where the stop sign is 2nd Avenue, and it turns right, goes right directly to the warehouse.
Okay, and so your truck is facing this direction, right?
Correct?
Okay, and Mr. Mansfield said he thinks this glare here is your headlights, and you agreed with him. Is that correct?
It could have possibly been. I agreed because the possibility at the time looked like it could have been my reflection of my headlights. Correct.
Okay, but you would agree if that is your headlights that the truck did not move.
Your question doesn't make any sense, bro. This is a situation where my truck goes through, the headlights look like they're reflected off the boat. The boat obviously has a reflection from another light source, not my truck. So we can eliminate the fact that those lights on that boat are not my headlights. Okay? He did ask the question, do you think those are your headlights? It's possible they could have been a reflection, but are they? No, they are not. My
Okay,
truck is heading the other
So
direction.
you're disagreeing with Mr. Mansfield now?
Without objection now, asked and answered. We spent 5 minutes on what Mr. Mansfield says.
Okay, we'll just overrule the objection, have the final question on this area, and that will take care of it. So
Okay.
if you want to repeat it, go ahead and repeat.
Thank you. Again, Mr. Johnson. You agreed with Mr. Mansfield initially that this reflection could be your headlights.
Correct.
Okay, now we are saying you disagree, correct?
Correct.
Tucker, is that basically your inquiries on
That
this?
was my inquiry for now, Your Honor. Yeah, that's all
On
I
this-
need for that video.
I'm just saying, I think it's a good time to break for lunch.
I would agree, Your Honor. I would agree.
Okay, so thank you for your patience and attention during our morning session. Members of the jury, it's time for lunch. The usual instructions apply. Let's say 1:25, we'll return and resume at this point. Enjoy your lunch and we'll see you then. Okay. We'll be back at 1:25 and go from there. And again, John, okay, the clerk would like to get the video from the machine. You don't discuss your testimony. Anybody want any other instructions other than to tell him during lunch not to be talking about his testimony with anyone?
No, Your Honor.
No, that's fine. And just, Mr. Johnson, if you could just be out here by 1:15, pick up on time, that'd be great. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. 1:25, we'll return.
Hold on.
What was her name? His girlfriend, the pregnant woman,
April?
April. And she was asking me where Rory was, what happened to Rory, and I said, he's in jail.
What's going on here? I thought they went for lunch. Hold on. Okay, I'm confused. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on here. I thought they were going for lunch. Hold on, I need to go look. What do you mean the live feed? I don't know what you're saying. I'm confused. Oh, jeez. Okay, they are on until 125. I went to Law and Crime. But I don't think you've seen this, Grandma. I wanted to show you the knife that they're talking about. The picture that they got off of Facebook. Where'd it go? Well, here's a picture of him and Paula that they were complaining about. Okay, where's that one? Here's the money. Here's the tree house. I wonder why I can't find this picture right now. That's weird. Well, that's weird. I don't know where it went. Jesus, my comments won't show up. What's going on? Jesus. I have no idea. I know, right? Okay, so I'll figure it out. Okay, we're going to continue with the little whiner there, crybaby, John Johnson, JJ, or JoJo, whatever he calls himself. He said he only knew Ty for 2 days prior to this happening. Liar. Gosh dang liars.
Have you guys had any more conversations about this since that night?
Basically, I've been trying to stay away from the house and stay into it, not talking to her, anything about it at all, you know? Don't want to talk about it, don't want to think about it. I've had hard enough time after finding out, sleeping, you know, like my anxiety and stuff is killing me. I don't want to,
Okay, fair enough.
you know?
Travis, you called it a dive knife. To the best of your ability, can you describe it the best you can?
Like a dagger.
Okay, what about, was it blue, green, yellow, pink,
Red
all red,
with black handle.
with a black handle? So you, could be like the handle was, the blade was red and the handle was black, or
The
the,
blade was stainless steel.
okay, that's what,
Yeah.
and then the handle was black and red? Pure black and red?
Yes.
Okay.
One edge of it was, because, I mean, he was showing off some of his knives and stuff, like he had a few of them, as do I,
Right, right.
you know, some of mine were
Most people
stolen.
do, as
Right,
do I.
well, yeah, some of mine were stolen, but, you know, he was bragging about it, and one edge is serrated,
Okay,
and one end, and the other edge is dagger.
right. Anything else about that you can think of?
Yeah, that's about that long.
Anything else about you can think of? It's got the black and red handle. Is it the?
Okay, there was I remember it had a set of steel ball bearings that locked it into the sheet.
Okay, excellent.
That's all I can remember about that.
Was it red on the outside, black on the inside, or black on the inside?
The center, black on the outside.
Thank you.
And he had it in a, Travis, a sheath with the strap on it, where it straps on your leg like a dagger?
It didn't have the straps, it was
Okay.
just plastic.
Just a plastic,
Yeah.
like a hard plastic sheath that he, okay.
I'll tell you what, I want you to drink some water, take a deep breath. All right, relax, we're gonna go out for a minute, and then we'll come back, okay?
Before we go out of this room, Travis, I want to know, on the side of the good guys, do I now know everything you know about what happened that night and after it happened? Okay. Sit tight. All right, we'll be back in a second.
I just want to go home.
I'm gonna take your phone.
You know where the knife would be or not? Where does he normally hide things? Would you know that, or you ever seen him hide anything? No.
Like I said, I was really worried about my own shit, man.
Yeah, you got enough to worry about. Do you need something else for right now?
See, they know he's the weakest link right now. He's tried a few times. It's almost over with. Thank God.
Hey, brother. Hey, so we got a video, right? And basically your testimony cooperates our video, meaning what you said happened is what our video shows. So we want you to look at this video and kind of go over exactly what you said, and by watching the video. Okay? Is that okay?
There's Danielle.
Just a little bit of space. No, you're good right there.
Travis, you want a Coke instead of water?
No, I don't drink soda.
At all?
No.
Do you do juice, Gatorade?
I do juice.
What kind?
This has the times in it.
You know,
Oh, yeah.
I'd rather have juice, yeah, but I don't do lots of sugars real well.
You ready?
Yeah.
Step one up here. Hernandez. Your body cam. I'm talking here.
That look like
Judging from the time and the date that you see there, would you say that time is off actually? For the date and everything, would you say that was your truck?
Okay. Did you just hear what he said? Did he just say the time or the date is off? The time? The time was off. Not correct on the body cam. So what that means is, so is the time frame. What's the word I want to use here? That is interesting. Yeah, let me listen to that again. Okay. Okay.
Your body cam. I'm talking here.
that look like
Judging from the time and the date that you see there, would you say that time is off actually?
Yep, the time's
For
off.
the date and everything, would you
The time is off. Yep.
say that was your truck?
Unfreaking real. We gotta remember this. Damn. The whole thing. The time frame, Grandma. Do you know what I mean? I'm trying to think of words. Help me with my word. You don't have body cam or surveillance and have the time wrong. The time's wrong on the surveillance. Unbelievable. Wow.
Travis, I can't remember if I drank directly out of this juice, so I'm gonna pour it into a, well, I just don't know, and I don't know if I was feeling good or bad when I drank out of it, so I'm just gonna give you a clean cup, okay?
The timeline is wrong. Grandma, timeline. It's all wrong now. Okay, I'm gonna shut up.
Is there anything about that, Travis?
I'm not sure if that was.
Will you pause it when you see him? Can you tell who that is?
No, that's not. I cannot tell who that is.
See? He
You
doesn't
can't
know
tell
who that
the
is.
one
No.
Is it because of the clothes being lighter?
Yeah, those are.
All right, that's because of the night. Can you tell by the size who they are? If we pause it, we'll find it just a little bit because the clothes, unfortunately, with night vision cameras, the black becomes light.
Oh, Jesus. See? Oh gosh. They wanted their narrative, theirs. Wow. This police department.
Is this your truck coming right now?
If it was his truck, he would say, that's mine. So shut the hell up and let him look.
It looks like it, but I don't know if that's it or not.
And it stops right
The
there.
headlights look different.
Is that where you stopped?
He's
I
confused.
stopped further down.
Just keep watching.
I stopped way further down.
Pause it.
Go for it again. Yeah, I think that's them.
What's that?
I think that's them.
Who's them?
Them, I think that's Ty and
Okay.
Roy.
Now move it to the part where
So he
we have
goes,
a guy
I
coming.
think it's Ty.
And maybe on the other should be. I think this one. I think it's on the next set, but I'm not sure. Yeah.
He didn't recognize the damn thing. I'm definitely putting this out there.
I think it's a 54. You talked about a guy with a flashlight too, correct?
Nope. I mean, nobody knows. You can't tell. The only thing you
That
can
guy?
see
Yeah,
is
totally different than the first.
It's just the way the camera hits it with the light is what it's gonna give.
so oh my god. So now he's trying to tell him the reason why this looks like this is because this and this. Oh my god. This is crazy.
Consistent with what you saw at the same location.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right, Grandma? So everybody can study it, and then you know what happens when you sit there and stare at something for a long period of time? You're going to see things that actually aren't there or make it up. Right, Grandma? Yep.
Was that
Yeah, I think after I saw that, I took off.
okay? And who was it that was running?
Could have been Todd.
See? Did you hear that?
Is that consistent with that night that he was running that direction like that?
See? The guy? Oh, stop. Okay, he just said, I don't know. It could be Ty. Did you hear what this officer said right after that? They want Ty. Why? Why? Listen, Grandma. Back it up a little. Okay.
Is that
Yeah, I think after I saw that, I took off.
okay? And who was it that was running?
Could have been Todd.
Is that consistent with that night that he was running that direction like that in that area? Okay.
That way to the right is.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I should have told you. That CVS you're looking at right there, and that way running is towards Second or whatever. Yeah. Alright, there's one other video, just like more of a screenshot.
This one?
Yeah. I'm not sure where it is on this time. I was thinking it was before that. I think it's just before that was, or do you have the time on it?
That was the start.
Okay. Do you know who that is?
That's me.
That's you?
Yeah.
Where?
No, back that up again. No, that's not me because those aren't my color shoes. I don't have black shoes.
Do you know who it was?
Okay, he says it's him. Then he says it's not him. He says because he has black shoes. How are you going to look at some CCTV and not recognize yourself? First you do, and then you don't. Come on. Come on.
No clue then.
Was
It
it,
may have
was
been
it,
Ty.
like, if you could identify, I mean, I don't want you to guess on it. If it's not them, it's not them.
Yeah, I can't guess. I mean, I can't tell.
Okay. Keep watching. He comes over here. Let's see what the timestamp is.
Looks like it says 8:17.
I mean, there's one more we wanted to show you. Two people walking.
Yeah,
Hey.
we know who that is.
What's the timestamp for the two people walking?
On mine?
It's
Yeah, for this video.
Detroit.
8:19. And 8:11. 8:11 is the first,
Yeah, we got that one.
and then 8:19, I'm pretty sure.
Is when two of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are the time stamps, not the time on the thing. Time stamps.
Yeah, these are the other ones I wanted you to pay attention to. Pause it for a second. Let it go for just like a tap and then see, yeah. Any clue?
It looks like Roy.
Consistent with what he was wearing that night, or? Can we back it up for me one time?
Looks like Roy.
Looks like Roy.
He doesn't even
In
know
what way?
what the heck's going on here.
Describe the similarities for
His
me.
Sketchy.
body size.
Okay. What about clothes, anything like that? Does it match, not match for that night? It does match? So what about the other one? Anything with him or no clue?
I don't know. It almost looks fucking like me. But I don't have shoes that color. I have a pair of flip flops and I have these.
Outside of the shoes, though, does the other clothes match you?
I mean, they almost look like these pants, but they were a little bit shorter than these. I mean, these all the time.
deal. I appreciate. I'm not gonna sit there and make you look. You can just relax. Drink some water, juice.
Do you guys think we need to get a lawyer?
Just perfectly, I'm not allowed to advise one way or another at all. They're very, very strict on that, all right?
You want a protein bar, pretzel?
I don't know, I don't have much of an appetite right now.
If you get hungry, let us know, okay? We'll do something. We don't have much, but we got snacks at least.
Right. Is Captain Phillips still here?
I don't think so.
I do not trust his story at all. Nope. He can't even get everything right. He doesn't know what he's seeing. The one thing he did see is Detroit. I can tell you that much. He didn't know what his vehicle looked like. Here he goes, yeah, that's me. He backs up and says, oh, hold on. Sorry about that. I had another thing set up for us to watch, but court should be back any minute. Hold on. Oh my God. Grandma, what do you got to say about this? What do you think? They were coddling him like a little boy, like a little toddler. They should be back any minute. And what's funny, you can tell that he has met with the prosecutor or DA's office more than one time. Because listen to his story now. I just don't trust him. Right? Just think of how this goes on all the time with law enforcement. That's why I'm never going to break the law. They'll throw away the key on me. Could you imagine? That'd be awful. I gotta find that picture for you. Oh, I found it. Sweet. I found it. So there you go. That's a picture they got off of Facebook. It was a Halloween party. A Halloween party. Now, if this is a real knife, let me tell you, it's huge. According to Paula It had a jagged edge, remember? Oh, I'm going to have to look up her body cam footage. Oh, yeah, those fake knives. Yeah. He's got his face painted up and everything. He must have been a pirate. I don't know. I'm guessing. The one that the nav can't even talk. The knife that they showed in the courtroom didn't have jagged edges, so I'm really, really confused. Here we go.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Judge.
So, is Deputy Riccio getting the jurors? All right. Hopefully that juror will join us here very soon. Excuse me? All right, thank you. Tell me when he's got him in the jury room ready to go, hopefully soon.
Judge, you wanted to bring the witness in now and have him get back on the stand?
Might just as well, I see him back there. Come on back up, Mr. Johnson. All right, so let's bring him in the courtroom then. Thank you. Be seated, everyone. Good afternoon, members of the jury. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. As I told you before the lunch break, we were going to pick up from where we left off, which was the cross-examination of Mr. Johnson, who's on the witness stand, remaining under oath. So, Mr. Tucker, you can proceed.
I think where we left off was the video, so let's get back to the truck for just a second. When you drove to the treehouse that night, what route did you take?
Straight up Second Avenue.
Right up Second, right? Now, would that be the same street in the Florida Keys Electric video?
No.
That's not the same street?
No.
Okay. Now, you said that was you in the video though, right? In the Florida Keys Electric video, when you walked up there to go get cigarettes,
Yes,
you walked back with Rory Wilson, correct?
correct.
Okay, what was Rory wearing at that point?
Same clothes he was wearing when we left, black shorts and a black top. long sleeve
Black
shirt.
shorts, black top. Not to be gruesome, but did he have any blood on him?
No.
Okay. And according again to your story, I returned to the house prior to that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, did I have any blood on me?
No, sir.
And let's see. Now, you testified that you turned around while you were driving away and saw me running down the street collecting things. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, was it easy to see? I mean, again, is it dark out?
It was dark, yes.
It's dark, okay. And you're trying to drive while you're looking around, right? Because you got scared, right?
Yes.
Okay. And how long would you say you looked back?
Maybe 5 seconds.
5
maybe
seconds?
3. This is
Something like that? Okay.
maybe a second and a half. I don't know. My perception of time is not perfect.
Would you agree it's hard to drive when you're looking backwards?
No.
Okay.
Considering I was making a right turn, my angle of view, right turn, I still had peripherals. I was very aware of what my surroundings were.
Very aware of your surroundings.
Yes.
So you looked back when you went to make the turn, not when you first took off.
That's where I was at the turn. When my truck was stopped at the stop sign, it was an immediate right turn. There was no much forward, no further than maybe the length of my vehicle to make the right turn.
That's where the stop sign is.
Correct.
Right? I think you said about 25 meters,
50 meters from the gate.
50 meters from the gate, but I mean from the corner, I think you said about 25.
Okay, according to what question?
This is when I asked you how far you were away from the corner. Remember
When I
You
dropped
showed
you
us
guys
up here.
off, I was about 25 meters from the gate. Then I pulled forward after you guys exited my truck and stopped at the stop sign,
hold on,
right
hold
off on the
hold
side of the road.
Hold on 1 second. And didn't need all that. I just want to clarify.
Judge, into the commentary, Judge, he asked a question, the witness was answering it.
Okay, we'll sustain the objection.
I was asking a very specific question. And, okay, you just told me a second ago that it was 50 meters to the gate. Now, I just asked you about the 25 meters to the corner. You just said 25 meters to the gate, which is,
From the initial point of drop off of my truck,
okay,
where I stopped
Mhm.
and let you guys out,
Mhm.
was approximately 25 meters.
to the
When
gate.
y'all
or
got
the-
out of my truck,
To the gate
I
or the
pulled
corner?
forward another approximately 25 meters to the stop sign. So between the gate and the end of the street is about 50 meters.
Okay.
From my peripherals, my point of view, my range estimation and my memory is approximately 50 meters.
Okay, so you pulled up
Yes.
after we supposedly got out.
Yes.
let's see. Now, when you said you saw Rory when you're walking with him back from, Tom Thumb or the
Yes.
Treehouse area, right? Now, just to clarify, is the Tom Thumb right before you get to the treehouse?
It is at the intersection of Second Avenue and I don't believe I know the name of the cross street, but it's right there in front of the firehouse.
Right in front of the what?
The firehouse.
Oh, the firehouse. Okay, so, just to keep the order correct here, it is Tom Thumb, the firehouse, then the treehouse.
Yes.
And it's not very far, correct?
No.
Okay. Okay. And let's see. Now, you said when you saw Rory Wilson, no conversation between you and him about what had happened.
I asked him what happened.
Okay, and what did he say?
Don't worry about it.
Just don't worry about it. That's all he said.
Yes.
Okay. And did he say anything when he got back?
About the situation? No.
So just no more conversation about it for the
No.
rest of the evening?
No.
Okay.
You know that. We didn't talk about it at all.
Didn't ask. Okay, so. And let's see. Now, you said that Rory Wilson pulled out a tin that supposedly had crack. Is that correct?
Well, it wasn't a tin per se metal, but it looked like a snuff can. Yes.
Like a snuff can? Okay,
Yes.
like the
A
Copenhagen,
round container that had a lid on it.
like Copenhagen or something like
Sure.
that, right? Okay,
Snuff.
snuff, okay. Okay, and let's see. Now, you said that, again, when we supposedly went in there and changed clothes and came out armed, that Rory Wilson had the mask that was shown to you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that supposedly I had a neck gaiter, right?
Correct.
And you described that in very specific terms, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if I remember right, you said it had Jägermeister. Was it just one big word or was it a bunch of?
Bunch of little words, Jägermeister, repeatedly all over the whole thing.
And let's see. Now, again, just again, for clarification purposes, you said that I was the one who had the money, correct?
That you had the money?
That I had the money in my pocket?
No.
Oh, it was Rory Wilson who had the
Yes.
money in his pocket.
And
Okay.
tin.
And the tin. So he had the money and the tin.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, now let's move on to the next stages for a second. You said you went to the beach the next stage. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and how long were you there?
Most of the day.
Most of the day. Okay. And now, I think you testified that you were freaked out or something like that.
Yes.
Okay, and that's why you went to the beach.
Yes.
Okay. Now, and let me make sure I've got my dates here correct. But you didn't start moving until the 19th, is that correct?
The 19th, I know it was the day of the raid, whatever day that was. If it's the 19th, then that was the day, or if it was the 20th, that was the day. I'm not exactly sure when the raid occurred, but that was the day that I started getting my shit out of there, yes.
Okay. You started getting,
My belongings, my personal effects, yes.
okay, and is that when I supposedly helped you move your trunk?
Correct.
Okay, so that would be either the 19th or the 20th, correct? Okay. Now, would you be surprised if I told you the raid happened on the 22nd?
Again,
21st, 22nd.
I told you it was the day of the raid. I don't remember exactly what day it happened on.
So you were freaked out on the 18th, but you chose to leave on the 21st,
Yes.
21st, 22nd.
When I actually had the ability to leave.
Okay, but I helped you
Because I didn't
pack on the
have any-
19th, correct?
The days are fuzzy, Mr. Tucker. I know that it was the day of the raid. If this was the 19th, the 20th, the 21st, or the 22nd, I know that was the day that I decided to leave.
Well, I guess what my question is if you were freaked out on the 18th, why would you wait until the 22nd, 21st?
Didn't have
22nd?
anywhere to go.
Okay. And now, you also testified that when you got up to Big Pine and you discovered this backpack in your foot locker, right? That you chucked it into a closet, correct?
Yes.
And you just opened up the closet, throw it in.
I just opened the closet and put it down and started, yeah, put it inside of it.
Okay.
It's not a big closet.
Okay.
Yes,
Is there anything else in the closet?
Yes, an air conditioner.
Now, would you be surprised to learn that former Detective Malone already testified that it was underneath of the AC vent, looked like it was placed under there on purpose?
Objection, Judge, that's a mischaracterization of the evidence.
Well, let's hear the full question because I didn't know that we were at the end.
Did you not just chuck it in there? Did you actually shove it up underneath the vent?
There's about 2.5 feet in between the bottom of the air conditioning unit and the bottom concrete of the slab of the house. It's plenty of room for me to toss it in there and toss it under it, Mr. Tucker. There was no, I guess you could say, hiding, but yes, removal from my presence.
I'm not very familiar, but again, would you be surprised to say, if I told you Danielle Malone testified that it was only about this high?
Judge, I'm going to object to
Yeah,
that.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, now, when I supposedly got back to the treehouse, what happened? I supposedly got back, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And, I mean, obviously, I would have had to have gotten back somehow
Yes.
if you left me there,
Yes.
right? Okay. Are you aware of how many video cameras there are around the warehouse?
Not even a clue.
All right, now, you also testified that when the police showed up, you had a discussion with Penny Phelps.
Yes.
And you were out there on the patio or the porch or whatever with Scott, right?
Yes. I was actually pushing tools, a toolbox into the center of my truck after I had gone through it looking for a pair of pliers.
You were looking for a pair of pliers, okay. And what did Penny Phelps have to, did she ask you anything? Did she say anything to you?
Yes, she was concerned about what I had maybe witnessed in that portion of the area. If I'd seen anybody run by in dark clothes, African-American in color. And, I asked her what it was in reference to, and she said that there was a fight up the street at CVS.
There was a fight up the street at CVS.
Yes.
And, but you didn't tell her anything, did you?
No. Okay. There's nothing to tell her.
And now, if I remember correctly, after your truck got keyed and you were robbed, apparently, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you change the locks on the door
At
at the warehouse?
I did.
Okay. And were you the only one with the key?
No.
Okay. Who else had a key?
Mr. Wilson,
Mr. Wilson had a key,
you did.
but I didn't have a key.
No, not that I'm aware of.
Now, back to when I supposedly got back. Did I meet you upstairs or did I meet you downstairs? Did I meet you outside the building?
Upstairs.
Upstairs. Okay, how did I get in?
You have feet, you walked.
Just
The door
testify.
wasn't locked.
Okay, door wasn't locked.
No.
Now, were you scared at all when again, you just gotten done taking off? You said you were scared there. Were you still scared when you were upstairs?
I was a little nervous, yes.
But you didn't lock the door.
No.
Now, okay, so you testified you were scared, you get there, you're still scared. When you go, okay, when do you decide to go for cigarettes?
A few minutes after you showed up.
After I showed up, okay. And now, okay, so I show up, according to you, and you go get cigarettes. Now, are you scared at that point?
I mean, I'm trying to understand your
Just said- I'm trying to-
explanation of fear, of scared. I've been in numerous stressful situations, and yes, I was nervous, but a level of fear that I think you're trying to achieve, me agreeing with is not what you would call fear in the sense of, oh no, what am I going to do? No, it was more or less, this situation is not of my liking anymore. I do not trust you or Tucker or Wilson anymore. And yeah, I want to be away from this scenario as quickly as possible. That's my level of fear.
Mr. Johnson, I wasn't looking for anything specific. I was just asking.
It's all right. We'll overrule it.
Okay, so you just said that you apparently can handle fear. Is that correct? You've been
Yes.
in
Jeff,
situations.
answered?
I didn't ask it yet.
Overrule the objection.
Thank you. So you've been in situations where you can handle fear, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you have the ability to remain calm during these kind of situations.
I don't know about calm, but I know how to function somewhat under stress. Yes.
Function somewhat under stress. Okay, cool. Now, is that from your military experience?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, can I ask you again, did you go back to the beach on the 19th
I went back to the beach several times.
several times between the night it happened and the night and the night when you left
When I left the apartment, it was during the day.
during
Yeah,
the
when
day?
I left permanently, when I went to Big Pine, it was during the day.
During the day. Okay. And you did say you had a conversation with April Walker, correct?
Yes.
Now, did you see me that morning?
You were upstairs. Yes.
Okay. I was upstairs.
Yes.
Did I have a conversation with April Walker that you know of?
You may have, but I didn't hear it. I didn't see it.
That's all I was asking you. What,
Yes. I didn't hear it or see it. No.
I got you. But you did have one with her prior to you leaving. And what was that about again?
Where Rory Wilson was and where I was going.
Okay. Now, you weren't there for the so-called raid, right?
No,
And where were you at the time?
I was at the beach.
At the beach. Okay. So back at the beach. Okay. And when did you get there approximately? I mean, did you get there while they were still conducting this raid, or did you get there after it was over?
I got there after it was over.
After it was over? Yeah. Okay. So you didn't talk to anybody at the raid or any of the police?
No, that night, like, I want to say late at night before the sun came up after the raid, Miss Phelps and Detective Fernandez and another detective came in wanting to look into the ceiling.
Okay, so they came back a second time.
Yes. And they got my permission to look into the ceiling.
And did they find anything?
No,
Did you have any conversations with any of the officers at that point?
yes, about my truck.
Okay, about the truck?
Yes.
Now, at this point, you still haven't offered them any information that you were involved, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Back to fear again for a second. Believe you testified that you didn't ask me out of fear. Is that correct? You asked me what happened.
Repeat the question.
I'm looking at the testimony that you've given, and you said you didn't ask me what happened because you were afraid.
I didn't ask you what happened, correct, because I was afraid of the answer. I was afraid to know anything.
Okay, you're afraid of the answer, but you weren't afraid of me.
Not really particularly, no.
Okay. And let's see. how many times did you go back and forth between the warehouse and Big Pine?
And Big Pine,
Yeah, where you were moving?
once.
Just once?
When I left to go to Big Pine,
It
that
was
the
just once?
first time and the only time that I had been to Big Pine.
Okay. Now, did you go up there to get the job with,
I went over there after I had secured the permission to stay there and the job
and how did you secure that permission?
from Mr. Martin Ochoa,
But was it via the phone or face to face? I mean, how'd
face
that
to
happen?
face.
And did, did he meet you someplace or?
I met him at Mangrove Mamas,
Okay, and I'm not exactly sure. I can't remember. Where's Mangrove Mamas?
mile marker
located?
20,
Mile marker 20. And where's Big Pine?
mile marker 50,
Mile marker 50.
in between there. I'm not correct. I'm not sure, but I know it's further away than mile marker 20.
And you said you didn't see Wilson again except for after that first night, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, chance for discussion. And did you ever look into the backpack when you found it in your Foot Locker?
No,
Never looked into it.
no, I didn't look into it whenever I found it.
And you said, again, after you got to Big Pine, the police contacted you through Captain Phelps giving you a phone call. Is that
Yes.
correct? And do you remember, again, what they told you?
Yes, they wanted to conduct more of a follow-up investigation on my truck, take pictures of the vandalism, and get basically a statement from me, what I experienced.
All right. And you said they did their investigation on the truck at the same time.
Yes,
Okay, so what did that entail?
them walking around it with body cams and taking still frame images of my truck and opening the doors and looking inside of it as well.
I say they opened doors, they look inside. Did they take anything?
No, there was nothing in it to take.
Let's see. Okay. Now, let's see. Okay, if my memory serves. Okay, you said that you got scared and you took off when you saw Todd O'Quinn with his flashlight running up the hill, right?
Correct.
Now, why didn't you get freaked out when he came out the first time?
What?
Todd O'Quinn came out twice.
I never encountered him but one time visually. I never met the man, never saw the man, never communicated with the man. The only thing I saw of Todd O'Quinn, didn't even know it was him until he ran across the street, flashing flashlight, screaming, "Help, help, help, police." That's what I remember of that individual.
Well, I didn't say you met him. Back to that, you encountered Todd O'Quinn?
Visually.
Okay, visually. And as we've gone to the video ad nauseum now, he comes out twice. So that
Once again, I'm going to object to these questions.
Well, I'm going to sustain the objection
Okay, I'll
because it's not
rephrase.
a question.
No, I'll
it's a
rephrase, Your Honor.
commentary, so.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. Travis, did you watch that video? I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson, did you watch that video?
Yes.
How many times have you seen it?
How many times have I seen that video? This being the fourth time.
Fourth time. Now, I actually had to look this up because I didn't know. What is vacillated?
It means to shift back and forth. It's a vacillation, almost like an oscillation. It's iffy, fickle, not quite
So-
sure.
Okay, so does it mean your story changed?
No,
Okay, so your story didn't change.
no.
Yeah, let's see. And you said after you saw the Florida Keys Electric video, that you got scared because you thought you were caught, correct?
Correct.
And Now, did they show you that video? Yeah, I think Mr. Mansfield asked you this, but just for me, did they show you this video when you were at headquarters after they brought you in?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And what did you say when you saw the video?
At first, I was unsure if it was me or not because I didn't want to admit that it was me. And I was curious about my shoes, that they may not be the right color. But I was in grips and in shock of the fact that they had me on video. And I was vacillating between whether or not I wanted to own this and confess or hope to God that they couldn't ID me when I knew in my mind it was me.
Okay, so
That's my vacillation was, oh shit, I'm caught. Do I admit this now? Or do I process it and eventually admit it, which I did
okay, you eventually admitted. When did you admit this?
later in the questioning.
Later in the questioning?
Yes.
Okay. And forgive me again, the vacillating thing. So you couldn't decide whether or not you wanted to tell one story or another.
No, it's not a matter whether I wanted to decide to tell one story or another. It was whether I wanted to decide to admit that that was me or not, that that was me that was participating, that that was you and Mr. Wilson getting out of my truck. All of this was me processing the fact that I am caught. And do I want to spend the rest of my life in prison for this? So I need to tell the truth.
I very much understand.
So that's what I did.
But okay, if you're not going to admit it, then what are you going to do?
Hope that the evidence clears me because it's not concise without me admitting it was me.
And the same thing with the Combs video or Cosme video. What did you say when you saw that video?
No, it could be me. It might not be me. You can't see the truck. Yes, this again is vacillation. Shock that I've been on camera, recorded, knowing that's my truck.
Okay, knowing you could be implicated.
Yes,
And as you just said, that you could do a life sentence, correct?
yes, I could be charged with murder.
Now, were you ever offered any deals prior to Mr. Mansfield meeting with you?
Years ago,
Could you please tell me the circumstances behind that?
my public defenders offered me a deal of 15 years to
15 years.
testify against you and Mr. Wilson.
Did you ever take that deal?
No, I did not.
Did you ever testify?
I did not at that point, no.
Did you ever testify prior to Mr. Mansfield's offer?
Testimony, no. Statement, yes. The original statement I gave when I was arrested.
The original statement you gave when you were arrested?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever do a proffer just prior to my bond hearing?
Prior to your bond hearing? When was your bond hearing?
This will be January of 2019.
No, I proffered in April of 2022.
2022.
Yes.
And did you ever speak with Colleen Dunn?
Me personally?
Yes.
One time.
Okay. And what was the nature of that conversation?
Objection, Judge. It's hearsay.
We'll need to approach the bench here.
Liar, 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 liar. There's truth mixed in with lies. I wonder why he's having his little outburst, mini outburst. Every one of these people involved, or the names involved, they've all done jail time or were in jail.
Why did you meet with Colleen Dunn?
It was the beginnings of a possible deal.
Possible deal. And what year was this?
I do not remember.
Okay. if I remember correctly, you were arrested at the end of 2017, right?
November 23rd, I was
November 23rd.
charged, yes.
And,
About midnight, actually, was the time.
okay, and then, so was this deal in 2017 or was it in 2018, 2019?
Objection, Judge, to the characterization.
Characterization of the deal?
Yes.
You can
Okay,
restate it as terms of a conversation.
yes, sir. When did this conversation occur? Was it when you first got arrested or was it later?
It was about 2 years later,
About 2 years. So that would be
approximately.
about 2019, right?
I guess you could say that, yes.
Okay. And did you, let's see. And let's see. Okay. Now, before Mr. Mansfield offered you his deal, right?
Objection, Judge.
What's the objection?
Sidebar.
Yep.
Oh, what the heck, huh? Well, that was a quick one. Surprise, surprise.
Okay, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, like I said, I started to say, before Mr. Mansfield offered you this current deal that you have, right? You're on a deal right now, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I believe Mr. Mansfield went over some of the terms of that deal. This deal spares you from the life sentence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I think Mr. Mansfield said that it's dependent on your cooperation with the state, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what happens if you don't cooperate with the state?
Then the deal is null and void. It's a breach of contract.
Okay. And what happens then?
Then the judge has the ability to resentence me in any way he sees fit.
Is there a specific term of years?
I believe it was called a hammer clause, life sentence.
Life sentence. Okay. So if you violate this deal, it's a life sentence.
Possibly.
Okay. Now, did it say anything in that deal about being untruthful? What would happen?
If they believed I was untruthful, this would also be a breach of contract.
Now, prior to this deal, again, did you have your attorney file any kind of motions that wanted to suppress your statements?
Don't recall. I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't think there was any suppressing of my statements.
Okay. But you wouldn't know. He would have done that without your permission?
I don't believe he would have done it without my permission, no.
Oh, no. So he did it with your permission?
I don't know if he did this or not. I'm not sure. I don't understand the process of filing motions, and I don't remember every single discussion we had at all. These were very short, brief moments that I got to speak with him.
Okay. So you don't remember this conversation with your attorney?
Objection, Judge. First of all, asked and answered. Secondly, that's not what he just testified to.
I will sustain the objection.
Maybe I need to be a little clear. You said that you had numerous conversations with your attorney, short, correct?
Short conversations.
Short conversations. But were you aware of what your attorney was doing for you?
Yes.
And what if I told you that, would you be surprised to learn there was a motion to suppress filed for you?
No.
And it was not, you said if your attorney did this, that you would have been aware, correct?
Yes, pretty sure I would. I spent a lot of money on my attorney to handle this so that I wouldn't have to. I
And this is
gave him
Mr.
full reign to do what he thought necessary as a defense attorney should be. The process of filing motions, I don't understand the procedure of law, so I'm not going to say I understood exactly what he was doing, but I know he was in my best interest. That's all I can really say.
And this is Seth LeVay.
Seth LeVay.
And who was your attorney prior to that?
Kevin McCarthy, I think is his name.
Do you have a lot of discussions with Kevin?
No.
And was he a court-appointed attorney or did
Yes.
you pay him? Okay. And do you remember when you retained Mr. LeVay?
2019, I believe.
2019? Let's see. Okay, and let's see. Let me make sure we're here. Go to here. Now, did you vacillate prior to, giving the current story that you have now to the investigators?
Rephrase the question.
Did you tell them a different story prior to telling them the story you have now?
I have not changed my story.
Okay. Never?
There might have been some inconsistencies. Yes, I'm pretty sure, but as far as the baseline of the story, nothing has changed.
Now, this is even when the investigators first brought you in, you told them this story.
Yes, I've been saying and maintaining my participation in this event the entire time, and the individuals involved with me.
Okay. So made no attempt to tell a different one.
No.
And after you gave investigators this story, did you ever say anything different then? Did you ever give another story after this?
My story has been fairly consistent. There might be some inconsistencies, but as far as the truth goes, the truth doesn't change. Mr. Tucker, I have told the truth from the beginning.
Okay. And to be clear, did you come up with this story on your own?
My story is the way that I told it. The narrative that was recited by Officer Pennyfelds, who I'm sure you're referring to, she's a good detective. She may have done things wrong, but she figured this out. And I was caught, and I admitted to it. She had laid out the entire narrative to me, and I agreed with her because she was right.
Okay. That wasn't what I asked you.
But this is exactly
I asked
what
you,
was asked.
excuse me, I asked you, did somebody else come up with your story?
No, she did not come up with my story. She understood the case and understood the nature of what had happened and explained it very clearly what she understood, and she hit it right on the head. And I told her in my own words what she had basically just narrated to me because it was the truth.
Okay, it's true. Okay. What I was saying is, did she tell you your story before you told it to her?
Objection, Judge. Ask
No.
the answer.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
She did not tell me my story. She told me a narrative that she had come up with that was on point with my story, which I then told to her. Not verbatim for what she told me, but the truth as she had figured it out. She just needed me to clarify what she already knew. And that's what I did, Mr. Tucker. I clarified what she already knew to be truth.
Okay. So you said she gave you a narrative. What's the difference between a narrative and a story?
Penny lies.
Semantics.
Penny lies.
Semantics. Okay, so did you offer any parts of that story prior to her giving it to you?
I did not.
but it went along with your story.
Again, semantics, Mr. Tucker. The narrative she explained and the statement I gave are consistent with each other because they are the truth.
Because she was fishing for
That
something.
may very well be. We'll see.
Okay.
Objection to the commentary.
Sustained.
Mr. Johnson, you say it's semantics that, well, would you have gotten around to telling this story had Penny Phelps not given it to you?
Yes.
Objection, Judge. Improper question.
Yeah, he already answered it. I'll overrule the objection.
Okay. So you were going to tell it anyway.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you did say that you were scared, correct?
Yes.
That you were scared of a life sentence.
Yes.
Okay. Now, and then former Captain Phelps, she offers you the story. Are you scared then?
I wouldn't say scared, in shock, more or less.
In shock.
Yes.
Okay. And now, when you vacillated on the videos, was this before or after Penny Phelps gave you the story?
Judge, I'm going to object to the characterization that Penny Phelps gave him a story.
Okay.
That he's clarified that's not what happened.
Okay. Gave you your narrative.
The videos were shown to me after my statement to corroborate what I had told them was truth. This is when they began to understand that what I was telling them was truth, because they had video evidence to verify my statements.
Now, you just testified, though, that you vacillated during those video, but you were scared that you were going to do life and vacillated, right?
I was scared I was caught, yes.
Okay. This is after you supposedly told the truth to Penny Phelps, correct?
This is all a process of all these emotions happening at one time, Mr. Tucker. There's not a separation and identification of each emotional occurrence for me to say, oh, it was truth, oh, I was scared, oh, I wasn't. The compounding of all this and the realization of me being in their office, being questioned about this murder, being shown videos after I admitted that I was a part of this to corroborate my story, after I came to grips with the fact that I had been caught. Yes, there was fear. Yes, then there was also reconciliation in my mind. I need to face the consequences of my actions.
Okay. You need to face the consequences of your actions, correct?
Yes, and this is how I did this.
Okay. I guess where I'm having trouble here. You told the truth, is what you're saying, to Captain Phelps.
Yes,
Right. But then you vacillated later when you watched the videos.
I did.
Okay. So you
I did
felt-
not know they had these videos.
Okay, but if you told her the truth, then why does it matter?
The simple fact that I didn't know they had the hard evidence right there, it was a shock to the system, Mr. Tucker. To sit there and see yourself on, oh, I don't know if that's me or not. Yes, I know it's me, but do I want to say this? This is what's going on in my mind. So vacillation happens. Then reconciliation happens. And I told the truth.
Mhm. Okay, did you ever ask for a lawyer when you were there?
Not until it was all said and done.
Did you ever tell them that your PTSD was acting up while you were there?
Yes,
No. Did they stop questioning you after you informed them that you had PTSD?
no,
All right. Now, you mentioned Captain Phelps. Did she ever bring up my name?
yes.
Okay. And about how many times during the
I
conversation?
can't remember that exactly.
Now, is this before or after she gave you the narrative?
I can't remember that's exactly either way, when your name was referred to, when it wasn't referred to, or this timeline of questioning specifically referred to you in particular.
Again, you said you're pretty good at dealing with fear, because of your former occupation, correct?
Yes,
Okay. So you have the ability to act calm when you're afraid?
I wouldn't say act calm. There's no acting calm. There's just a level of coping that I'm somewhat able to do. I'm not as good as anymore. Of course, I am 100% service connected. So that does mean that the government has deemed me unemployable due to the amount of stress that I do undertake in situations that makes it almost impossible for me to maintain employment. But as far as my mind and how I deal with stress internally are two different things than my work life compared to my living life. Okay. I can handle stress, but I can't handle employment stress. I can handle life stresses because that's all I have to worry about. It's when the compounding two come together that these effects in my mind start to really make me as disabled as the government says that I am. I can't hold a job down, but I still function as a human being in society. I know how to cope with stress just about as well as any other normal person. I've had a little bit more experience than most. And yes, I do have the ability to handle stress
Let's,
and fear.
I mean, it's very interesting. And did you learn that in your former occupation when you were a soldier?
I've learned this throughout my life.
And, but yet you freaked out and took off, right?
Yes. Okay. Do you understand the level when you say freak out? I say, oh shit, I don't want to be a part of this anymore because that's not what we plan to have happen, to have people running out screaming for help up the street. Yes, I panicked. I no longer want to be a part of this. So my choice to drive away was based upon that reaction I saw from that individual running out. I no longer wanted to have anything to do with being a getaway driver anymore.
Well, I mean, I understand that. But again, so you freaked out even though you can handle stress.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
There's a mitigation of fear there.
Okay. And again, you know,
A super freak out would have been slamming on the gas pedal, screeching tires around the corner, and leaving the apartment completely and not being around you two gentlemen at all after this. The mitigation of fear was eliminate self from point A, go to point B, reconnoiter,
okay, so go back.
reevaluate my situation,
So go back and think about it.
what my next plan of action is. Correct.
Next plan of action, correct?
Correct.
Now, again, you testified that Rory Wilson came in and didn't have much of a discussion with me, but said that, you know, where the money is, or, you know, they heard, you know, that something about the money with the treehouse, correct? He's the one that brought the money to the, you know, the money issue up, or going to the treehouse.
Yes.
Okay. And to be clear again, you didn't want any compensation for driving there,
I agreed to do it for gas money.
gas money.
Yes.
And again, you're aware it was going to be an armed robbery, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I have admitted my participation in this from the beginning, Mr. Tucker.
Excuse me?
I have admitted my participation in this from the beginning. That's why I was charged.
Okay. And let's see. So, did Captain Phelps offer you any deals?
No.
And did she ever say something like, I'll take care of you, or, you know, anything like that? Any kind of special?
Judge, he just answered the question.
Didn't say deals.
The objection, it's a subtle difference. So.
She said I would be safe.
Safe. And safe from what?
I'm not sure.
Not sure. Okay, so what would you have to be safe from at that point?
My understanding of her word, you'll be safe today
Mhm.
versus what it was then, is a completely different understanding of what that term meant. And at that point, she meant safe in jail. She didn't mean safe for, say, from you or Mr. Tucker. But it was a politically correct way of her saying, you're going to be in jail now, you'll be safe. That's what I understand it now to have meant.
Just to clarify, you said you or Mr. Tucker. Did you mean me and Mr. Wilson?
You and Mr. Wilson, correct. My apologies.
And again, we've established that you weren't afraid of me, correct?
No.
Okay.
I was afraid of you two together.
Did you ever run into Mr. Wilson while you were in jail?
Yes. Not physically, but we were in Alpha unit at one point in time together, yes.
Did you ever have an altercation of any sort, verbal or physical, with Mr. Wilson while you were in jail?
There was some yelling back and forth in the cells, but nothing.
Okay, and what did you yell at him?
I didn't yell anything at him.
Oh, he was yelling just at you, though?
Yes.
And did you ever go back to solitary again, or Alpha, whatever you want to call it, in jail after you were released from Alpha?
A couple of times, yes.
Okay, and what were those couple times for?
Judge, I'm going to object to the relevance.
Yeah, we'd have to approach.
They're just getting irritated with him, with Ty. But you know what? It's his right to represent himself. Come on. Sidebar.
Okay. Now, let's go to after Mr. Mansfield offered you the deal, what happened?
After he offered me the deal, I proffered, took the deal, was released from jail.
Okay, and about how long did it take you to get released from jail after you signed the deal?
About a month.
A month.
The wheels of justice turn slow.
Sometimes. All right. So you take the deal from Mr. Mansfield and you agree to testify against myself and Roy Wilson.
Correct.
And the exchange is you're on 5 years probation.
Correct.
Okay. With, if I understand correctly, I think Mr. Mansfield said it, I'm not sure, but you get early termination after appearing today, right?
Correct.
So you'll be a free man.
Correct.
Now, I know you said your dealings with your lawyer were sporadic or whatever, or short. Did he ever show you any of the discovery in the case?
Judge, I'm going to object. The communication between him and his lawyer is protected.
All right. I don't think, I understand that. I think showing discovery is outside that attorney-client relationship. So I'll overrule the objection as long as we don't delve into the communications. But I mean, what he may have seen about discovery, I think that's a fair area of inquiry.
Thank you, sir. Did he show you any of your discovery?
I already had my discovery.
Okay, so what, you had it in your cell?
I had it from my previous attorney, Kevin McCarthy.
Okay. I wasn't talking specifically about Seth LeBay, but okay. So you had your discovery and you got to see your discovery, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see the DNA results?
Yes.
And what did those DNA results say?
Judge, again, that's gonna be
It
hearsay.
was sustain the objection in
Okay.
terms of, yeah, that's hearsay.
Okay. You said Rory Wilson had a pipe, correct?
Yes,
And that I had the knife, correct?
correct.
Okay. Did you testify that the pipe was in Rory Wilson's right hand?
Yes,
Are you aware that Rory Wilson is left-handed?
yes.
Objection, Judge, again, testifying.
I'm asking a question.
Okay, I'll just overrule the objection.
Okay.
Did you answer?
Yes, I did. Yes, I'm assuming I did testify it was in his right hand.
Okay. And are you aware that he's left-handed?
I am now.
Okay. Would you agree that it might be odd for a left-handed person to hold a weapon in his right hand?
No,
You've had plenty of military experience, correct?
yes,
Okay. Do people often do that? Do they usually hold a
Objection,
weapon?
Yes.
Judge, to the relevance.
I'll overrule the objection.
Based on experience here. Based on your experience, does somebody usually fire a weapon with their left hand or their right hand if they're right-handed or left-handed?
depends on their ambidexterity.
The ambidexterity.
Correct, the ability to use both hands.
I know what that means. So, that you're aware of, is Rory Wilson ambidextrous?
I'm not 100% aware of what he is, other than a human being.
Okay. And all right. Now, when you were in jail, did they allow you to witness any of the videos or anything like that after that? Did you watch any videos?
No.
Okay. So those are. And Ken, did you speak to anybody else about the case while you were in jail?
In passing, sure.
Okay. Do you remember anybody you may have talked to?
I was in there for a long time, Mr. Tucker. I talked to a lot of people. I'm
About
not
the case?
exactly an introvert.
About the case?
It had come up multiple times in multiple situations in multiple weeks, days, months, years that I was incarcerated. Of course, it came up in discussion.
It's safe to say you really wanted out of jail.
Of course I did, as most human beings do.
Get that. Okay. As most human beings do. You know, what do you think most human beings would do to get out of jail?
Objection, Judge. calls for the
Sustain, I'll sustain the objection.
All right. Let me just go over this one more time just to make sure I've got everything here. Okay. And you said you came down around the end of Fantasy Fest, correct?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to object to ask and answer.
Sustain the objection multiple
As I asked it.
times.
Okay. As I asked it. Okay. And your girlfriend was Shayla at the time.
Shayla Premer. Yes.
Shayla Premer. Okay. And was she aware of your arrest?
Yes.
And do you still talk to her?
She passed away last year. No, I do not speak with her anymore.
My condolences. Did you speak with her prior to that?
Say again.
Did you speak with her prior to that?
Prior to what?
Prior to her passing?
Yes. She came down to see me
But did
after
you?
4.5 years of being out of touch with each other.
Okay.
And
Did
then
she see
she
you in-
died the night she went home.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I didn't hear.
She
you.
died the night she went home.
Okay. I'm sorry to ask this, but can you tell me, please?
Judge, I'm going to object to
How?
the relevance.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. What was the question?
I asked how she passed.
Sustain the objection.
Did you ever talk to her about the case?
Yes.
Objection, Judge.
Was sustained. It's not relevant.
All right. And let's see. Now you got here. And Second Street. You said there was damage to the warehouse from Hurricane Irma. Can you be a little more specific about what damage?
There's no power. There were holes in the roof.
No power, holes in the roof. Okay. Holes. And were you aware at the time that Rory Wilson was going through an eviction process with the warehouse?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of that?
There wasn't much of an understanding. I was just aware of the process
Okay, you just aware of it. And how did you become aware of that?
because David Gross was also under the same, it was involved in the same process.
Okay, David Gross was getting evicted too.
Yes.
That is your friend from the beach.
Yes.
Now, let's go back to Penny Phelps shows up at the warehouse the night, this is the night of the crime, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You said you talked to her, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Did they do anything else while they were there?
Objection, Judge, asked and answered.
Actually, that hasn't been asked.
I'll overrule that objection.
Which incident in contact with Penny Phelps are you referring to?
Night of the crime, when she showed up the night of the crime.
The first interaction with her was not very informative or anything like that, and very short. The second interaction when she came back after the raid, that was the second interaction that I had with her.
I'm talking about the first one, the night of the crime.
Okay, that was a very short interaction.
Short interaction. And did she ask you if anybody was sleeping inside? Or if anybody was inside?
Yes.
Okay. And did you tell her the door was locked?
No.
Okay, you didn't. Do you know if they went into any of the neighbors' apartments?
They did not.
Okay, they did not. Okay. And why did they leave? Did they tell you, or did you just up and leave?
Their investigation was, she was over. It was over. She just left. The interaction didn't give her anything she wanted, so she left.
Who didn't give her anything she wanted?
The interaction did not give her any information
from
she could
you.
use.
Right?
correct.
The interaction there. But I mean, okay, was she there for you?
No.
Judge, objection.
I'm trying to understand here.
I'm going to sustain the
Okay.
objection.
I'm trying to just clarify here. Okay. She wasn't at the warehouse for you. So what was she there for?
I'm going to sustain it. We've been over this
Okay.
ground.
Okay.
It's-
All right, fine. So she just up and leaves,
Yes.
to your knowledge.
Yes.
Did she ask you for a phone number?
Asked me for my phone number?
Yeah.
Of course she did.
Okay, she did. Okay. And you didn't have any interactions with her until was it the raid, right?
Correct.
Do you have any interactions with anybody else from the MCSO in between
I do
those
believe I
times?
did. Now that I think about it, I think she did contact me about the eviction scenario that was going on at the apartment and what I knew about it. Because of my association with Mr. David Gross and the fact that he was going through an eviction process as well, I had learned that there was something up with the zoning requirements, that it was no longer a residential area, it wasn't a residential area, it was a warehouse district, this and the other. And she wanted to know if I knew anything about that. And yes, I did share what information I knew, who owned the building, and what process of eviction Mr. Gross was in at that stage.
And to your knowledge, did they take anything from the warehouse when they left after the raid?
When I encountered them,
Hmm.
no, nothing else was removed.
Nothing was missing?
Of mine?
Just in
Of
general.
yours? I don't understand what would be missing. I don't understand.
Again, I'm asking you if there was, were you aware of anything in the warehouse missing when they left?
No.
And you did say they came back a second time, correct? After the raid where you weren't there.
When I was not there, I don't know what happened. When I came back, they showed up one time
Okay.
and left. I did not make contact with them again that night.
Okay. Your Honor, I think, can I, for lack of a better word, excuse the witness for a moment while we, actually, can we sidebar, Your Honor?
You can approach the bench.
Oh my God. Ain't he funny? I mean, it's a serious situation. I know someone's life was taken and attempted life. But mainly this is about for me right now is this man's freedom and all these liars that have came on the stand. So we got 30 sidebars or 30 objections so far. I wish they would hurry up. Oh.
Looks like a good time to take an afternoon break. Members of the jury, let's shoot for 3 o'clock. Again, you don't have to stay in the jury room. Just let the bailiff know who's going to want to go out. 3 o'clock, be available, follow the cautionary instructions, and we'll go from there. All right, so they're gone. So there's here without the jury on the record. So there's some impeachment materials. So in the form of some video or transcript or what?
It's quite a bit of stuff, Your Honor. It's everything from documents to video to audio.
Well, again, you know, you have to let the opposition see what is, and if there's an objection, I'd have to make a ruling on it. That's,
Your Honor, again, I'd like to excuse the witness for a second.
yeah, if it will somehow or other ruin your element of surprise if he's here, I suppose that would be reasonable. So you're still going to be testifying, but during this session, Mr. Johnson asked you to vacate the courtroom, but don't go very far, you know, and don't discuss your testimony with anyone.
He's wearing shorts. What? Dude, were those shorts? Hey, I feel bad
All right.
for Ty because he's unable to get his questioning out. I don't feel bad. You know what I mean? Just not right. However,
I'm not sure at this particular point in time if I'm needed here because
Actually, Your Honor, I wouldn't imagine so unless we have a problem.
well, again, I hope this isn't 2 hours of viewing here. It's
Your Honor, to be honest, I actually don't know how much it's going to be because I've gained more information as we went along. So I'm probably going to have to grab some more of it.
well.
Very.
In the name of expedition, and again, I have no problem with Angela Ostrowski testifying. I'd actually be willing to pause my cross if they'd like to bring it on.
No, well, that's not a, that, to me, that's an appealing, option to allow her to testify and to, you know, have more time to.
Why don't they want Paula to testify?
Okay. Well, I know, I thought that was the case earlier, but now I'm
Learned since the last time.
not, yeah, now I'm not as optimistic. All right, I'll come back at 3, but I ask you to keep an open mind about Mr. Tucker's suggestion about interrupting this cross, putting the expert on the stand, finish her, have, like, as you know, tomorrow I've got the other dockets I have to deal with. So to the extent that more time would allow you all to assess what the defendant has by way of cross-examination or impeachment, might be a better use of time, but maybe I'm being overly cautious, but we'll see. I'm coming back at 3 to see how far this viewing, this disclosure is going to take you.
Hey, Grandma, have you noticed that the judge is not being mean to Ty? I wonder if the judge watched my video. Because thousands have. Because I felt he was disrespectful and he has no right to do that. He ain't as bad. No, he's not as bad today. He's not yelling at him. He's not doing any of that other crap. However, the state is an issue here. How many objections? 30. Yeah, but he was still able to get the question out. He just had to phrase it differently. We should look into that. I hope so too, because I'm not done with him. I am not done with him. Oh, you need to retire. Yeah, that was funny. Hey, did you like that? That Donna. That Donna. Yes, we're on break until 2. 3 o'clock your time. Donna, that was so funny. I had to laugh. They tried it. She wouldn't let the cops take her phone. No. She thinks she's so entitled. Who does she think she is? It was funny. The beginning was funny. The beginning. And she felt those people needed to wait on her. Give me a drink of water. No, that's not enough. Get me some more. It was fucking awesome. Oh, my bad. Swear word. Hey, it happens. How are you today? How's your legs? Yeah, she is. Wendy's next. Yes, she does. Oh, that sucks. You know it. Yeah, I used to have that. It was horrible. It was horrible. So I know what you're going through. Anything else good going on? Anything? Let me look online here. Oh, I found another video of Hot Mike. I thought I'd grabbed them all, and I didn't. Everybody, okay. Everybody right now is covering like Adam Montgomery and then that missing mom. What's her name again? Which, I think he did some things to her body. Nobody is covering this case, okay? Which I like. However, when it gets to the very end, how many people do you think is going to be covering it? Because it's such an interesting case. And hopefully I will get the interview. I know he told me, because I talked to him in DMs, and he told me anything I want to ask, go right ahead. So I was going to get a list of questions. And he knows it. I just want him to be careful and not really talk about the case. But I think I want to talk about the civil suit because that included some cops that took the stand and lied. Yeah, Ty said that to me. I checked my messenger today. I'm like, oh man, he messaged me 3 days ago. When they come back, Grandma, if I don't reply right away, it's because I'm in my kitchen. I'm going to make me some rice. So if I don't respond right away, that's why. I know you do, and you have good questions. You always do. You know what? You might not think I pay attention, but I do. I let it sit there and simmer in my head. Just another point of view. You know what I mean? You know I'd never hurt you. Ever. Yes, I ask because I want to know if you or anyone knows. Because you're really good at big words to me. And you have so much knowledge. But I got knowledge in different areas. You know what I mean? Or understanding or whatever. Because I'm not an attorney. I am not a reporter. I'm none of that. I'm just a YouTuber. That's it. My grammar sucks. We know that. But I cannot help it. I wish people would realize that. I can't help it. I know, right? Get it, girl. So the next trial I'm so excited for, because we don't got Boswell and what's her name until 2025. Leilani. It was Donna's. You know what? I've told these people over and over that I've had a stroke. I'm lucky to be able to walk, talk, do everything. And then people say, well, have another one. It's like, God, you people are evil. And I've heard, oh, my 9-year-old nephew can speak better than you. Get the fuck off my channel. You know what I mean? You don't like me? Go. I never understand it. I don't have this in real life. The guy was a dick. Sure was. Well, I'll tell you something later. They're creeping around. Let me tell you that crew. Oh yeah, they're keeping an eye on me. Stupid, because I didn't do nothing to any of them. But that's what they do on here.
I was told I was wanted or needed in here.
Oh. Oh, good.
I was told that I was wanted or
Yes.
needed in here.
I figured they'd want to go.
All right, let's start with the first thing, Mr. Tucker, you want to start with the first item on the page, you want to offer to the court?
First one was the phone records I showed you. That showed that Tron Travis Johnson knew me prior to a few days before the murder, unlike he said.
These guys, the phone records, Judge, they're not authenticated in any way, shape, or form, but it's just the phone records prove that he had talked to Travis Johnson prior to.
Prior to knowing, according to him.
Travis Johnson testified that to his memory, I met you, when I said I met you, I don't remember talking to you prior to that. So where did you reach?
What he said is he'd be surprised to learn that.
He said, I don't remember meeting you before the day we met.
See, this is where we're having problems, Your Honor. Apparently, we're hearing different things, and they said they would like to get a read back from the court reporter, and apparently I need one too, Your Honor.
Well, what are the records? I mean, what are these records? Well, whose phone records are we, I mean, whose telephone is this a record of?
This would be John Travis Johnson's phone and my phone at the time.
Okay.
He should be able to
And-
have that.
Okay, so, well,
Okay, Judge, count to 10. Breathe
I
in,
did ask him about it.
breathe out.
I thought he was somewhat equivocal, but I don't see a problem if he wants to show that to him and he says, oh, this refreshes my recollection,
Yes,
or
yes,
yeah, I
Judge.
guess we did talk. I would overrule the objection to that if in fact he can say, yeah, that's reflects my telephone.
Come on, Judge. Do the right thing. And I'll leave you alone. I hope so. Travis is a liar. 2 days.
I don't see any big problem. It's implicit in inherent in every trial. It's.
Okay, let's see. And like I said, Your Honor. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, the next one that I offered to them was, okay, I asked if you had ever given testimony or.
I hope they start being more fair.
2019, he said no. There was a video of the property, it was right before my home. So,
Oh, okay.
he said he gave no statements.
Well, what is it that you want to?
Yeah, show that, yeah.
What did you want to show him?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. No, it's literally, this is the profit. I can't see. Sorry. Else not be able to see. So, that's profit. That's it.
This is Detective Matt Pitcher, dated January 24th, 2019, 12:08 p.m. I'm a Titanville.
Okay, so we,
Assistant Public Defender Kevin McCarthy.
all right, so we can stop it right there. I mean, you're certainly not gonna. Okay, so he did say that he didn't, his recollection, provide a proffer, a statement before your bond hearing. I don't know. So,
I think he said, I think timing, he said he's not sure. There was never a proffer. This was a questioning. The detective and the prosecutor trying to clarify a few things. This was never a proffer as it relates to potential plea agreement. This was a discussion about details that they needed clarified. To the extent that, yes, you did meet with these people, I don't think he denied meeting with Colleen Dunn and Penny Phelps. He's never denied that on the stand. He doesn't know if it occurred prior to the bond hearing. He said, well, when was your bond hearing? I don't know. So
I would overrule the objection again, in abundance of caution, if he wants to, Mr. Tucker wants to show that, hey, look at here, you made a statement, you were with your lawyer, it was before my bond hearing. Okay, I mean, you all can clarify that on redirect, but I think it's within the scope of so-called impeachment that I would overrule the objection. The only question is, what exactly you're going to do to publish this or to show it to him? That's my question.
And Your Honor, I would submit that, okay, I don't need to show much of this video to impeach it. I mean, we just need to know what happened. That's all, right? That's it. Instead of, man, again, I don't want to play the whole video for the jury. I know you don't.
No,
So,
it wouldn't be.
I would defer to you, Your Honor, as far as how much, or just, how we do this to just, again, to show that it happened when he said it did.
When you
Judge,
suggest.
my only thing is, I think that if the defendant asks the witness again, did you ever meet with Dunn and Phelps? He would say yes. The question is, was it on the eve of his bond hearing? Nobody knows when that was. I don't know when it was. The jury doesn't know. I know you know, but nobody else knows. So was this on the eve of the bond hearing? Potentially, who knows?
Well, I also asked him if he made any testimony.
Yeah.
Offered any testimony. The deal with Colleen Dunn, and
There was never a deal with Colleen Dunn. Well,
Okay,
he
but
said
let me.
she approached him with you. He said that.
Okay. Nevertheless, it would seem to me that, Mr. Johnson, I would like to show you this, this videotape,
Fresh memory.
and, I don't think it needs to go more than, like 10 seconds or something like that. Sir, do you see the date? Do you see the time? Is that you there? Is that your lawyer there? Is that, you aware that this occurred prior to my bond hearing? I think, just a couple seconds into it with that information on the screen, that should achieve your purpose.
Thank you, Your Honor. I agree.
All right, so.
Okay, so this one, 12 here, this one I would submit, Your Honor, we're gonna have to listen to the whole thing. And this is because John Travis Johnson says he went around once, right? When they cased the joint, so to speak.
Right.
He goes around once, black sedan is no longer there, correct? That's what he said.
No, that's not what he said. He said he went around once and came back to the warehouse.
No, okay, I think we're getting confused here because, okay, remember we came up in sidebar about this. 'Cause
Yeah.
I was confused at first.
Right.
Well, first time they went up there, apparently they went back to the warehouse.
After they made the checked out the place and came back to the
And then when
warehouse.
they came back, the truck circles around once and then comes back for the second.
Right. After they saw the black vehicle in front, went around again, and it didn't, it was gone.
Okay, good. Because this is the 911 call, right? This is Gabrielle Torini, and she literally, in real time, is talking about seeing somebody jump into that black sedan after, John Travis Johnson supposedly gone, and watching them come from the treehouse, jump in that black sedan, head off the other way down low. So if the sedan's gone, how is she seeing this?
I'm not following what this,
We talked about that car. Go Ty. Go Ty. Go Ty.
hey, so what is what state?
But my objection is, the person refers to somebody wanting to.
Well, we gotta wait until it's done. Well, we gotta wait until it's done.
This is why I closed it down. I'm sorry.
But again, she's asking for a description of who, the man at CVS asking to call 911, or she needs a description of the person that she sees get into a car. There could be other cars in the area, just not black sedan in front of the treehouse. It's very vague. It's to a car. She doesn't say it's right from the, she's photographs of the street, there's cars up and down the street.
Look at how calm he stays. How does he do it?
It's all right. It's no big deal. I'm just hard to see what the significance of this is.
Well, again, Your Honor, he says it goes right to his credit. He says it goes down once, the car's
Right.
gone.
Okay.
Okay, well, now it's, again, it just magically reappeared.
What did this, well, first of all, apparently somebody's making a 911 call, and what are they reporting?
They're actually, the person out of the
Mhm.
This is after you see the flashlight go up the hill.
Right.
He goes and gets somebody, flags him down for 911. This is the person calling.
Well, honestly,
What did that person say?
She says
after
that
Christmas,
he is in real time
it was hard on me.
from the treehouse,
I came across a
flags
video
that
of my mom
there and go down the other way on.
in 2019 when
No,
she was alive.
That's,
Well-
that could be any vehicle. That certainly
Had
doesn't
had a little
impeach or,
breakdown. So yeah, I haven't dealt with her death yet.
in any event.
But I've been talking to my
It doesn't entail any big argument. This doesn't seem to be debatable. To
They
me, that's not valid. It's not a direct impeachment. It entails, encompasses many different possibilities, and I don't see where that contradicts what Mr. Johnson said. So I would have to sustain the objection. Yes, sir.
If he said, like again, if he says there's no cars that are on that street when he came back and parked, comes back and parked, there's no cars on the street, and this is literally seconds. I mean, not seconds, minutes, maybe a minute, right? Okay, and now there's a car on the street, parked.
It's a city street, right?
I get this, but you get this, Your Honor, but it coincidentally, it's another black sedan.
Anyway, I just don't see how that is a valid impeachment, and so I would not have it sustained. Excuse me?
Okay, so that's it. Go back.
Just to be clear, our objection on that was sustained.
Yes, it is. Okay.
Yeah, I was telling my daughter about it.
Actually, let me-
She's messaging me, my youngest daughter. I still haven't dealt with her death. You know, you get the feeling like you cry
Now,
and then you shut it off. I don't know. I mean, I see my doctor every month on Zoom.
Captain Phelps providing the narrative. Again, he offers no information about the case until Phelps tells him this. And he says, because she didn't tell me anything that I wasn't already going to say, but again, she told it to him before he says it.
One step at a time.
Yeah, my youngest daughter. She's 30.
That she was spot on, dead on the money, that she got it and she figured it out, and that her version of it was exactly what happened.
Tone your voice down, buddy.
They told him to put it in his own words, and then he gave a statement. So again, where's the impeachment? He never denied that Penny Phelps laid it out for him.
Okay, let me just understand. What do you want to present?
Well, Your Honor, it wasn't his story to begin with.
But just tell me what you want to present.
Captain Phelps telling him the story. And then right before that, he's lying and tell ma'am she says that.
So you want to play an audio or a video?
It's actually a video. I'll show it to you now.
Well, no, I don't need to see it. How long?
It's not very long, Your Honor. It's maybe a few minutes.
And so you want, I mean, just want to understand this. You want a law enforcement officer to recite their theory of your guilt, and you want to, I mean, to me, most people would want to keep that out of evidence, but you want it in evidence, a recitation of the law enforcement's theory of your guilt. Just so I'm clear.
Yes, Your Honor, because, okay, there's a big difference between somebody coming up with their own story and just confessing to the police, and the police telling them.
Well, I understand, and we heard what Mr. Johnson said, but if you want to play this, I just find it an interesting strategy, but if you want to play it, go ahead.
Yeah, Grandma, remember, we're going to do it in the evening because we both are doing something.
Is this something else?
She gets into it.
Well, I said you could play it. But I don't-
You don't need to see it.
I don't need to see it.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
I understand.
So, but you said that's okay.
I questioned the strategy, but I said, okay.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I
No,
thought you were
that's
gonna play it. Okay, so, go ahead and go to.
Case going on, you know, with the cause of the eviction.
So we can get up to this point.
So we're not doing it right there, they'll come to that.
Travis Johnson.
Is this some different evidence now?
Yeah, this is different impeachment material.
Different than what you just talked about Penny Phillips. What is this? now?
This one, okay, in this one, John Travis Johnson says, I'm the one who caused Coates, the one who talked about the treehouse, going to the treehouse to actually, there's money there. You know, I'm the one who actually brings the deal, not Lori Wilson.
Well,
With what he said in Lori's trial, and what he says now, right? Okay, so that would be impeachment.
Okay, there's no objection. All right.
You know how many people he can impeach? Any.
No, I know what you're thinking now. Because unfortunately, he says two different things, even in the same state.
Did you see him grinning? Oh my God. Oh my God. That was funny.
Travis, you're trying to get it, absolutely get it. So how much earlier can they talk about going on in there before 8 o'clock at night? So who knew there was money up in that house? In that tree?
I wonder how they're going to get to Paula or when.
Was there a doubt?
Just switch it. Lori Wilson's time on less than 2 weeks.
Well, I mean, you can interpret it multiple ways, man. I mean, who knew? That doesn't mean exclusively, but nevertheless, if you want to play the man's statement again, I mean, again, it's hard to understand why, but I assume the state's not objecting.
No objection. Again, it's just, hey, my guy's changing the story constantly.
Well, I understand, you can, I'm not objecting, I'm not, they're not objecting, I'm just, here between us, I'm just querying the wisdom of playing a damaging statement over again to reinforce what the witness already said, but you can do it.
Okay, but that's not what he said. He said that Lori Wilson.
I understand how you
Look, I
want to interpret it, but let's keep going here.
Anyway, we'll go back to this. We got-
Hey, Judge, simmer down.
This one, not yet. He says he voluntarily, gave up the truth. 2004. This is close.
Right there, you just do whatever. Okay. Hold up. I saw one, I got scared of it. I went back to the house, and they came back, and they got the money between the two of them, and they got a vote, not sure for gas, and it's amount, sideways and whatnot, maybe the best thing I can do is just try to keep doing what he's doing, and being the right guy, do the right thing.
Travis, I can't tell you how happy they were.
I must be off. I have something else to do, so I'm gonna assume that I'm off. Let's go over here. Okay, and I think we did hear this already, where you're saying that's, again, the discussion, just wants gas in his truck. Let's go back to.
Okay. Yeah, she's a star witness, ain't she?
But, okay, we
did specifically say, yeah. CPS, it wouldn't be a picture of CPS, serious. So, okay, that's a simple one enough, right? Yeah. This is right before the crime.
I can see.
Okay, is there any objection?
I don't see him on the video yet.
Well, it's not video, these are pictures.
Okay, where is he?
So,
Okay, show him the picture.
All right.
oh, this is one. Oh, this is actually one I do have to ask. Okay, here's one. I should probably ask about it, but
What about the, new car truck? Is it the car truck? You wanna, not talk about it. Does anybody ever lie with you? Let's see. Who else has been in that truck? Eight stuff in the truck? What about all the stuff? Right. What about, for, have you ever been in the truck? What about, have you ever been in the truck? Okay. Did you just follow that?
Yeah, Judge, this is the part, absolutely, this is the part where he still hadn't owned up to what he did, so he was still denying everything. Go ahead and show it to him, and he'll explain, yes, that's when I was still not admitting to what I did, so that's fine.
Well, Mr. Tucker, this is it. This is like it. We're pull more videos.
oh, I mean, he lied about a lot of things.
Well,
Wow.
well, no, sir, this is the, all day apparently Travis Johnson, you know,
I mean,
it's a-
you know, I'm trying to.
well, good, I am too, and we're, you know,
I'm trying to
it's just,
make it easy.
mhm.
But anyway, that would expect you to know that exactly what he's going to say.
No, I would expect you to be prepared and follow the basic rules. So again, this is the day, so whatever you have, you know, that's, nobody's objecting. You can present.
I don't want to play an hour-long video of lies that he tells prior to prove that he, you know, that he said, he says he told the truth the whole time, right? He said he never lied about it.
That's a mischaracterization, but we're not here to cut, you know,
I mean, I just don't
split
wanna-
hairs. So
I don't wanna
anyway,
get- I
so
don't wanna
let's
get
see what
out
else.
of
So far, you've been able to utilize the vast majority of what you want to, so
So, I'm just trying to avoid this.
Case go on, you know, with the cause, the eviction. You know, I told him not to do whatever I could to help out with that. So I don't know why I would have any problem.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I do remember him saying specifically that he never lied, he always told the truth about this.
Mr. Tucker, you can certainly make whatever argument you want to. I don't interpret his testimony in that manner, but be that as it may, just proffer your next item and
My feeling was there was a really bad blood between you and Russ. Some very bad blood, you know? No, not at all. When I was trying to figure out what could you have done, I mean, no, looking into, you know.
Been done to anybody, man. You can find it, in fact, it doesn't mean whatsoever, huh? I'm not violent, I'm not aggressive, you know, I don't start fights, you know what I mean? I don't. I don't. I've seen enough violence to last a lifetime.
this is part of what you want to.
That was my feeling, I listened to
Danny
all
Phelps tells
the
him his story.
details of his side of the story that we hear. And my feeling was, man, this guy must have really brought something. Coming in here, talking
So,
like
I mean, we could, again, I don't know exactly how long he goes on like this, but I mean,
Well, I haven't heard him,
I just didn't, I don't know what else you're talking about.
It says like, it makes it sound like he's been honest about this. He literally said, I've been truthful about this the entire time. And no, he hasn't.
I
He
did,
told many lies. That's the thing.
I didn't hear him claim to be truthful. Was there something on that?
I mean, I did hear that. I mean, I'm not trying to disagree with you.
No,
As far as our ears, I mean, get it right back.
Judge, I think the distinction is, once he fessed up, he's been truthful ever since he fessed up. Mr. Tucker has gone back in time before the fess up.
Oh, shut up.
Hours where he's not owning anything. And he says, Mr. Tucker, let me finish to the judge, okay? Here you go again, talking over people.
Okay, let's just, yeah. Mhm. Let's,
Okay, then go ahead, Judge. I mean,
I-
he wants to talk over everybody.
let's just hear what you have to say, and then
I
we'll,
would just like to finish your thought, Judge, without Mr. Tucker
Yeah.
cutting me off and opining his brilliance.
well, we're doing fine thus far. Again, it's,
Mr. Tucker has gone back in time prior to Travis Johnson owning up everything, and he's like, oh, he lied about all this. Travis Johnson never denied that he was untruthful in the beginning, but once he gave his story, after Penny Phelps laid it out, he agreed with her, and he gave his story, he's been truthful since then. There's a distinction. So,
okay.
Your Honor, may I-
Yes, sir, go ahead.
I specifically asked, did he vacillate? Did he make up another story prior to Penny Phelps giving him his story? He said, I've been honest the entire time.
No, that's not quite what he said, but you know what? Again, you want to play it, you know, if that's some private.
It's important that the jury
Well, I
knows
know what
the
you,
facts.
I know what you think. The only thing is, be careful what you open the door to. I mean, you know, so.
Judge, let me just say, at this point in time, because he's called into question a fabrication,
Yeah.
under, I think it's 19.603, I plan on introducing his prior consistency.
I understand that.
So, I mean, he can play this, go ahead.
That's what I didn't say it in terms of the legal phrase, but that, I said open the door, so, Mr. Tucker, now you're talking over me. Just to be clear, you can do it, but it is true. Then you're going to open the door to the state being able to, then in their redirect, present statements that refute that, so in a layman's term, so in any event, I'll allow.
Do you mind if I ask Mr. Mansfield a question?
No, I don't.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Mr. Mansfield, just to be clear,
Just behind that microphone or closer to a
I
microphone?
would like to know, I mean, again, I want to know what you.
Who's that talking?
What I'm gonna put on this, I mean, what you said. Well, if I, again, you said you put something up to refute this, I'd like to know.
Okay, and when we get to that, I will, and Mr. Mansfield has something, then he'll let you see it. But at this point, I think there has to be some anticipatory, you know, information. All I'm saying is from what I see, it doesn't appear to me to be inconsistent with the basics, what Mr. Johnson testified to in terms of the sequence of events. But if you want to play it, you can play it. But then the state may be able to present testimony or evidence that rebuts that and shows that, in fact, you know, this is his testimony that refutes that. So
He should have just,
do you want to put it? You can do it.
okay, I hope he don't, but I hope he has the phone.
That's why you need a
Yeah.
lawyer, or people want lawyers.
My lawyers are the ones that gave me this advice.
Hey, it's one thing to be given advice, it's another thing to be able to use it and to manage it in the context of a trial.
Spend a lot of time trying to get.
I would have just stuck to the phones
You know, the big difference.
and not do this right here.
So, I mean, we've already said he can play this, right? Okay. You don't need to listen to it anymore right now.
Well, I hope he changes his mind, because that's just going to open up some other stuff here. That's why the prosecution has no problem with this one.
Said his truck, he emptied it out.
Somebody text him and say, no, be careful.
Your Honor, I have no objection to Mr. Tucker paying the entire interview himself. That's what he wants to do.
Yep. Yep.
What else was we?
This is actually, I'm gonna try and make it so you can see the pictures. Your Honor. Just give me a second.
Oh, tie.
These are all pictures. Just trying to see this. There we go. Let's go ahead and do large icons. There we go. Now this is, you said you emptied out his truck after you got up the big time. This is what was found in his truck, and we searched it. Which is quite a bit of material.
That's quite good, because once he went to jail, Mr. Ochoa.
Yeah, he should leave it alone.
Took all the stuff that Travis had loaded in
Yeah.
the house, put all in his truck, that was still in the driveway, get all the stuff out of the house and put it.
Oh, boy.
So that's why, when he went to jail, the truck was empty.
And no, I'm not an attorney.
Now the truck has all this stuff.
I don't know.
Okay, so any objection? All right, we got to bring the jury in. I mean, they've been waiting for, you know,
I don't want to repeat the problem.
so I'm just curious here.
Now, here's the question. I'm gonna play the entire interview as they suggested.
I'm just curious,
no,
like,
no.
this may take us till 5 and.
Oh, yeah, Judge, we're sending our DNA analyst home. We're gonna get her a room and she's gonna come back tomorrow.
And.
Oh, the
how much
DNA
longer we thought
person.
we're going
Dang
for,
it.
I don't know, but, you know,
I vote for, listen, we work till 5 and we have to break and come back tomorrow and pick it up again. That's probably what will happen.
okay, so, I'm just going to, go into my chambers for like a minute and we'll come out.
Oh, man. He should have just stuck to the phone records. Yep. They were going to have the DNA person today, which I think is more important than this right now. Because there's no DNA, blood, or handprints that are ties. When they come back, I'm going to go make my rice, so just so you know, okay? Yeah, in the mask, and that was Detroit, right? Okay. Can you imagine the paperwork for this case? How much discovery they have? Remember Letitia's was like 12,000 and Lori Bell's was like double that. Yeah, it was 24 below yesterday. Let's see what it is right now here.
Please be seated. Okay, so Mr. Johnson is around.
Yes, I'll be.
Shit, now I don't want to go cook. I want to watch his face. Dang it.
Back on the witness stand. Let's bring the jury in, please.
Your Honor, if you may.
Sorry?
If I may, before you,
What?
I just talked to Mr. Mansfield and we agreed that we're going to play Penny Phelps' full interview. And again, I'm going to go ahead with everything else and we'll do that tomorrow, if that's okay.
Do what tomorrow?
Play Penny Phelps' entire interview.
No, I didn't agree. I think we should just keep moving. We have the interview, let's play it.
Right, we're going to 5.
No, I'm with that. I'm with going to 5. It's just, that's a long interview and we agreed that we would actually play the entire thing.
Okay, so what's the problem?
Well, because neither one of us have the entire thing right now.
I don't know. I plan to go in 5. I've never seen a trial where we waste so much time, frankly. But nevertheless, I don't understand what the concern is right now.
Well, no, it's just, okay, all of the interviews that were taken by the police at the time were chopped up into multiple sections. If we're going to play the entire interview, then we would have to make sure that we have the other sections. We don't have them.
Did you want to weigh in here, or
Judge, I mean, it's his impeachment, so I assume he has the interview. He's telling me he doesn't have the whole interview. I'm checking to see if we do, so we can move this process along. And I think we do have it here. Let's pop it in real quick and see.
Sorry, guys.
Mr. Tucker, do you know where the mouse is? Oh, I was there.
I'm trying to get
Big file. No, one that says 457 on the right. One more, 2 more down. No, wait, stop right there. Get down. Oh, that's good, because I don't know what time the detectives come in. And Judge, just so that the record is clear, what we're looking at here is the interview that I believe Mr. Tucker is referring to. Is that right? Hey, look, Captain, what you do?
Just stop it.
Come on, keep it.
And how long is this? He'll come at you when you stop it. He doesn't keep. That's the problem. Goes back to the beginning.
Verify. We live in an age of technology.
Zoning section.
Okay, we got it. All right? Yeah. And I'm having a hard time verifying some of these things, okay? That's a problem. They serve our country, how it's true, man, you know, one bad thing about it. Okay, we got it. How is it, I kind of.
It's in somewhere. It's obviously.
Sometimes we can figure out times where, okay, right is a big deal, right? That on, is that? Okay, you're going to this.
I think it's section 30. It's not the site, it's not the site. It's not-
Anyway. Is this what you'd like to play?
Your Honor, I'd like to play maybe just before this. I don't think there's too much before this. Or before it helps comes in.
I think she's coming now.
Yeah, she'll come in soon, but I'd like to give you at least a little context.
That's right. Okay, so where would you like to start it?
Let's go ahead and, just like, again, a little bit prior to where they're at. That's about it. Just like I say, give it context.
Right here is the beginning of this one. Is that all right?
Let's, they're asking about taking the time.
You want to go back to the previous one? I mean,
Yeah, let's go back to the.
All right.
We'll do it from there and then we'll just let it. That's not okay.
That on, that. All right, so 414, Dr. Roy, you're probably at the beach.
Listen, I can't keep this jury waiting any longer. So if this is what, this is,
And I don't care if you know,
okay,
I just want to verify something.
I'm gonna go to 5 and find a cutting place and then tell them to come at 1 tomorrow. And you're gonna have to return at that point in time, Mr. John. Bring in the jury, please.
What is going on? I've never seen anybody wear shorts in a courtroom. I bet he is tired. He should have someone helping him, like in the courtroom. Why are they done for the day? It's only, what, 2:45?
All jurors present
Thank you. Please be seated. Members of the jury, welcome back. Please accept my sincere apologies for this lengthy delay. I hadn't forgotten about you. I knew you were back there. Thank you for your confidence. We weren't taking a long afternoon break. We were doing some important things here. Now we're ready to proceed with continued cross-examination for scheduling, planning purposes. We're going to go to about 5, and then wherever we're at, we're going to break and start again tomorrow. So you don't have to worry about being held after hours. Just thank you for your continued patience and attention for the rest of the day. So we'll have Mr. Johnson back up here on the witness stand, and Mr. Tucker, you can proceed with your cross-examination.
Okay, that should be good.
Now, Mr. Johnson, we just put this video up here. Do you know approximately what time this was or when this video was?
11/22/2017.
Okay. Okay. And where are you at?
Sheriff's Department headquarters.
Okay. So this is when after they had brought you down under the guise of your truck, correct? Okay. And you know, if I remember correctly, you stated that you always told the truth when it came to your story.
I've told the truth. Yes. After I admitted my guilt in this,
Okay.
I've told the truth.
So, but you, again, clarify, as far as, but did you tell that story?
There were
that
some
narrative?
inconsistencies in the beginning, of course, because of my fear
Okay.
of being incarcerated.
Okay.
But in the long run, the truth came out.
But you vacillated, you didn't lie.
No, I didn't lie.
Okay.
There were no outright lies.
Okay.
There were misperceptions of individuals because I don't know you too well. I may have confused you two once or twice with each other. There may have been timelines I'm not 100% sure of, but no, there have been no lies.
Okay, let's get to that. I believe I asked you, did you, prior to Captain Phelps giving you that narrative, did you tell any other stories other than that? Did you lie?
Nothing I'm aware of, no.
We'll go ahead and go to the tape.
So John, again, I want, the question needs to be more specific. The witness testified that once I owned up to what I did, I haven't lied since. This video goes before that.
Well, I just asked him if he lied prior to that.
Well, in any event, certainly there'll be redirect, and right now you can proceed with the presentation of the evidence.
Oh, of course, now we're stuck. The video is stuck. Oh, there we go.
Okay, Mr. Tucker, I'm not sure what your position
Oh,
here
I'm
for.
sorry.
I thought we were. Wait, can we please stop it a second?
Oh, and turn it towards your, you're absolutely correct. I'm sorry. Let me go ahead.
I'm just unclear if you're going to be questioning him during this?
Well, I can stop any question as soon as you have enough to answer.
Okay, but I would prefer that you be out that way rather than over here.
And do
Thank
you
you.
mind if I turn it towards the jury?
Oh, yes, I don't mind if there's a better view for
So
the
if you would
jury.
ask to be at the podium when he's asking questions of the witness.
Well, it's hard to work the thing and be at the podium at the same time. That's all. It's just
So
this logistics.
Can everybody see the screen? Okay, the gentleman seated at the far end is a little bit iffy. Okay, does that help, sir? Thank you. So the state can see it. Can you see it? Okay, so if Mr. Tucker's positioned out toward the podium, then that would be preferable. Let's roll him.
Now, let's see. Now, as we said, this is before Penny Phelps gave you the story, correct?
All right, so 414, talk to Roy, you were probably at the beach.
So you definitely go, you're not gonna walk that. Well, that's not Tuesday, man. I'm scared. And I don't care if you go, I just wanna verify something, look at me. I wanna verify something of what you're telling me. I haven't been able to verify one statement you made with what we have. With what we have. So it's important to me to verify something. You've got to understand where I'm coming from, you know. I do. This is a motor case. Yeah, I do. I stand back completely. 100%. So if you tell us one thing you can't verify, I'm scared to death. I'm not gonna lie, I'm scared. Well, I am, because the reason guys are involved in it, and I've been around them and back and forth. I wish I could have every little detail exactly what you want to know about my day, because. You mind if I look at your phone? Go ahead, man. I appreciate that. Oh, yeah. I really want to get into. I want you to give me some stuff so I can verify. So we got from 414, you probably had to be. I understand you could, I mean, honestly, what did I do Friday? I was working, so it was easier. But, it is hard to pinpoint downtimes. I get that. And no doubt about that. We have a license plate reader. Have you ever seen those, heard of those? Okay, they have like on SunPass or Toll, they have different variations of that. We have them here. So we have your truck. I have pictures of your truck hitting tag reader. Hitting tag reader. And that's why we asked, did anybody else drive? Is it common for someone else to use your truck? Okay. So, and we have video. All right. So you tell me a time or something in a ballpark, we can verify, okay, he was going to this location. He wasn't with Roy, or he was with Roy. He wasn't with this person, or he was with this person. So remember, we talked to these other two gentlemen for a long time. We told us a lot of things. Okay? Things that may or may not help you right now. Things that may or may not be true, you know. Exactly. So that's why we're here. I'm glad we're on the same page. Yeah. All right. So do you remember meeting with Mike? Okay, so keep going from there. Told him not to come back to the house. And got David's cell phone from me. Because there was one of the things that they want to get out of jail.
Just be clear, you just asked about Maddie. Is that the Maddie that I asked you about earlier, Matthew Gideon?
Don't recall. I don't.
Okay. You don't recall, you don't recall. That's fine.
He's asking me to get his cell phone. To make sure that we have it. What do you think they told you? What do you think Tyrone would tell us about you? I have no clue. None. No idea. None. Come on, 1 second. Yeah. Really, really curious about something. Yeah. When I talked to you 2 months ago, yeah, I actually were a little bit, but we're not close. Well, I'm gonna go after the court date, and we've got phone numbers and he contacted me after my truck. Yeah, he wants me to let him know what's going on at the house, so I'm gonna let him know what's going on at the house, if I'm not there, he's not there. I'm curious about that time of year around in Compton, according to times he gives. You're calling or what kind of security you guys talk about? I'm asking if there's anything down. You can call people on records, you can do anything with my phone, that's not a problem. I don't have any problem with you at all. Like I said, I just called him, asked him if anybody was there, if he was there, or. You heard that conversation? No, I don't know, I don't remember, I just remember calling, it was, you know. I don't remember these things. Yeah, I don't. It's been a few days already. Well, but I mean, I don't remember everything they don't. Rory with the girl. You're calling that, or he's calling you at 4:17 in the morning? 4:17 in the morning. Yeah. Not, no, think about that, yes, that's a good idea. And you understand, because the police is there. And he's telling me, I think he was asking me what was going on. Okay. That day on that Saturday, 4/17? Yeah, in the morning on Saturday. Saturday? They made a murder on Friday night. So that was, okay, that's what I was a little confused, but yeah, no, that was because the police searched for the house and did everything, and he's calling me asking me what's going on. And told him, said,
Now, so far, Mr. Johnson, would you consider any of that a lie?
No, I mean, I really don't, and don't have 100% recall of what was discussed, what was communicated in phone calls. And I'm not lying at this point. I don't think I've divulged the truth. It may be by omission from fear
You
of
don't
being
remember-
implicated.
You don't remember what you were talking about with Rory Wilson on the night of the crime
No.
right afterwards?
I do not.
well, did you come, was there a reason you did that didn't happen? Was there a reason he would say that that's not what he called you? Not that I'm aware of, but I'm pretty sure that the only thing he interested me is what's going on. You know, what the fuck is going on? So. I'm not trying to be, I promise, I'm not trying to help you out. Right. So far, you tell me things, all of a sudden I'm catching you that, something's not quite honest. Because I know you said you're scared about driving, all right? But you put yourself in our shoes. None of this is looking good, and you're not helping us out there by anything. Well, I mean, I'm trying to do the best I can. I mean, I don't get part of it. I've never done anything wrong in my friggin' life. Like, you know, I want to make sure that my shit's safe and. Have you been arrested before? Like, yeah, but I just got arrested for paraphernalia, you know? What about Dallas? I've been arrested for tickets. Anything else about it? No. Any reason to be assault with deadly weapon from Dallas? No. Assault with a deadly weapon? No. Okay. Not me. Gotcha. Don't have a criminal record. I've got like a class A misdemeanor. That's, petty theft. It was $1,500 out of, Bonham, Texas. You know. So we ran your right. I don't have it. I've been on probation one time for DWI. Yeah, whenever I was 21 years old. You know, yeah. Roy didn't say there was something. Oh, yeah. He didn't think a little bit with the nurse. You have a problem? You have a problem with it? I don't have a problem. No. So what's your problem? Why would I have an issue? I thought we were trying to keep the house, you know, I think we were trying to keep the place over there. You know what I'm saying? And I was not, really had enough common sense, so. You ever crossed them in a bad way? You ever give them wrong or anything? No. Never done anything. So they say anybody? No, I mean, like, as far as I know, you know, we're wrong with this, you know, but we were cool. I was there, you know, back in the day, you know, help keep the shit, you know, together, like, try to get the lights back on, try to get, you know, a court case going on, you know, with Cosmo, the eviction. Like, you know, I told him I'd do whatever I could do.
Now, I'm sorry, I didn't mean, I was having trouble stopping it where I wanted to. So did you just say you were homeboys, your friends
We were,
with Rory Wilson?
for lack of better terms, yeah, we were in acquaintances with each other's. Yeah, we had no negativity toward each other at this point in
Okay,
time.
but homeboys is a little different.
It's a
than
lack of a
acquaintances.
better term, per se. But friends, no.
Still don't think you're lying.
No, I don't, Tucker. I'm having a hard time accepting the truth is what I'm having a hard time dealing with. The hard time accepting the fact that I'm caught. That's what I see. I see fear in my eyes of being persecuted, being prosecuted for this crime. That's what's starting to come into my awareness is that
Okay, I wasn't asking what was in
I'm
your
being
head.
caught.
Mr.
I
Johnson,
need
Mr.
to
Johnson,
admit.
Mr. Johnson, I wasn't asking what was in your head. I was
You're asking me if I lied.
One step
I did not
further.
lie.
He gave a responsive answer, so now we'll
I
move
was-
on to the
I
next.
haven't got to my question, Your Honor. I was asking, I didn't ask what was in his head. I'm asking what came out of his mouth.
I did not
Well,
lie.
I believe that encompassed, if you still think you're not lying, is asking what's in his head. So I think it was a responsive answer, so we can go on to the next.
What's wrong with that? So I don't know why I would have any problem with it at all. At all. My feeling was there was some really bad blood between you and Roy. You know, some very bad blood. Nothing, nothing. Not at all. So now I'm trying to figure out what can you have done? I mean, no, I think I should do, you know. I think I didn't do anybody, man. You can't find anybody that knows me whatsoever. I'm not violent. I'm not aggressive. I don't start fights. You know what I mean? I don't. I don't. I've seen enough violence to last a lifetime, man. You know. And for him to say that he's mad at me. Matt, no, my feeling, listening to him, the details of his side of the story that we're going to hear. My feeling was, damn, this guy must have really crossed him to be coming in here talking like this with us. I mean, I don't sound like it. No, you don't sound like it. I've lived a good, decent life. We spend a lot of time trying to get. I have my vices. I have, the things that I like to do, but I've never. The big difference of when he gives us a time or something, we've been able to verify. I don't know how to do that.
If you'll let me explain to your honors that there's sections here. That's what, this is not the complete video. The videos were given to both the state and to the defense in sections.
Yes, members of the jury, this section of this one long interview or interrogation is now going to be succeeded by the next section. So it's not all on one drive. So.
Don't know, I can remember times I had, and I just don't. I wish I did. I mean, they can't afford that shit. Really wish I could remember times that, I don't think I would write everything down so I can remember this shit, Travis, I'm gonna take you big breaths. I'm gonna try to keep my tongue like that right now, so I can really but it's not at you, okay? And you and I have had some good conversations over the last couple of days, and I'm gonna tell you what just happened and why I'm so upset. We are picking up April right now, and we're taking her to the state house. Okay. And the reason we have to do this is because Ty threatened to kill her. Yes. Yes. So two of these people in the story. Yeah. They were crazy who had nothing to do with any of this. No. They're not people. You better stop talking. You better start running. Because if anything more says to the police, I'm going to take care of you and the baby. And I've got a 7-year-old first-time mother who is scared to death that she's going to get killed merely for telling the truth. And I told her to call me this morning. She needed anything, but my phone number, and if I needed to. Because I came back to Dallas. I remember I called you guys, told you, and I got my stuff and got out of there. I told April. She told me now she needed anything at all, give me a call, and I would come back and help them. Travis, the really sad part of the story is that we had the opportunity to talk to a lot of people.
Okay, just to clarify, we just heard what Captain Phelps told you about me supposedly threatening April, right? And you did talk to her that morning, correct? Talked to her the morning when you gave her your phone number and all that.
April?
Yeah, April Walker.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did she seem distressed? Did she seem like, did she seem like she had been threatened?
From my assessment, no.
Okay, thank you.
And most of the people in the story are And you're one of the good decent people in the right? You really are. Your guy falls back from hard luck and is really taking life and moving it forward and positive. You did everything you could with a bad situation after the hurricane. You get victimized. You lose your tools, you lose your cooking utensils, you scratch your truck, and you still stay positive. You're not the one out there saying, I'm gonna beat you, I'm gonna kill you. What you're doing is you do the right thing, talking to the police, trying to get this stuff straight. You're one of the good guys in the story. Rory's one of the good guys in the story. Detroit is right by April. He doesn't have a lot of money, but he was working. He got a somewhat decent place to stay. The conversation you had last night. It's not the Taj Mahal that you were looking, but it was a room, and it was a place, and it was safe. I'm trying to make it safe. I know. Yep, and Travis is right by everybody. And Rory was right by April. He knows she's scared. He knows that it's her first baby. He's proud to be with her, and he's proud to be having a son. He's waiting for that baby to come into this world. So there's good people in the story. You're a good person in the story. April's a good person in the story. Robert, Detroit is a good person in the story. The asshole in the story, you and I both know who the asshole in the story is. No, we both know. Don't ask the question. You and I both know who the bad guy in the story is. We know. And only making it worse, Travis. How the hell do you go to
Just out of curiosity, did you just say, is it Ty?
Yes, I did.
And she, again, why would you say that?
I don't know, because the simple question is, you know who it is? Is it Ty? That's a responsive answer
the asshole.
in
To quote, I'm the
a
asshole.
conversation. Yes, this is with the
Okay.
applications.
Just checking.
the 27-year-old, 9-month pregnant woman and tell her to her face, I'm going to hurt you and your baby. I'm going to take care of you and your baby if you don't stop running your mouth. What's April trying to do? Find out what's going on with Detroit. She's home alone.
Yeah.
Scared to death.
Yeah.
Ask a simple question. You know what she said to you.
Yeah.
How come Rory's stuff is on the internet? And Ty isn't. And you honest with her and said, well, Rory's in jail and Ty's not. And her statement to you was, how did that happen?
But I told her, I said, I don't tell her. Don't you think?
Rex, I think what happened is, let's talk about the people living in the treehouse. Let's talk about the good people in the story and the not so good people in the story. Not so good people living in the treehouse. Addicted to crack, selling their body for crack, people coming and going worse than the place that you're living in, because there's no one in that treehouse that's trying to take care of the property. And that's too old.
Where's the treehouse?
The place across from CBA.
Okay, I've heard about that part about the crack.
Yep, the crack den. You know what? And you know the kind of people that are hanging out the crack den.
No, I don't. Never do.
Now, be clear, you're not lying here.
No.
You don't know the treehouse. You haven't been there.
No, never in my life. Before I moved, before
But
I
I
come
mean,
here
when
after
you're
the
giving
hurricane,
this, when
I've
she's
never
asking
been there
you,
before.
had you been to the treehouse already?
After this, yes, this is after the incident. Of course, this is November 22nd. The incident happened November 17th. That's a ridiculous question. Of course, I know that where the treehouse is now.
That's not what you're telling her.
I didn't know that's what it was called. I knew where it was. Nobody referred to it. We're going to the treehouse. I didn't know what it was called. We're going over here to this place where the crack is. That's what I knew of it. I didn't know it called the treehouse. Never heard it referred to that till this incident.
The crack den is what she calls it, right?
Yes, I called it that.
So you think you're being honest here?
I know I'm being honest here.
Let me get here. Sorry, you're out of my eyes. We're not as good as these.
Yeah, and I believe that.
Never go there. Like, I don't
street, that $1,000 has changed hands. So all at the treehouse got $1,000. And I think their discussion was a plan. Let's go get $1,000 to crack it. We'll go in, we'll make it quick, we'll come out, no one will know us, we'll make sure that we got masks, we'll make sure nobody knows stuff. They don't need $1,000 to smoke up crack, we need $1,000 to live. We'll do right with the money, we'll do right by all of us in the place on Second Street. Let's make it fast and easy. And I know you were part of the plan. Now, I also know, hear me carefully, Travis, I also know that that plan never included hurting anyone at all. Because had there been discussion and you talked about hurting someone, you never would have participated. Because you're not that guy. You're not that guy that's going to sit down at a table with people and say, yeah, let's go beat somebody up. Let's go rape somebody. Let's go rob somebody. Let's go kill somebody. That's not you. You're a guy who's trying to survive. That's you, Travis. Now, could I hear you? Could I see you saying, let's go get some money to make life a little bit easier for us? Yep. Because that's the kind of guy you are. You're struggling. I get it. You lost all your tools. You lost all your cooking supplies. The food that you're living is mold infested. Your mattress got wet. It's hard. And you're struggling. And there's this, let's go get a little bit of money to make life a little bit easier. And you didn't go into the tree house. You didn't. But you drove them there. You drove them there, Travis. We got your truck on video. The camera right where you parked it. When you pulled off Laurel Avenue and parked your truck, and Detroit and Ty got out of that truck, all three of you are on the camera video. Now you did the right thing, because you dropped them off and then you got the hell out of there. You're gone. You don't know what they did in the treehouse. You don't know about it until after. The plan wasn't to go up there and hurt anybody. The plan wasn't to go up there and kill anybody. The plan was go up there, get the money, get your ass back, and then we'll split the money. That's the plan. And then everything went bad. And it wasn't Detroit that broke bad. You and I both know who broke bad. Who went off script, Travis? Who? The same guy that threatened a 27-year-old 9-month.
Hey, Travis. I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson. That sounds pretty familiar as far as stories go, correct?
Sounds, yes, the implementation or implication of specifically who did this was off, but she was on point with her
Basically goes
narrative.
into detail, correct?
She was on point with her narrative, yes.
Okay. Now, again, you haven't said anything about your story at this point, right? The story that you've been telling. Okay, so you say Phelps gave you your narrative, right?
She created the narrative that existed. She brought to light
Okay.
the narrative,
But-
not my narrative,
but-
not her narrative, but the narrative in question.
Well, that's what we're here to figure out. But okay, to give them a question here. Okay, you say that she got the narrative, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now she couldn't possibly be throwing you a lifeline, could she?
No,
I mean,
no, she was being a good detective and telling me exactly what she was doing.
I mean,
Asking him if she's throwing him a lifeline and calls for him to speculate.
Well,
That's what she's doing.
well, I'll overrule the objection.
now, Mr. Johnson, you testified already that you were afraid of a life sentence, that you were upset because you were afraid of a life sentence. Is that correct? That you were
Sure.
afraid right here, correct?
I was afraid of being, yes, charged with murder.
Okay. You're afraid of being charged with murder. When Penny Phelps told you this story, did it all of a sudden, were you afraid or?
I was in shock.
Okay. And just, you were in shock. Okay, let's play a little bit longer here.
Pregnant woman. And that's not you. He broke bad. And he did the one thing no one talked about. There was nothing planned to hurt anybody or kill anybody. And now you've all been living with that for the last 5 days. Nobody's left. Everybody's had a difficult time with it. You know the one guy who's walking around loving it? Bragging to everybody today. upset out in Detroit. He's in jail, I'm a free man. He thinks this is funny, Travis. He's bragging. He's not filled with guilt. He's not filled with remorse. He's not having trouble sleeping. He's not mourning the life of another human being. And old man, you know what he told us last night? Man, I heard he got stabbed 7 times. He was bragging about it. There's 2 sides to the story, Travis. The side of all the people that got jammed up in a bad.
Now, Mr. Johnson, would you agree that, again, it seems to be that Captain Phelps is implying heavily that I had something to do with this,
Yeah, she's trying to coax the truth out of me.
but she's using me to do it,
Of
correct?
course she is.
And, okay, we'll keep on going.
Those are good people who make mistakes. The other side of the story is the bad person did a bad thing and feels really, really good about doing a bad thing. That's not you. What I need you to talk to us about, Travis, is you gotta give us your side of the story. You gotta let us know, because I believe in my heart and soul, you're one of the good guys on the good side of the story. You're not over here. You've never, your whole life's been over there. You're not a violent guy. You've never demonstrated hurting anybody. You're a good person that got just all jammed a really bad thing. And the really sad thing is, Travis, you weren't even up in there. You drove up, we got you on camera. You drove past the house at 4 days, real slow, so everybody could see where it was and where they were gonna go when they came up out of there. And a little bit after 8 o'clock, you come back and you park your truck right in front of that camera in the gate. And they get out, Ty gets out, Detroit gets out, and then you get the smartest thing here. You don't get out of the truck. You get out of there. You get out of there. And then everything goes to shit. And now here you sit.
Oh, okay. I don't know whether it's stopped or whether it's paused. Mr. Johnson, just to clarify here, you haven't said anything about me at this point, have you?
No.
Okay. And as far as you know, nobody else has either, right?
As far as I know, that is what they're telling me. That's as far as I knew.
Yeah, I mean, but
If anything,
as far
that's
as you
all I
know,
knew.
you know what they're telling you, correct?
Yes, all I know is what they're telling me.
And, you know, let me make sure that, this video actually stopped and it didn't have any more to go.
They didn't.
Stop? Oh, well, here, I'll let you do it again.
So on to the next section. That segment's completed. So again, continuation on another section of the same interview.
Good guy. Stuck up in his bad stuff, trying to live past what the heck happened, trying to deal with it every day. I know you are. And we're here to make sure, I get it, and we're here to make sure that you are not gonna get hurt. April's scared up too. She's at our legal house right now, Travis. So when I tell you that you are gonna be safe, I'm telling you you're gonna be safe. But in order to make that happen, I gotta know what happened. I gotta make sure, Travis, you're a good guy. You just told us. You just said it. You tell me it. That's what I think I need you. Don't leave anything out, Travis, from the start. I get it. Travis, but my guy does, he's not gonna get hurt.
Now, Mr. Johnson, what was your response when she said, is this what happened?
I told her what had happened. I told her that she was on point with her narrative.
Did you just say, you just said it?
Yes.
Okay.
I said, she just said it. There
Okay.
were differences.
What I'm saying is, so far you haven't told her anything about your story, right?
No.
Okay. And she just nails it on the head, right?
Yes.
Okay. Oops, hold on. Let's bring that going. So, excuse me.
It's not gonna be her. So we're sitting up there coming, and they're wanting to get out. They wanted some money, and somebody said something to, get us Burger King out. Said something about a lot of money over here at the treehouse and a bunch of stuff. And next thing they're going is getting the food and something. And I said, why, you know, where I come from, well, right there, you get out, you just do whatever. Okay. And I did. Pulled up, they got out. And I saw them, and I got scared that night. I went back to the house, and they came back and divvied up the money between the two of them. They gave me $50 bills, put in my truck for gas. And they don't do that. I scared to death that, you know, without a mouth, or if I said anything or did anything sideways or whatnot, I think the best thing I can do is just try to keep doing what I do and be the right guy and do the right thing.
Travis, I can't tell you how happy it made me today when I talked to you earlier to hear that you had it.
Yeah. Travis, sorry, Mr. Johnson. Would you agree that, yes, if you were actually there and participated, it would be very easy for you to know the details to fill in that story?
Know the details of what?
The narrative, Phelps's narrative. Would it be very easy for you to fill in those details
Yes,
if you actually were there, took part in it?
yes.
And as more than the driver?
As more than a driver.
Well, she gave you, you're the driver now. This is where it comes from, right?
No, if this was the truth, I was the driver. It was my truck. Of course I drove it.
Okay. What the operative term here, I guess everybody's used, is, were you the getaway driver?
Yes.
Okay, but this is the first time we've ever heard of this.
In this scenario from another detective.
Any
She was
detective,
identifying me as
any detective.
Yes,
any-
I was being identified as the
This is the first
getaway
time.
driver.
This is the first time it's come up, though, right?
They did it earlier in the previous part of the interview.
They called,
David Fernandez was saying we have pictures of your truck.
but did he say you were the getaway driver?
I don't recall.
I know we just watched it, but okay. But for this purpose, yes, did Phelps just call you the getaway driver?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Now, again, you haven't offered up anything at this point. Like,
No.
you haven't told anybody anything.
No.
Okay.
Judge, I'm going to object.
I'm going to
That's leading
sustain,
question.
sustain the objection. That's inaccurate characterization of what was just
Oh.
presented on the tape. He hasn't told anybody anything. It's not.
Well, that's not true. You're right. You're right, Your Honor. I made a mistake in my wording there. Okay. You didn't specifically give them any details of your involvement in the crime prior to this.
No.
Okay.
And the other thing, I think that it's been a big part of, my existence when I was here before I went to the.
Because I've been different worried about you, worried about me, worried about Detroit. Because in this story, I saw all the Travis.
Hold on, I'll pause it.
Who were they that were talking about going to the tree? Who's with you?
There we go.
Is there some difficulty in hearing?
I can try and do that.
Okay, let's try.
Let's see. Actually, if I may, just get a little closer to make it easier.
Okay, however it's easier to operate. Joe, we may scoot closer so they can hear better.
We were having upstairs where you and we played on. Take a breath. Take a breath. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. You're good. You're good. We're not in a hurry. We're safe. Travis, you're safe. We got you, buddy. You're safe. You're in your blanket, you can be right now. You're in your blanket. Respect. I did put down. I don't. It's exactly why we're talking to you. We know you didn't do this. We never meant for it to happen. Never. Trying to get along with everybody in the house, you know, so that I would get victimized, you know, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to explain this. I don't know what to say. I'm trying to say the truth, and that's what you're doing, and that's the best thing you can do. Whatever it is. We want to do this, we just want to be published with Travis. That's all we want. And we're gonna have to do so.
Travis, did you just tell her you will do anything they want you to do?
So at this point, I would cooperate with them 100%, yes.
You said specifically that,
Okay, what are you implying by me saying that? I said I would cooperate with them. Is there a misconstruement of what that meant to you or to me? It's, I will comply.
Mr. John, he just asked a simple question.
And I answered it. I will comply. That's what that meant.
okay. We'll move on.
We're gonna do what we can for Travis, okay? We're gonna talk to the city attorney, and we'll see what we can do, okay? I don't think that decision Travis is, I don't know. I know that. Travis, let's get some of the details so I can talk to the city attorney, okay? So it's you and I, and it's you all, and upstairs. And what time of the day is the session? How long is the day? How late is the day? It all transpired in 30 minutes. Okay. You know, it was just going left for a little while. I think he went to Burger King, he came back, and he said to Tyrone about, you know, this is happening, you know, and they're doing it. You know, let's go over here and get this money.
Mr. Johnson, did you just say that Rory Wilson came back from Burger King and said, let's go get this money?
Yes, when Rory Wilson returned with the information that he had gotten it from Burger King.
Okay, so he's the one that wants to do the robbery on the treehouse,
Yes, he's
correct?
the one who got the information, correct?
Okay,
yes.
okay, just clarifying.
They said, you know, we could drive us over there. And I was like, I said, I don't really want to be in part of this. But yeah, I'll track you out there. Okay. He said, I would. I said, I'll do it. And I said, I know, whatever's whatever. I'm not looking for a cut or anything like that. I just, you know, want some gas in my truck.
Just like you can.
That's all I'm trying to do.
Travis, you're trying to survive. We get it. We absolutely get it. So how much earlier in the day is this talk about going over there before 8 o'clock at night?
You know,
Okay. Well, so who knew there was money up in that house, in that tree house? Who was talking about no one was money up there? Was there a dollar amount in that? Did you know how much money was up in there? Did he say how he knew there was money up in that house?
somebody at Burger King told me.
Okay.
Travis, I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson. Did you just say that
Yes, I did.
I'm the one who said there's
Yes, I
money at
did.
the treehouse, and I got it from Burger King.
Yes, that you did.
Okay.
That was inconsistent with mine, number one, confusing you two with each other.
Okay. What does Rory Wilson look like?
He's black.
Big black man, small black man?
Right. And your name's Tyrone.
I know my name's Tyrone, but that doesn't make me black.
No, it doesn't. But that was
Okay.
the confusion between the two. Is the
Okay,
name
just-
Tyrone, in my mind, correlates to a black man. Unfortunately, I don't mean to, sound racist, but that's probably where the confusion in my mind started. Because I am not familiar with you two guys that well.
Okay. Well, again, just a minute earlier, didn't you say a minute, maybe
It
two?
was Rory, yes.
It's Rory
That's
Wilson.
an answer, Judge.
Okay.
Already answered this question.
Okay, it's crossed.
Okay.
We'll give him a little leeway, so anyway.
I think we've established this. Now, in your story today, who is it?
It was Rory that came back with the information.
Okay.
And clarification, that I don't even recall naming you as the individual with the information. I wasn't aware that I did name you as the one with the information until I had gone over some of these interviews with other people. But the clarification was that it was Rory, not you, that came back with the information.
Mr. Johnson, how many times have you gone over these videos with other people?
Like I said, I've only seen them 4 times. I've only seen this one. This is only the second time I've ever seen this video.
Okay, but you were here, right? You were actually there.
Actually, where?
As far as in this interview, giving this interview, telling this information.
Yes, that was me. That is me.
So, we're gonna go get the money. They ask you to drive the truck. What do they do to get ready to go get the money? How can you be seeing planning what they're doing to get it going? They put on a pair of black pants and black shirt. Or I guess it's called a neck gaiter. Okay. Who had the neck gaiter? Tyler, okay. He's got a beard. Okay. Did you see Detroit do anything with like a neck gaiter or anything? I think he had, it just looked like a, what you could, beanie, a hoodie thing. Okay. And, a freaking mask. What the mask look like? Like a demon. Okay. Like, when you say demon, I see Satan. Tell me what they describe it like. It's sharp teeth. It's almost like a dinosaurish type. Okay, looking thing. Did Ty have a mask? Okay. So they get dressed in black shirts, black pants. Did both of them have gloves on? I think so. Okay. And I didn't see their gloves. I think they were in the pocket, but thank you. Okay. And you see Ty put on a gaiter to kind of hide his goatee. Then Detroit puts on this mask that looks.
Now, Mr. Johnson, you did testify there that, yes, I suppose they put on a neck gaiter with, if I remember correctly, it's Jägermeister's written all over it, right?
Yes.
Do any witnesses ever identify that?
Objection, Judge, improper question.
I'm going to sustain the
Okay.
objection.
Was there ever a neck gaiter with Jägermeister written all over it, recovered in any of the discovery you've seen?
No.
Objection, Judge. He's not the law enforcement officer who's gathering evidence.
Well, to his knowledge, he can answer to his knowledge.
That's what I was asking.
No, to my knowledge, that was never a piece of evidence that was
Okay.
labeled or taken.
Did they ever find another mask that, to your knowledge?
Outside of the demon?
Yeah.
I think they found like 3.
Okay. And where did those come from, Mr. Johnson?
The warehouse.
But again, they've never been attributed to anybody that you know of.
Not that I know of, no.
Okay.
Big teeth that looks kind of like a dinosaur. Do they have this stuff on when you first drive by the treehouse? No. Well, it's just three guys riding in a truck. So you're driving, where's Detroit sitting? Front seat, and where's Ty sitting? Behind you. That's everybody that's in the truck. All right. So you drive by, how do you get from the place you stay to go by the tree trip past the treehouse when you go by real slow. And that, well, they told me that's it right there. Okay. And they said, stop right there. Okay. So the first time you're going to do this by it, and they point it out and tell you where it's at. Okay, so now you go back to the house? Yeah. Okay. Are you sitting in the parking lot of the house talking again? Okay. So now what happened during the second trip to the treehouse?
Seriously, they got their stuff, we went back, they got out, and they came, or not they, just Tyrone, okay, back, and I took off.
Okay. The second time when you go
I
back,
didn't see, I don't know what happened away.
okay. The second time you go, are you sitting in the same spot you're driving?
There are some consistencies here, some. Would you agree?
Somewhat,
Consistencies to your story that you gave today.
yes.
Okay, there are some, right?
And there are some inconsistencies, correct?
Now, again, when we were talking earlier or questioning earlier, again, when did I come back to the warehouse supposedly?
After I returned, after I'd left you guys.
Okay, and about how long did it take you to get back after you took off?
I don't know exact times, Mr. Tucker. A few
I'm
minutes,
ask-
few seconds. It was relative. For me, it seemed like forever, but it was probably only 2-3 minutes at most, maybe even 20, 30 seconds.
Okay.
It's not a very far drive,
It's not a very far jog.
not a very far walk, not a very far drive,
Yeah.
not a very far run.
Okay. And to be clear, again, your route, she just went over your route. Is that correct?
That's, I believe, what she was doing, yes.
Okay. And would that route be the same route that you were walking with Rory Wilson? Now, the Florida Keys Electric video, when you're seen walking with Rory Wilson,
That's
that's the
Second
same,
Avenue.
that's the same road, right?
That's Second Avenue, correct?
And that's the one that you took the truck down, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And then you got Rory in the front, and Ty in the back, and then you. Now, when they got their stuff, when they said they got their stuff, what did they bring to the truck to go get them? What did they bring?
He got his mask and their clothes and gloves,
Okay,
Ty had a, well, razor knife.
Hmm.
Not a razor knife, but a diet knife.
but this, like the kind you strap to your leg?
Yeah.
Okay, was it Unix? Good guy.
Actually, I think this is the video.
It was.
I believe it's the end of the video. It just cut off, that's all. Now, Mr. Johnson, you said that first you didn't, again, in this, did you say that you didn't know whether or not they had gloves, correct?
Yes, I did say that. I don't know if they had them 100%. I wasn't aware. I don't recall seeing them today. I don't
Okay.
recall them.
No, it's okay. When Phelps asked you this question again, did you say that they have gloves now?
That's what it sounded like. Yes.
And did you say I had a razor knife?
I said, you had a razor knife? No, wait a minute. It was a dive knife.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, I guess we agree there are some major inconsistencies here, correct?
I wouldn't say major, no.
Is there a big difference between a razor knife and a dive knife?
Yes, and I corrected that immediately. If you don't recall, rewind it, listen again, and I corrected that.
Okay, you corrected that.
Yes.
Okay. Did Captain Phelps tell you each part of this story?
No, she did not. She told me her narrative as a detective, what she thought might have happened. Okay, due to detective work.
Okay.
I filled in the blanks because she was dead on with her narrative and her motive.
Okay.
And I explained and filled in the pieces for her, Mr. Tucker.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, does she continue to feed you facts as we watch this?
Facts. Yes.
Okay.
She feeds me facts
Okay,
and I verify them for her.
and you
Sure.
verify them for her,
Yes.
right? So again, Now, what would happen, Mr. Johnson, if those facts aren't true?
Objection, Judge.
Yeah, it's an unclear
Okay,
question.
Okay, let's put it this way. Has there ever been any evidence or discovery that you have ever seen that verify Captain Phelps' facts?
Objection, Judge, to that kind of a question.
I'm going to sustain the
Okay.
objection.
Okay, we'll keep on going. Did you queue up the next one, Mr. Mansfield?
Sure.
Thank you. Oh, it's up there. I'm sorry.
Cheaper, just like, just go 95 south. And she, okay, what color was the sheet? Black. Okay, did you see Rory looking at it? You just, the only night you saw the top. Could Rory have had a knife and you just not seen it? Okay, so now, talk to me about how you leave the house and how you get back to the tree house and how you get back to the tree house.
Like there was just that one drive around and looked and then we came back and then,
Okay,
like, they did it.
okay, so you never went back, so let me get this straight, so Travis, you leave the house, and when you leave the house the first time, everybody's ready to go.
No.
Okay,
They wanted to take a look.
okay, so they take a look, and then you go back home, they go get their stuff, they come back to the truck, so now you're heading back to the tree house. How do you drive down, which street do you go?
Out, like, right, took a left. And then came back down and said, just like, be careful.
Just because there's been a little bit of confusion here. And did you just tell Captain Phelps that you went from the warehouse to the tree house and then did like a ride around and then came back?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and this is where we were having a little confusion earlier, and I'm just hoping you can clear this up. When you went there and you went around, is that when you saw the black sedan?
Not the first time, no.
And not the first time? Okay. Mr. Johnson, what is it you're signing there?
I'm not signing anything. I'm drawing a map.
Oh, you're drawing the map. Okay.
Okay. Okay, so each time you come to this loop, just go straight down Second Street. Okay, so when you come this way the second time, where do you park, where do you stop? Okay. Okay, and.
I think we're talking at the end of the street.
Okay. The end of. Way behind the marina?
No, the one behind the, see, it's not way behind, but.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
Red line.
Okay, and then get out, you see him go through the tree line?
No.
Okay,
You see him enter.
but you saw him walk in the direction of the tree house. What are they wearing when they're out of the truck? What do they got? Talk to me about what Detroit.
Black shirt and black shorts.
Okay, does he have the mask on? Not yet.
Mr. Johnson, did you testify today that you saw us go into the gate?
Yes.
Did you just tell Captain Phelps?
I told her I didn't see you go into the treehouse
Okay. Oh, so again,
because I didn't.
okay. Okay. You didn't see us go into, you saw us go into the gate, but not into the treehouse. Is that what you're trying to, is that
Yes.
what you're saying? Okay.
Yes.
Where do you see him from the mask? You never saw him from that. What about time? Did you get on?
He did have him
Okay, and hat. Okay, what color hat? It's kind of a sparkly black hat, almost like one. Okay. But not quite, it wasn't clean. Was there any design on his neck here, or was it just a dark color on top? It was, kind of, I'm gonna say Jägermeister. Okay. And you should go toward the treehouse.
Mr. Johnson, did you just say that I wore a hat that
Yes.
looked like yours?
Yes.
And that, again, Nick Gator, Jägermeister, or maybe Jägermeister, right?
Yes.
You say, ooh, is it when you see Ty Rowland? Yeah, whenever I walked, I see it across the street and it's flashlight. I was like, yes. Okay. Describe the image I running across the street. Okay. So you see a flashlight, you're thinking with a guy. White guy, black guy? Can't tell. Can you hear things going on? Can you hear people? All I heard him saying was police. Okay. Okay. Do you see Ty come running over? How's he coming in? Right, my passenger side window or passenger side mirror is broken, so I couldn't, and I just saw him. Okay. So did you take off and go down Second Street to go home? No, I went straight, like, okay, where it was, turned right. Went right home. Just got home. Yep. Parked the truck. Yep. Does Ty come right home? Yep. Does Rory come right home? Yep. No. When does Rory finally come home? Okay. When you and Ty get home, talk about the conversation you and Ty had. What do you see? What did he say? He really didn't say anything. I was like, oh, come in. He's like, where's the door? Okay. Do you see what they do? Do you see any blood on it? Do they have a knife with him? So the guy is gone. It's missing someplace. Does he have a gator on still? Gator's gone.
Okay, so earlier you testified that you asked Rory Wilson what happened when you got there. Was it to Tom Thumb?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he tell you again?
Not to worry about it.
Okay. And now you just told Phelps, if I've seen here, I guess, would you agree that you just told her that I said
Not to worry about it.
to worry about it? Okay.
Still wearing black shirt, black pants? When Rory comes home, what's Rory got? Black shorts. Black shorts, does he have a shirt on? Shirt's gone. So the shirt's gone. Do you see him with the mask? Mask is gone. And you never really saw him when he had a knife? Did he come home with the knife? What does Rory do when he gets to the house? Not much at all.
Mr. Johnson, did you testify earlier that when you met Rory Wilson at Tom Thumb, that he was still wearing a shirt?
Yes.
Did you tell Captain Phelps in that video that Rory Wilson was not wearing a shirt?
Yes, I did.
Which one would it be, Mr. Johnson?
Well, I hadn't been shown the video yet of me walking, so I hadn't owned up to that part of me running into him up the street yet. So right now it's just me basically struggling for a description of him best I could.
Okay. Well, again, I think you said this earlier. I'm not sure. Oh, and you got to excuse me. But no, I think you said earlier, you know it was you in that video.
Yes.
Right? Because you lived it.
Yes.
Okay. Well, why would you need to see a video to know whether or not Rory Wilson was wearing a shirt?
I didn't need a video to see whether or not Rory Wilson was wearing a shirt, but when I was showed the corroborating evidence, the facts hit me in the head like a brick that I was caught. So I needed to come clean about everything.
Mhm.
And the shirt, relevance of the shirt not being on, being off, wasn't registering to me as a problem at this time.
But again, you
I
said
still don't think it's a problem. I mean, inconsistencies, what I remembered at the time versus what the facts in the video show. I just don't believe that was a relevant question.
Okay. Oops, sorry. Mr. Johnson, this was, you understand this was a murder, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you understand it was supposedly a stabbing, correct?
Yes. I
Okay.
do.
And that would imply, I would imagine, that you would understand that there would be blood, correct?
That's what happens sometimes when people get stabbed.
I understand this. Mr. Johnson, would you agree that if again, we're talking about a murder and a stabbing, that blood on a shirt might be relevant?
It would be relevant.
Okay.
100%.
Did you guys go upstairs? Yeah, well, you went to the stuff that you for a little while. Okay. When did you guys split up the money? They split up and sitting there at the table and $50. How much money did they split up? Lot, little bit? How were the bills? 20s, 10s, 5s, what? 20s and 5s, okay. And they smell like perfume. The money smelled like perfume. When you saw Ty running towards where you were parked, did you see anything at the point? So he's just running. Did he say anything when he was running? Just running. And you're gone. Gone. You see him running Rory when he gets home? Sure. He gets home and goes upstairs.
Mr. Johnson, again, you testified today that you saw me running down the street behind you with a bag in my hand,
Yes.
dropping things.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson, would you agree that that is not what you just told Captain Phelps?
That is true. That is not what I just told her.
Just to clarify again, would you consider this being honest?
Judge, objection to the question.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
No, I would not consider it being dishonest. I would consider it, for a lack of better terms, not 100% thinking about the chain of events clearly enough to convey exactly what had happened. It's only through time that the scenario, that the situation, that the facts had returned through my studying of myself and the discovery of what truly happened. Because at this time, I'm clearly distraught. I'm clearly under duress and not making a lot of sense. I'm sitting here watching, and I'm not making a lot of sense to myself because of how distraught I was. So details, 100% of the details are not coming out. I do not believe at this time.
Mr. Johnson, I understand what you're saying. Would you also agree that 6 years at this point is a long time to get it right?
It's a long time to reflect. Yes.
And you did get to look at discovery and evidence.
I had my discovery correct.
Okay. And you did have these discussions with investigators, correct?
Yes, I had talks with investigators, correct.
Okay. So again, would you agree that that is quite a bit of information for you to go over in 6 years?
I would agree. That's a lot of information to go over in
Okay.
6 years in that discovery, correct?
Okay, so your story should be fairly well solidified at this point, correct?
It is solidified at this point. There have been additional bits of information that have come out, but the narrative has never changed.
Okay, have you
The
ever
story has never changed.
never changed?
No.
Okay.
No, the scenario of me, Rory Wilson, and Tyrone Tucker
Okay.
being the participants in this robbery have not changed.
Mr. Johnson, have you ever said this story is false?
That this story was false?
That this story that we are watching right here is false?
I do not recall this, no.
Okay, the story you're telling right now is false. Have you ever said that to anybody?
No, I have not.
Okay, good.
At any time, did they tell you that night or the other night, that we stabbed somebody? When did you learn that the guy was dead? How'd you find out? Did you, Papa? What did you think when you heard? Did Howie ever tell you better not talk? Did he say anything to you? Did Ron ever say anything to you? So they never, you were afraid. Because you thought something was going to happen. Travis, do you know who killed the guy? Did they ever tell you who? If one person did was stabbing, who would you think would have done that? Did you see Ty put clothes on her hand? Taking his clothes that night they wore and put them in her hand? Did you ever see Lori taking clothes that he wore and put them like that bag, trying to get rid of them? Did they ever say anything to you like they take this stuff, get rid of it first? Okay. And so it's $250 to kill a guy with $250. That's pretty messed up, Travis. Pretty messed up.
Did you just say it was your fault there, Travis?
No, I did not. I said I feel like
I feel like
this
it's
could be my fault.
your fault, okay. And again, so you do this robbery, apparently agree to be the driver, right?
Objection asked and answered
Okay.
15 times.
Okay. I've heard it. And again, why would you want to participate in this for, you said nothing?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead, answer it.
Rephrase the question again.
I'm sorry, let me make it a little more clear. Okay, at some point, Travis, I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson, at some point, you say that, you see us come down in dark clothes, what, a knife and a pipe, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it's going to be an armed robbery, correct?
Yes.
Okay, why would you want to participate in an armed robbery without getting paid?
I didn't want to get paid because I didn't know, number one, what was going to be taken. Number two, I didn't know you guys. Number three, I did kind of want to get paid because I wanted gas money in my truck. So honestly, there was motivation for me to get involved. Plus, the addiction in my mind of wanting to get high was another motivating, irrational, but motivating factor.
Okay, thank you.
Participate in this.
Oh, thank you. Now, Captain Phelps, if I remember correctly, just said $250 to kill a man, right?
That's what she said.
Okay. And you're saying that $50 was more than enough for you?
No, I didn't say that, Tucker. I said that's what I was given for my part. Not more than enough. Not that's my cut. I don't know where you want what you are trying to get me to say,
I'm just
but I'm
wondering-
saying that the yes or no answers to your questions. No, I did not say that $50 was enough for me to do this job.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, you went on this job, right?
I
That's what you just
participated
called
in
it, a
this.
job.
I participated in this crime.
Sustain the objection. It's
Okay.
argumentative, it's been asked and
Okay.
answered.
Okay.
So
Mr.
let's
Johnson,
get through this segment so we can adjourn for the evening. We've got a little bit more here, so if you have any questions that are admissible, you can go ahead.
Mr. Johnson, have you ever done anything like this before?
Objection, Judge.
I'm sustaining the objection.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Johnson. Okay. Let's continue with the video.
We're not having a discussion about going up there and kill somebody. The plan was to rob him. So get some money. Travis, when we're having this discussion, we're talking about it, we say like, around an hour before the robbery happened. What did you think was gonna happen if you told them, no, we're not doing it? What did you think was gonna happen? What did you think they could do to you if you didn't go along? What do you think was gonna happen? Okay.
Before we go to the next one. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Mr. Johnson, didn't you testify earlier that you're not afraid of me, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. Would you repeat it in, testified earlier that he was.
I'll change it. I'll rephrase, Your Honor. Did you just tell Captain Phelps that you were worried about what we would do to you?
Yes, context. We, two people against me that I do not know. Yes, I was worried about that.
Okay. Again, now, I assume, again, well, maybe I shouldn't assume. Mr. Johnson, you know, how much training did you get in the military?
Ample for my MLS.
For your MLS? Yes.
Ample training for my MLS.
Oh, ample. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I guess I just didn't catch that. All right, so you got ample training for your MOS. What would that include?
Basic training in AIT.
Okay, and what was your AIT?
AIT is called Advanced Individual Training. My AIT was infantry training.
Okay, and what would that entail? Would that entail hand-to-hand combat?
That would entail many facets of being an infantryman, hand-to-hand combat being one, yes.
Okay, would that entail firearms?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, how about knives?
Not so much, no.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, did you have a large collection of knives?
I did.
When this occurred?
I did.
Okay. And were those knives ever taken into custody by the investigators?
After they executed search warrant on my truck, yes.
After they executed a search warrant on your truck. Now, didn't you say that?
Mr. Tucker, did you have any more questions pertinent to
Oh, but
this?
pertinent to this video, you're right. Hold on, Your Honor. For time. We're already over 5 o'clock, Your Honor. Would you like to go to tomorrow at this point?
Yeah, I wanted to complete any questions pertaining to this particular segment. And
I think
that's done, then.
Yeah, I think we're good with this segment and previous at this point.
All right, thank you. So we're going to adjourn for the evening, members of the jury. Again, thank you for your patience, for your attention, for your time. I mentioned at the beginning that I do have to do a few other dockets during the course of this. This isn't the only case or the only division I have. So tomorrow morning, I have some arraignments and some special set hearings and motion calendar. So we're going to start at 1 o'clock. So if you can please have your lunch beforehand, and I'll do my best to pick up at 1 o'clock. Have a great evening.
Yep, 9:05. Tomorrow, Grandma.
All right, the jurors are gone, so just to get an idea, what do we, I assume we're going to continue with the cross and get an idea of how much longer you expect that to last, Mr. Tucker? Yes.
It's almost over. I mean, like, I think we're literally 5 or 10 minutes from the end of it.
Okay.
Well, there is such a thing called legal rights, so I'm sorry for that. And we, Judge, we are going to have to put our medical examiner on after we're done with this witness tomorrow because he's not available Friday. So I believe our DNA analyst is available Friday, so we might have to just do a switcheroo there. That's not going to be a problem. I don't know. Well, we're going to have to figure it out. But we will finish this witness and go forward.
Okay, so hopefully it won't take that much longer. So, Johnson, you're back tomorrow. We're starting court at 1. I don't know if there's any instructions again, Mr. Mansfield's witness, to what time would you
We'll
recommend?
have you here at 12:30. Travis right outside the courtroom.
Yes. All right, so otherwise, don't be discussing your testimony with anyone, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
All right, I have one question. Just out of curiosity, these video segments that we've just been publishing, they haven't been admitted into.
Judge, I was going to, I might redirect, but go ahead and move them in because they need to be in evidence.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear. So, all right, so let's be prepared to start at 1 and move forward expeditiously. Have a good evening. All set over here, got everything?
So there's that. Boy, that guy had to know time longer than 2 days to be acting like that, right? Right. All right. Tomorrow they're starting court late and all that, but I wanted the people to know that we are going to watch it at 9 o'clock p.m. Even Miss Barbara has something to do. So I told her I plan on the evening. All right, I'm going to go. I'm feeding my face. Love you, Grandma. Thank you for always being here for me. And thank you, Viper. Who else came in here? Oh, my sis. Okay,